Good morning, Star Report, early edition. It is Wednesday. Do we have a verdict yet? Okay, let's go right to Law and Crime Network Live because they've been doing some great work. Good morning to all of you who don't usually catch the show this early. All right, my coffee is here. Deeds, how's the audio? How's the spelling? Are we good? Early edition. Let's get right to it. What's going on with Sean Diddy Combs? A partial verdict was reached last night.
In court, we know that Combs' mom and his sister are in the courtroom. We saw members of his family, his children were there. They actually prayed with Sean Diddy Combs inside of the courtroom this morning before members of his family left, which was probably about 15, 20 minutes ago. And then Sean Combs went to a separate room where he was going to wait out these deliberations. I want to bring in our panel of experts who are with me this morning, starting at 9 o'clock. Candace Kelly,
everybody's got a panel of experts.
And then we have William Corman, who's a criminal defense attorney. Both are joining us. So very quick, since I last spoke to you, that verdicts come in. Just Candace, what's your reaction? I mean, we were thinking potentially that this was going to be a hung jury. We're still working on getting those guests. But again, we were talking this morning because of yesterday, the jury used the term unpersuadable when saying that that's where they were at on this racketeering conspiracy charge.
Okay, so the verdict is in. I repeat, the verdict is in. We're waiting on it. Just be patient. The verdict is in.
But here we are, just an hour in, going home, sleeping on it. The 12 members of the jury returning a verdict. We're going to work on getting our guests up. But Sierra, walk us through, as you've covered this every day, of what makes this racketeering charge so complicated and why it seemed the jury, at least early on in these deliberations, they were having an issue coming to a verdict on this charge leading up to about 5 minutes ago.
Well, I'm really not surprised that it was count one that was the hung jury or the confusion, right? Because it is the most complicated of all of them, racketeering conspiracy. And this is something we've talked at length about with the predicate crimes, things like arson, bribery, forced labor, kidnapping. And it's got to be confusing. I mean, for me, who doesn't have a law degree, I've been covering this case for quite some time now. Even at times I waver and I'm like, wait, what is this about? Let's, make sure to go back and really think about it. And I think for jurors, that's what it's got to be, right? It's now become their job to figure this out. However, they weren't watching P. Diddy before all of this. They might have seen his name in the news, but they weren't really zoning in on racketeering conspiracy. And I think the biggest issue in all of this is likely that it's a conspiracy, right? Multiple people had to take part in this conspiracy. And yet there was only one person charged, one defendant, P. Diddy. And to me, that could be the question mark in all of this. And I do want to say, before we throw back to our guests really quickly, we were not expecting this verdict. P. Diddy's family walked out of the courtroom. I watched them go. Everyone thought, okay, that's the way it's going to be. And all of a sudden, they're coming right back in. We're getting the rush. And again, it just wasn't expected after 1 hour of deliberation this morning.
Court update again. Sean Combs has entered the courtroom. He looked at his family. Again, his mom and his sister are there right now. He looked at his family, nodded his head, and flashed a small smile. Let's bring in our experts right now. Candace Kelly, legal analyst. William Corman, good to see you again. What is your reaction, Candace? I'll start with you. William Corman, criminal defense attorney, by the way. But Candace, I'll start with you. Your reaction to the jury reaching this verdict?
Well, listen, I'm not surprised. I know that we talked about lunch just a few minutes ago. I'm a little quiet now because I'm in a TV studio. You probably see people running behind me, by the way. But I'm not surprised because, listen, we know that there was a point where they were coming to a conclusion in all this, and we thought that it was going to be today. I think what happened is that when they slept on it, maybe a lot of them made their decisions and came to a conclusion when they got to court, because that was very quick. It's 10:13 right now. Not a lot of discussions, probably just a lot of voting on each of the charges and then moving on.
It'll be fascinating to hear just how many people yesterday were on one side compared to the others, to the other on this charge, the 12 jurors. William, what's your reaction that they were able to, in about an hour today, find a verdict?
This is why I never bet on how long it's going to take to reach a verdict.
Right.
Because I think both Candace and I were looking at noon or a little bit after noon,
yes.
And that was about 6 minutes ago. So we're both way off. I agree with Candace. I think that giving them the night off, giving them the pause, allowed whoever it was that needed to do some internal soul searching, whoever it was that needed to marshal their arguments to convince whatever holdouts there were, they did their job. And so now here we are. Again, as I mentioned a little while ago, sitting around waiting for a verdict is very taxing. Thing worse than sitting around waiting for a verdict is when you know there is a verdict and you're sitting around waiting for the verdict to be read. This is about as high drama and about as tense as it gets. I've been in this position many times. It is an uncomfortable feeling because you're trying to read tea leaves that simply don't exist. They are sitting in that courtroom right now, just staring at the walls, waiting for the jurors to come in, waiting for everyone to reassemble. And it's tense and it's tough and it's taxing.
Let's get to this update. The judge says we received a note at 9:52 a.m. and it reads, "We have reached a verdict on all counts. Anything to address before we bring out the jury?" Both
all
sides
counts.
say no.
The verdict
judge
is
says
in. All
maintain
counts.
order while the verdict is being read and until we have the jury out. Candace, walk us through. We don't have cameras in the courtroom, but what is going to happen next?
Well, listen, this gives time for the family to reconvene. As we know, the family left. They perhaps thought like us that they had a little more time. It gives everybody a time to kind of shore up, be ready, be there as you would want somebody who's a defendant who may not be walking out of.
Will Diddy be home for the holidays? Will Diddy be home for the 4th of July? Big blowout bash.
Verdict once everybody is marshaled in. And as you mentioned, the judge is going to have to do a very good job to say, everybody, please be calm. Make sure that your reactions are in accordance with the rules and guidelines of the courtroom. As we know, though, Chris, that is very difficult to maintain. I am sure that regardless of what the verdict is, there is going to be a reaction because any combination of an outcome, guilty, not guilty, it's going to be a surprise because we just don't know and we just are not the jurors in there making the decision.
Yeah, and what a decision that they've made. I'm getting another update here. The judge says, "I will ask our deputy to bring back our jury." Sean Combs has remained seated. His 8 lawyers are standing up. The judge says, "All rise."
All
so
rise.
Here we go. The jury's going to be coming in. So I do
Here we
apologize
go.
if I'm looking off screen as I typically do. I have a monitor here, so I'm kind of watching this like a hawk to make sure that I bring you the update as quickly as possible. And as I wait for the update, William, let's talk about count 1, racketeering conspiracy. And just for those who are joining us, this is a complicated charge. What does the jury, as the jury, I'm just told the jurors are now entering, what is the jury going through? How do they reach a guilty or not guilty verdict? What do they consider when looking at count 1, racketeering conspiracy?
They have to find that Sean Combs was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the predicate offenses, at least 2 of the predicate offenses, such as arson, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and so on. Then they also have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that he was part of an enterprise, and the enterprise was created for the purpose of committing criminal acts, that the enterprise itself was created for the purpose of continued criminal conduct. We know from the notes yesterday that this is what the jury was hung up on, and we know that after 52 minutes or so of deliberating today, whatever they were hung up on now has been resolved.
And we have received your note, says the judge. Juror number 5, have you reached a verdict? He is the foreman. Juror number 5 says we have. The judge says, is it unanimous? Juror number 5 says it is. The judge says, please provide the verdict for the deputy. And I'm waiting for another update to come in. But Candace, and I may cut you off here, take us inside what's probably the courtroom right now. And we do have, before that verdict comes in, we do have a poll up if you want to weigh in, everybody watching, on what you think the verdict may be. But take us inside, paint a picture of what it is like to be in that room right now.
Listen, everyone's quiet as a mouse. They are waiting for the details. This is the moment that this 7 weeks has been built upon, not just for the jurors, but for the public, for the reporters, for his family, for Sean Combs. This is the time. So it is quiet. Everybody's being patient. All rules are being followed. No one is acting up. No one is doing anything. Everybody is waiting with bated breath. This is the moment.
This is a moment.
Yeah, it's a moment as I'm seeing one of my producers writing here. So I apologize, just waiting here to see if we do have the update on what that count is. They're reading this charge. I think of this morning when Sean Combs we were talking with Elizabeth Milner, who's in the courtroom right now, that Sean Combs was praying with his family. And here is the verdict. The judge says the deputy will inquire as to the verdict. The deputy says, in the matter of the U.S. versus Sean Combs, count 1, juror number 5, not guilty. Deputy, sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, juror number 5, not guilty. Deputy, transportation for prostitution, juror number 5, guilty. So we have 2 not guilties on count 1, racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, that is not guilty, and transportation for prostitution, guilty. What is your reaction, William, to what the jury has found in the case against Sean Combs?
So far, I'm very surprised. I thought that the prosecution really did put forward a fantastic case involving Cassie Ventura. I'm surprised that they weren't able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that the defense counsel certainly did a great job in sort of showing the back and forth, the digital footprints.
Cassie's a liar.
Earlier,
move on.
Showing that, perhaps she was a willing participant in all this. Perhaps, she did know what was going on and that she was okay with it. That's my take on it.
The final 2 counts for sex trafficking of the victim who went by the pseudonym Jane. Juror number 5 says not guilty, and transportation for prostitution of Jane, juror number 5 finds guilty. The jury finds it guilty, according to the foreman, juror number 5. Candace, what is your reaction?
So listen, we're not surprised. We knew that lower act, we knew that the transportation crossing straight lines in order to engage in prostitution, we knew that was practically a given, that the defense was willing actually to give up, as we talked about before, that's up to 10 years. So that could really be across the spectrum. What we know it's not is RICO. We know it's not 20 years to life. And I think that that's something that defense definitely would say is a win. We are not surprised. I think that none of us are.
William, what does this mean for Sean Combs now? These are the 2, the 2 weakest charges in terms of penalties. I guess you would say in terms of seriousness of charges. Not guilty on racketeering, not guilty on sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, not guilty of sex trafficking of Jane. What does this verdict mean, getting those 2 guilty verdicts on the transportation for prostitution charges?
Well, obviously, there's still serious charges. I mean, it's the full weight of the federal government has come down against Mr. Combs and has charged him with these crimes. Obviously, he is relieved to have not been found guilty of the more serious crimes, if you will, but these were serious nonetheless. And there is a possibility that he's going to be sentenced to federal prison as a result. Both these counts carry with him up to 10 years in federal prison. He does have, I want to say, 10 or 12 months in already. He would get credit for that. I do think that there's a reasonable likelihood that he'll still be sentenced to some period of state prison.
Served.
And obviously, federal prison. But again, it's still very, very serious.
Does this mean that Sean Combs potentially could walk out of the courthouse today and then sentencing be pushed to a later date, Candace?
He's not walking out today. He's got a lot to do in terms of actually going back to the courthouse. And what they want to make sure doesn't happen is that he doesn't, he's not out in order to do what they thought he might do, which was tamper with witnesses. If they choose to charge this any further, he's not going anywhere. He's going to be held, and then he's going to be sentenced, and then he's going to be placed somewhere. As you said, it could be Florida, it could be in the Midwest, it could be Pennsylvania with Bob Menendez. We never know, but he is not going anywhere today.
And then William, walk us through.
She sounds like a hater.
Know what the verdict is now. What happens next?
So what happens next is that there is a sentencing hearing that will take place probably 30 to 60 days from now. In the meantime, both sides will marshal their arguments. They will put forth sentencing memorandum. The defense counsel puts together a memorandum. The prosecution puts together a memorandum. And also the probation department, the pretrial services, they also put together a memo. They will interview Mr. Combs. They will, each of those 3 branches, if you will come up with what they believe an appropriate sentence is. And then ultimately it's up to the judge to formulate whatever sentence he sees fit in this particular case.
And we'll get some reaction. I'm still waiting to get the description of what the courtroom was like in this moment with Sean Combs being found guilty on the most serious charge of racketeering conspiracy. But Candace, as you look at the not guilty verdict, what could the prosecution look back on and think maybe we should have done that to build a stronger case to maybe get a conviction on this?
Listen, the prosecution put
Okay, I'm going to pause it right there because I don't need this woman, Candace, to say what the prosecution should have done. Okay, guilty on 2 charges. The weakest charges is what we have right now. Good morning to those of you in the live chat. This is an early edition of my show here, and I wanted to get some rest last night so we can thoroughly discuss this. I will be taking calls shortly, but I more so want to put your comments on the screen. Also,
Heard from, because certainly
let me put that hater on pause. Hold on a second, hater. Guys, Remy Ma was handcuffed. In case you don't know, at the courthouse yesterday, June the 4th. Pardon me. She was. Yes, pardon me. Remy Ma was handcuffed in front of the courthouse. The video that's been circulating is of Remy having a back and forth exchange with regards to a female, I don't know how young she is, of the man who was killed allegedly by Remy Ma's son. So I may or may not play that video shortly, but just give me some time. Let me get this video off the screen here because this woman here is kind of annoying. She's from what is her name? Sierra Gillespie, host of Scandal on YouTube. She's pretty annoying. So I'm going to be bouncing around from different channels to see what else we can present to you guys this morning, right? Let me, what is this? Is this Fox? Let me turn this volume up here, see what they're talking about.
Or of deliberation today, after 12 hours of deliberation previously. And I think Arthur made a very good point there in that, yeah, people will say, okay, they were deadlocked. This is kind of maybe what goes on with jurors, is they get in the room, and after all, they're like, man, it's the end of the day. I can't change your mind about this. So this is not going to happen. They write the judge a note, and he goes, everybody go home, take a deep breath, sleep on it. And the next day, the other juror, if there was 1 or 2, you sleep on it, you come back, and maybe you think it a little bit differently. And obviously, whoever or however many that were the holdup, they were holding it up from becoming a not guilty because obviously the majority was on that side, and that's the way it swung this morning.
So interestingly, we had Peter Frankel on, former prosecutor, current defense attorney, in fact, represented one of the personal assistants to Diddy in the trial. He was on our show earlier today, and he said the federal prosecutor in this case has like a 98%
well, the Southern District of New York has 95% conviction rate.
And so this is obviously a mixed bag, and they have to be disappointed. They didn't get the RICO count. They didn't get the sex trafficking count. They got basically transporting sex traffickers.
But not to minimize it, they're still serious charges.
Right.
They're the lesser of the charges, but they're still, I mean, if you're facing potentially 10 years in prison, then you're probably not thinking it's too light, but it's much better than it would have been, because the other 2 charges, the sex trafficking, 15 years is the minimum for that. Right. So now you're convicted of something where 10 years is the maximum. Right. So you've totally flipped the script, if you will, and you've got to be relieved if you're Sean Diddy Combs. And apparently his reaction in the courtroom and that of his family was one of relief.
Yeah, let me see if there's any more reaction that people are reporting on right now. Mark Agnifilo, Sean Combs' lead lawyer, has asked that his client be released ahead of sentencing now that he is no longer facing sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy charges, much more serious charges than the ones he was convicted on. Sean Combs put his hands together. He thanked the jurors as they filed out. He then put his hands over his face briefly and exhaled.
Relieved. I mean, that symbolizes he is relieved. Again,
we're going to
still
find
serious
out.
Charges, but still relieved.
We're going to find out if the judge is going to let him out.
Right.
It could happen today.
Well, that will be determined, well, most likely today. Sometimes they go, okay, let's come back tomorrow and talk about it. But it will be determined soon whether or not he is free while he awaits sentencing or an appeal.
Right. I think there was some concern, if you remember over a year ago when Diddy was arrested, he knew he came to New York. He was going to surrender. But I think at that time there were many reports that prosecutors were concerned that he was doing a lot of drugs, that he may hurt himself or that he may hurt somebody else. And so they picked him up without him voluntarily surrendering. We're looking right now at
the podium where they've set up for the either the prosecutors or the defense attorneys, someone from the trial, to step up and speak, which we will carry live with you as soon as we get it. But right now, it is just about 10:28 here on this Wednesday morning, and we are finding out that 3 of the 5 charges that Sean Diddy Combs was charged with by the federal prosecutors, he was found not guilty by the jury. The 2 charges were each on Cassie Ventura and Jane Doe. He was found guilty of transportation for prostitution, which is the lesser of the 5 charges. Each one carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. The others, there were a minimum of 15 and potentially life in prison.
Right. And right now, his attorney, Mark Agnifilo, is arguing with the judge to let Sean Combs walk out right this second. It's going to be interesting on what's going on. Arthur Chian is outside the courthouse. First of all, I imagine like every press outlet in the world is near where you are, Arthur. They want to see if Sean Diddy Combs is going to walk out in the next hour or so.
Yeah, they're not only here, but they're here in duplicate or triplicate, just like we are, right? Lisa Evers is here. She's inside covering the proceedings that you just described. I'm out here. Everybody has a lot of resources out here. You're looking across the street. This is the Worth Street side of the Southern District Federal Courthouse. This is in Lower Manhattan, right? And there are pens, as you can tell. There are people on ladders. That shot that you were just showing of the podium is on the other side of that. We have that obviously covered, as you saw from that camera shot there. And then there are hundreds of people out here. There is a tremendous element of public interest. So there are a lot of people. We rarely see this intensity of it. Even during Trump's trial here in New York, we didn't see this many regular citizens out here trying to get a look, trying to be involved. And they've lined the streets over there. This is going to be a very interesting security issue for the U.S. Marshals, who are in charge of security over here. You talk about the podium. Certainly, you would think no matter what happens now, Mr. Combs's lawyers are going to come out and speak. Right? They're going to set the scene for whether he should be released, why they should win on appeal. That's going to happen. I don't think, I would be surprised. We'll be ready for it, but I'd be surprised if the prosecutors are going to speak here. They lost in 3 out of the 5 counts. And as you've been pointing out, those were the heavier counts in this. Now, traditionally, what has happened is the U.S. attorney would speak, and that would not happen here, and certainly not in this environment. They prefer controlled environments. They could do it at 26 Federal Plaza, which is but 5-minute walk from where we stand right now. So this day is going to unfold in different places, is what we imagine. But right now, you hear there's one gentleman. He's been screaming the whole time. We've been impressed by how he keeps going. But there are a lot of people who are going to have a reaction to this. Certainly, if Sean Diddy comes out of this building, it's going to get really interesting out here. But right now, everybody here is on standby and paying attention to what's happening in the courtroom upstairs.
And that's what his defense is arguing, Arthur, right now inside the courtroom, that he should be released today. They said they're willing to pay $1 million in bond, but that he should be allowed to leave the courthouse today and not wait later on in the sentencing. The prosecution, the federal prosecutors, are arguing the opposite, saying that they're downplaying the seriousness of the charges that he was convicted of. Just because they're the 2 charges that are the lesser doesn't mean they're still not serious, and that he could still be a flight risk. But his side obviously is arguing just the opposite, saying he has no passport. Right. Everybody knows.
Guys, I want to jump in for a second. I'm letting these people do most of the talking this morning because I think that the mainstream coverage of this trial has been pathetic. People who supposedly have degrees in journalism. Most of these mainstream platforms, they have been taking your questions. People in the streets, who again did not go to journalism school, and they're throwing it to the audience. So I want to hear them talk. This man should be let out today. I just want to say that, but give me a second. I want them to now educate us on what happened.
He did it with both. So whatever the issue was, they agreed that he did it in both cases with both the Jane Doe and Cassie Ventura. And when they think he didn't do it, it wasn't like, well, he did it with her, but not her. They agreed in unison on both counts.
So just so you know, the prosecutor is still making a case in front of the judge right now about why Diddy should not be out on bail. The prosecutor said, quote, "There is a real risk that he will flagrantly disregard orders from the court," and he cited the drugs found in Sean Combs' hotel room before he was arrested last September. We just talked about that.
Right, and the judge is saying now that he needs time to think about it.
Oh, so he
needs, this is once again, according to the New York Times, which we're reading right now, the judge said he needs time to consider the law here before making a decision as to whether or not Combs can walk out of the courthouse today.
Right. And Sean Diddy Combs has been incarcerated since September of 2024. When he came to New York City, he knew that he was going to surrender at some point, but the police came in and swooped him up before he had surrendered because they were concerned about the drugs and other things that might be going on. They were concerned about his safety. And so they arrested him before he had a chance to surrender. And he's been in prison, I believe, held in the Brooklyn Detention Center.
Right. You know, and the prosecution is still arguing right now that he should not be let go today because he's facing up to.
I got to jump in. So the judge says he has to think about it. The judge did not anticipate both possible outcomes. Is the judge now a hater? Again, I haven't been keeping up on everything, but the man should be cut loose. He beat the top charges. He's not a flight risk. I mean, we have to be honest with ourselves. He stood 10 toes down, faced it all. He should be out on bail today.
Witnesses on the stand in the last 7 or 8 weeks, I think like 32, 35 witnesses. And then when it came to Sean Diddy's turn, the defense's turn, called not a single witness because they felt that the prosecutors did not really prove RICO or some of the serious charges. And they were right. You know, when we had Peter Frankel on, he said that the defense attorney felt that there was some kind of connection between some of the jurors. I guess they saw their expression during summations or during some of the cross-examinations, which led them to believe they had jurors that were siding with what they were saying.
I think throughout the trial, too, we kept hearing about, you know, him nodding or smiling at the jurors or, you know, just acknowledging them during the trial. And maybe that was part of the signal that his defense team picked up on. But as you said, they decided not to call him or anybody up to the witness stand because obviously they felt that they were going to get not guilty verdicts. They were right in 3 of the 5 cases.
They were. Okay, Antoine Lewis has been covering this case from the very beginning. Antoine's here with us now. So what are you thinking? I mean, kind of shocking, right?
Did not expect it to go in this direction. A lot of discussion being made about just how quickly the deliberations went, having just been charged on Monday. But let me break down the timeline for everyone here. That the jurors got the case Monday. And so the deliberation times now maybe between.
I'm going to pause it right there. Salute to Fox Local News. You see, they're talking. They're doing what they have been paid to do. Talk to us. Don't take a whole bunch of goddamn surveys, all this stuff online. I have to say that chick from, is it Scandal, the YouTube platform? I mean, I'm not mad at her for getting her shine on, but wow, she's just annoying on the Law and Crime Network. Anyway, I want to focus on something here for a minute before I go back to Fox 5 here. So we've got guilty of transportation for prostitution, right? 2 counts of that. Let me say it again. Stop flying these girls out. That's a trap. They're recording, and if they're coming from another state, clearly you see now that's a charge. You get into a discrepancy for whatever. You could become a plate of food. I just want to say that, all right? Thank you for your donations early. Who's on the screen there? Runaway slave. Okay, he says, free the dealer. Okay, baby oil for everybody. Okay. I'm going to be switching back and forth to a few different news sources, but I just wanted to put this one on the screen because they're talking. That's what I want to hear. Talk.
This matter. You're certainly looking at, that's the breakdown right there. Certainly the what's happening now, as you pointed out, they're trying to make a case as to whether he should be released or should, he remain behind bars as it plays out.
Now it seems like there were reports that the judge wants some time. What connotes his time? Is it the weekend? Do you take July 4th, let him stay in Brooklyn detention, right, for the weekend? Is that right, when he's been basically acquitted of the most serious crimes?
But he has still been convicted of two crimes.
Two crimes.
Yeah. So it's not like he scot free. There's a big difference.
We've been taking questions also, on Fox Local, like, well, what's the maximum here, in regards to these two? And then we're talking about a minimum, transportation carried a maximum of 10, like there are two, charges of that, so if to look at how that's going to be going,
10 years
concurrent or
flying people out. I have to say,
as far as the judge's
fuck
decision
out of
in
here.
that matter. But yeah, a lot of that, while you were up here, we were just moving around in the newsroom, just trying to get all of our parts, together, because we didn't know until 10 o'clock or so, that there a decision, the jurors had sent a note.
We never thought it was going to. We were kind of taking friendly guesses
pretty
earlier, much. And I thought it would be before noon.
Yeah.
And you thought before the end of the day.
I thought before the end of the day, but I didn't think an hour after they started meeting. And it's one of these things that, I'm trying to follow it here on the phone, as so many people are.
We're both looking to see what information
okay, good,
we can get.
Mine was in my pocket. Like, is it okay to pull it out?
Hey, good morning. Is that Aaron calling in from area code 2?
Yeah.
Aaron, how are you, man?
I'm all right, man. It's funny, man. I got some friends of mine that are Howard alums, and they're texting me like, "Oh, Diddy, this is a victory." It's not a victory, bro. He shouldn't be getting any time at all.
Okay.
And my question is, when is somebody going to do something? Like, when are the men of this country going to do something? Like, when are you going to keep letting this happen? Are we going to keep letting women in the justice system get over on us like this? Like, how long until something gets done? Because if this was a white man doing this to you, you would do something about it.
Right.
Like, but women get away with this stuff all the time. This is only the thing that we know about. A woman snitched on this man. The woman went to the feds first, told on him.
Right.
That woman got millions and millions of dollars for participating in this same act.
30 million.
Where is all your rioting at? Where's all the riot? Like, where? Like, yeah, I don't get it, man. I don't understand. Like, at what point in all of these movements, these conservative movements, they're only meant to appease males.
If I can jump in, Aaron, because I do want to get back to what they're saying. I want them to talk to us as opposed to doing surveys and polls and yada, yada, yada. Do you think that this could be a monumental case for what I've been saying, what you've been saying, and what a lot of people have been saying? Stop flying these ratchet females out. It's not cool. It's not fashionable. It's a trap. You think this case right now will speak to people who are even considering, going on Instagram and sending somebody a deposit to fly them out? This case?
For smart people like me and you, yes. But what we're going to have to realize is most of these men are not like us.
Yeah.
Most of them don't. They still believe in family, and they still believe that these women are their friends, and they still believe in game and all of this. They still got that ego, and they're not reading the board right now.
Yeah.
I think it sets a precedent. I think it sets a precedent going forward.
I hope so.
But as we're talking, as we're talking right now, there are BBL bandits boarding Spirit Airlines as we speak right now to go see some rapper, some ball player or something like that. And
I want to be.
They're not. Yeah, man. And it's just like, I can't. These guys really value these women, and they would rather sacrifice themselves than do something about it.
Okay.
Then do something about it.
Aaron, I got to get back to what they're saying. I appreciate your call, man. We'll talk later.
All right.
Take care. Okay. It's Aaron tapping in. Kid, I got your donation on the screen. Guys, let's go back to Fox here for a second.
As opposed to what he was looking at potentially for up to 10 years, plus obviously life in prison with the RICO and 15 years plus on the sex trafficking. But they did a terrific job and really hammered and said, this is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Where was the conspiracy? Where were the indicted co-conspirators? This is a legitimate enterprise, not a criminal one.
What would have been different if it had been a state charge?
Well, and the point being that there shouldn't have been a federal RICO charge. Look at Harvey Weinstein, for example. Harvey Weinstein committed various crimes in different states. Granted, there was no transportation of people across state lines, but allegations of pretty ugly, nasty, terrible things of domestic, well, that wasn't domestic violence, but of rape and sexual assaults. And we had a case in California. We had a case in New York. Similarly, here, you have incidents of domestic violence. You have allegations of potentially of arson. You have allegations of potentially kidnapping, though obviously this jury did not go with that theory. But that could have been pursued and prosecuted in those respective states, as opposed to this overarching, I'm going to throw everything at the whole kitchen sink out there, hoping something's going to stick. And I understand why they did it, because the prosecution knew they could bring it.
Okay, he sounds like he's in a tunnel, so I'm going to bring somebody else in for a second. Then I'll come back to a different news source. Hey there, area code 770. Good morning. Please watch the language. 770.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
How are you, sir?
I thought I told you that we won't stop. I told you that we won't stop. Was good, Star? Was popping?
It's on the screen, sir. I'm letting them tell us what's going on. We've been predicting. People have been, guessing, conspiracy, yada. All that RICO stuff out the window. Yes, you paying attention?
Out the window. All the female haters that have been wanting him locked up because of something that he wasn't even on trial for. Not that I'm saying we should stomp women out, but he wasn't on trial for that. He wasn't on trial for that. So why y'all was trying to hang the man for something that he wasn't on trial for?
Well, Cassie lit the fuse, wouldn't you say? I mean, in reality.
Yes. But listen, I'm throwing a bad boy at the party.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not promoting parties. I don't know you. I'm not helping you fly nobody out. Stop flying these broads out. I think that's what I'm going to try and get across to people today. The most important thing. Stop flying these ratchet slobs. These sketel broads out. Let's go back to Candace, the hater, here on this network. Was it Law and Crime?
Conference is live. Also, Dan Abrams is going to be joining us at 10:50 to talk a little bit more about this verdict and his reaction, having covered so many high-profile cases throughout his career. William, I have a question coming in here. This is from IA. It's a question. Candace, I'll ask you this question as well. William, I'll start with you. Does this mean that the prosecution didn't pick its witnesses well? It seems they didn't take testimonies and sentenced him based on receipts for prostitution, no?
So again, whenever there's a verdict, regardless of what the verdict is, hindsight's always 20/20. So we can easily sit here and pick apart what the prosecution did. We can sit here and pick apart what the defense team did. But as Candace said earlier, they both did an outstanding job. Whether or not they should have called other witnesses, some of these other women who are suing Diddy, the fact of the matter is this, is that every one of those witnesses who the prosecution could have called because there were lawsuits going on, the defense team is going to say, this is yet another person who's suing Combs. This is yet another person who has a financial motive here, because that's where those witnesses would come from. So I think it's easy to sit here and say, yes, they should have called these other witnesses. But again, all those witnesses probably have their own baggage that came along with it. The key, though, is quorum. I am surprised that we didn't hear from KK. Again, we don't know what her situation was in terms of immunity. I don't know if it would have tipped the scales, but if there was one witness who...
I don't know. This network here just seems like they're trying to find reasons why he wasn't convicted, as opposed to focusing on the fact that he beat the majority of these charges. I think I may go back to Fox. Hey, is that Colleen tapping in early in the morning? Area code 917. Colleen?
What a morning, huh?
Hey.
I never expected you to be broadcasting this early, but I'm really happy you are.
It's the return of Star in the Morning. Hint, hint, hint.
You did a great job. I'm really happy to see so many differentiating opinions in the chat.
Thank you.
But I do think we have to keep in mind that even though he beat the most serious charges, he's still going to go to prison.
Right.
He's still going to go to federal prison. While he was not on trial for beating Cassie, we also have to keep in mind that he did keep her drugged up And he did terrorize her and future partners. For instance, Kid Cudi testified that he believed that Diddy blew up his car when he started moving in to date Cassie. So hopefully Diddy will have learned his lesson. I don't think he'll be up to the same shenanigans as he was when he was much younger. And hopefully the world at large, or young males, will learn that, like you said, it's not good to fly, musty, what's out.
Can I jump in, Colleen? Can I jump in?
Mm-hmm.
Can I jump? No, I respect you. You are an educator from the New York tri-state area. I disagree, though. Cassie always was of age. She was never an underage minor. And if Diddy was doing cocaine in her presence and he put the cocaine on the table, he didn't give it to her. She picked it up and then started doing the cocaine on her own, or smoking crack rock, or whatever she was doing. He should then go to jail for that?
No, I don't think he should go to. I don't think he should go to jail for that. But I read through some of the testimony and some of the text messages, which were not refuted by the defense.
I got that, Colleen. Hang on a second. I got that. But the charges with regards to Cassie, he beat them, right? He beat him.
Yeah, he did, but you have to pay attention. Well, I'm not telling you what to do, but what I paid attention to in those text messages was that he was threatening to show the videos to her mother, which is a form of extortion. He was telling her that he wanted that $50,000 back that he paid to the train.
Colleen, that's now hearsay. Colleen?
No, it was in the text message.
No, it doesn't matter. It's now hearsay.
Okay.
He beat it, technically.
Okay, I retract. Sorry. But that's where I was going with that. That was what formed most of my perspective. That the evidence that was introduced during the trial was a little disconcerting. And while I was never a fan of Mr. Combs, basically going back to what transpired at City College, I lost two friends during that stampede.
I know.
Dirk Swain, rest in peace. Sonia, rest in peace. I just think that, this should be a lesson for young men who think that it's okay to, like you said, fly women out. This can get you in a lot of trouble. So hopefully, people will have learned.
Stay with me. There should be a lesson to anybody not to fly out. Females, males, trans people, don't fly anybody out.
Yeah.
Whatever your
don't fly anybody
whatever
out.
your sexual desires are or fetishes, no matter how high you get, don't fly people out. Now, if you deal with something locally and you get, arrested and charged, at least you don't have the flying transportation for prostitution charge, which is a federal charge. Let me just say, I respect your opinion and your knowledge, but to me, right now, Cassie is a lying slore. A lying slore.
Quite possibly.
A combination of a slut and a whore, because she did receive money for sexual acts. That's whore behavior. And a slut doesn't necessarily want to be compensated. A slut just likes to do low grade things for his or her own sexual gratification. So here we now have, if I can just finish this point. So here we now have Diddy beating the top charges. Do you think he should be released, time served, or even giving bail, Colleen?
Yeah, my sense of justice and even my moral compass says that he should be released. Okay. Even though I don't like him. Okay. Like my moral compass and my sense of justice and ethics says he should be released. Also, I just wanted to remind everybody that if they're in similar circumstances where they're being compensated for doing anything, love is not transactional. Okay, so this whole thing about how they loved each other and how he was torn up and about their breakup, love is not transactional. So that love was never in the room when things are good or things are bad. This was a transactional relationship. And this is what transpires when you confuse sex and love and you make something transactional out of a relationship. So, it's unfortunate that it went to the feds. It's unfortunate that he was prosecuted and persecuted in public eye. But at the same time, if you don't cross your T's, dot your I's, and mind your business, this is what's going to happen, and very publicly at that. So that's all I have to say for today. Thank you for covering this with the utmost journalistic integrity as well.
Thank you, Colleen.
Okay?
Bye now. Okay.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. It's Colleen's happening. Young Kobe, I got your donation on the screen. Folks, you're welcome to call in. Please watch the language. It's just early in the morning. I don't want to hear a bunch of N-words and all this other stuff. It's too early. Kevin Samuels is rolling in his grave. Imagine doing some time for a bish with a mommy makeover. Yeah. To be fair, to be objective, is this Diddy's karma for some of the artists on Bad Boy who have fallen hard, into despair, death, prison? Guys, how much time did Loon do? Loon did some jail time. Yes, we know G. Depp turned himself in. G. Depp, a nice guy, I have to say, met him a few times. And he took full responsibility. I will always respect him for that. Rob Lowe, is that you, sir? Yeah, Aaron's a great caller. Thank you, Rob Lowe, for your donation. Yeah. Aaron can go 10 toes down when he needs to, and I thank you for your donation, Rob Lowe. I'm trying to get that on the screen here. And thank you to also, hey, Janine, good to hear from you. All right. Let me bring it. Oh, is that Florida Boy Jay tapping in early? Florida Boy Jay, good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm doing great. We were all sitting, at the edge of our seats waiting for this verdict. I was literally in the gym when the news broke. I had to cut the workout short and get to work, just like you and the rest of the content creators out there. It is a beautiful scene seeing that Diddy's daughters walking out of the courtroom with their heads held high. It's a beautiful scene. Seeing it's almost, I wasn't around for the OJ verdict, but it's probably the closest thing we as Blacks will get to seeing somebody, guilty or not, walking away, and not really being sucked in by the jaws of the court system and the people who want to bring him down. And you tell me where you want to go with this topic.
Well, hang on a second. Do you think Diddy is at fault for some of the things that he has been found guilty of? I mean, I'm not saying, not guilty on everything. He was living the life. Right. And I've gone on record and said this, even though he and I have had multiple conversations face to face. Good man. We last time I saw him, we had a great conversation. But, when you get into your 50s, 40s, actually, all that pink cocaine and hanging out with slurs and these ratchet, scamming hoes, that has to become a thing of the past. And especially if you're wearing the Jesus piece flooded with diamonds talking about I walk with God. Do you find Diddy at fault for anything on a moral level?
Yeah, I find him at fault for a lot of things. But the bottom line is, what Diddy was doing is standard practice. And the thing that I'm observing that is the most important thing that I'm pulling away from this trial and from the situation is that the tides are turning from the Me Too era. The tides are turning in the consciousness of society where if a woman or a man comes out and claims victimhood, that nobody's just rushing to believe all women or believe all victims, male or female, first off the bat. Right. What I'm seeing that the jury did and deliberated was that no matter what type of propaganda was pushed by these main media sites, that the jury seen this case the same way the people outside the courtroom was seeing this case in real time. Is Diddy a monster? Was he doing things that were unethical and illegal? Yes. But should we throw the rest of this man's life away as if he was some degenerate, as if he didn't profit and make billions of dollars for people, and he wasn't a well-sane person when it came to his professional life? Right. What I'm getting right now, like I said, from the jury, from the people who were neutral or that were pro-Diddy, that when we see things with our own two eyes, no more are we going to go with the politically correct answer or what's going to make society more comfortable. Like you said before, hard trials, you quoted Farrakhan, hard trials are necessary to establish the truth. And we're
Minister Louis Farrakhan back in the early 90s. That's what he said. Just to give him his full credit. Florida Boy Jay, I got to bring another callers and I want to get back to Fox 5. They're doing a good job on the coverage.
Absolutely.
On your platform, are you going to address Remy Ma, who's still doing the most? She was handcuffed in front of a courthouse back on June the 4th. Are you going to address her, or have you already on your platform?
We will address Remy Ma, but what I'm doing right now is I'm letting some of you guys get the live coverage, and I'm going to do a Diddy panel discussion later on today with a few content creators, so we can have a full roundtable perspective of it. So if you guys want to see that, go to my platform, Florida Boy J, Perspective Facts Podcast on YouTube. We're almost 6,000 subscribers. I will holler at you later. Have a great show. Thank you for letting me call this.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Guys, sit tight in the queue. I want to play some more of the coverage here. It appears that Fox 5 is doing a good job over some of these other platforms who are just throwing it to the audience.
Guy with some insight as to what the timeline is going to be here for the rest of the day. First of all, thanks for joining us.
Of course, Kirk.
All right, explain to us what we can look forward to.
Sure. So the defense made a bail application at the conclusion of the jury's reading of the charges. So as everybody knows, and just to catch everyone up to speed, Combs was found not guilty of the first count, which was the RICO racketeering count, and found not guilty of both of the sex trafficking counts. He was only found guilty of the transportation for prostitution count, which is under the Mann Act. Those are the two most minor counts. He faces up to 10 years on each of those counts for a maximum of 20 years, but it's unlikely he's going to do that much time. So upon the jury exiting the courtroom, the defense made a motion for Combs to be released, to be on bail. And their bail application was $1 million bond with travel to New York, Florida, and LA. And then he would live at his home on Star Island. And the judge said, well, I'm not going to decide it at this very moment. I need papers, and asked both sides to submit letters by 1 p.m. this afternoon.
Hey, Seth, while you're explaining that, I just want to tell our audience what you're looking at. There was a big bus outside the courthouse. That is the bus the family just got on. And as you can see, there are lots of people, supporters, well-wishers, people who are just curious on the street, and a gaggle of press that are looking for some kind of, interview with.
We're yelling questions.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. We're shouting them out from that pit right there, because that's where they keep us, off to the side. So we're nowhere near the podium. We're there as they walk by us, and we have the mics out there asking anything you want to say, anything you want to say.
Okay, and that's the door again. But get back to 1 o'clock today.
So 1 o'clock today, the judge asked for letters, and then they're going to reconvene. He didn't say a certain time. He wants each party to submit letters by 1 p.m. this afternoon, and then I assume sometime around 3 or 4 o'clock, the parties will reconvene in court, and the judge will make his determination as to bail. And it's at that point that I would expect the family and the lawyers to speak.
Seth, what is the probability of letting him out? You say that these are minor charges. Other people say these are still major charges to be,
They're not minor, they're the lesser of the five.
Right.
Yes, they still face up to 10 years on each of them.
Right. In most other cases, what would a judge do?
In most other cases where it's just a Mann Act transportation for prostitution, someone would be out on bail. It's very unlikely without the other charges that someone would be held in custody. Now, Combs is unique in that he's a flight risk. He's got his own plane. He's got hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. So it's a unique situation that the judge has to consider. The judge did ask the prosecutor to submit any cases.
I think the
prosecutors will be looking for that and submitting that by the 1 p.m. deadline today. But I do think bail would be appropriate at this point, now that he has only been convicted of the two most minor charges, and bail is usually set in these types of cases, obviously understanding that this is a unique person and he wants to live in Florida. There's some school of thought that maybe they should have.
Okay, so the judge has asked for letters from both sides with regards to the possibility of releasing Sean Diddy Combs out on bail by 1 p.m. So we might be here for a good while this morning and this afternoon. Hey, area code 267, is that world peace? World peace.
Peace, peace.
Peace. Peace, God.
Peace, Star.
Peace, how are you?
Yo, Star, so I wrote some notes down. Appreciate you. I'm watching you work. Okay, so the reason why this is important is verdict. The judge needing time to think. In fact, when you mention that, that's a whole fact. Not accounting for different possible outcomes, right? Being shocked, that shows like a lack of ability to be impartial, right? So the reason why this verdict and stuff was so important is because our judicial system has to step up. Like, that's why we have the issues with border control. Like, it's anarchy, right? Like, the further this goes, you know what I'm saying? Like with the nonsense, it doesn't make sense.
Can I jump in, World Peace? I don't have 10 minutes per call, to be honest with you, because I do want to hear I do want to hear what they're saying. I want to get this across today. Stop flying whores out. Whores. Stop flying them out. This could be a monumental case for a lot of these guys. Everybody can say this now. With all due respect, everybody can say this now, and I'm not going to sit here and call guys simps just because they want a little trim, or they're blowing the cush and they're up on the gram and they see a fat ass. I'm not saying you can't do that, but stop flying these girls out. You also sent me a donation. Thank you. You wanted to address Remy Ma, who was handcuffed and detained with regards to the courthouse. Yes?
Right. No, I just was, I'd love to see her crash and burn, right? Like, let's go ahead and.
That's what your Cash App said. You said you want to address Remy.
Right. Let's get her on terroristic threats. Let's get her parole or probation revoked.
Wow.
You know, let's get her out of here. Let's pack her up, right? Flying women out, when you refrain from doing it, it leaves women to their own vices, right? Like it's like cutting off the water supply, like they did the natives, right? This is war against the Mannies, right? Like it's time for them to be round up and neutralized. Heck, even baptized, right? You know, because and when you heard Candace, right, it's like, and when you heard another caller, I won't say any names, but what these Mannies want to do is hold black men in the world at large to standards of the court of public opinion. Erroneous. Yeah. They want to persecute, people for kinks or whatever. But then you have LGBTQ and stuff, and they want to, they don't want to step up and, these are shaming tactics, right?
Listen, World Peace, I hate to cut you short, man. I appreciate your knowledge. I appreciate your knowledge, man. Stay in touch. Salute, man. Thank you.
Peace.
Okay, World Peace on the tap-in. Guys, I am going to, at some point, play video. I know I have been talking crazy about Puerto Rico. I've never been to Puerto Rico, but I have some good friends who just happen to be Puerto Rican, all right? And we laugh from time to time about, the reality of the island, but there is a video with regards to Puerto Rico in large numbers. Owners of the homes are selling at dirt cheap prices. Anybody want to call in about that, or let me play the video first? Nathaniel, I got your donation for vets. The VA home loan can be used for homes in Puerto Rico and other territories outside of the U.S. FY. Thank you for that. Okay. Should I go to Puerto Rico? I mean, was it last year I was talking about possibly going to Old San Juan to buy something? But my thing is I don't want to, go buy a home for $15,000. That's some of the prices. And then I have to have a shootout for a loaf of bread. At 8 o'clock in the morning. Pardon me. Give me a second. I'm going to come back to that.
Even the legal team began to cry. When the full verdict had been read, Mr. Combs turned to his family and mouthed, "I'm going home."
We'll find out. The judge will determine that later on. It sounds like today. They have to be back in court at 1 o'clock. Let's check in with Lisa Evers again. She's been inside the courtroom on a daily basis, and I understand she's joined by Peter Frankel, who was with us a little bit earlier to kind of break it down from a legal standpoint. Lisa.
That's right, Curtin Rowe. We're here with criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel just to understand kind of the magnitude of what happened here in this particular case, because he's not in the clear yet.
Lisa Evers, love her. Worked with her for about 3 years. One of the best in the business. For those who don't know, she was a guardian angel for decades. She was formerly married to Curtis Sliwa. In case you don't know, she put boots to the ground back in the early and mid 80s. Lisa Evers.
For people that are just joining us and checking this out right now, is that he was found not guilty of the RICO, that's the racketeering conspiracy, the big one, not guilty of 2 counts of sex trafficking, but he was found guilty of 2 counts of the transportation for prostitution. As a defense attorney, would you consider that a win?
Oh, it's absolutely a win. It's a huge win. When you factor in that the RICO charge was carrying a mandatory life sentence, the sex trafficking charges, both of them carrying a minimum of 15 years. He's now.
Do we have a black guy stealing microphones on the screen? What's going on there? Or does he work for a news agency? Pardon me, I don't mean to marginalize or profile it. I had to say that.
So this was basically because with the RICO, he was looking at the possibility of decades, if not life, behind bars, right?
Pardon self.
100%.
So what happens now? So there was a very
Okay, I'm going to pause that for a second. We are coming back to the coverage. I like Fox 5. They're doing a great job. I don't know what's going on with Law and Crime Network. Sheesh. I saw someone in the queue here who was waiting. Area code 312. Rob Lowe, were you out there? So I saw you in the queue, Rob Lowe. Area code 312. Good morning. Please watch the language. Are you there? 312.
Yeah, I'm here, bro. What's up, man?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, bro. I'm Gen Z, so bear with me. But I've been watching you for like 5 months straight, bro.
So are you getting to the topic? It's a little too early for all that. If you want to call back in the evenings and troll, we're moving fast.
I'm with I'm with what FBJ said when he said the Me Too movement changed, bro.
But what do you say, sir? Never mind, Floor Boy J. Respectfully, what do you say? I'm moving fast here, please.
We're not gonna keep falling for like the destruction of like high profile names because of their old connections being mad at them, bro. Like that's what it all come about. Like that's what it's all coming from. Everybody being mad or jealous that he's like Diddy, like for instance. Cassie mad that Diddy was showing Carisha love and
I'm here with you, sir. I'm here with you. Did your phone go out, sir? 312? I didn't hang up on you. Okay, I think he's on a T-Mobile line. You want to call back, sir? I did not hang up on you. Okay. Thank you for your input. So I don't want to assume most people are happy, but now objectively speaking, for those who subscribe to karma and the theory of God, was this God intervening in Diddy's life? Was this God stepping in to calm down this man close to 60, still running around with pink cocaine, slurs like Cassie? A slur. Some of you keep saying she's beautiful. No, she's clearly now she's hella ugly inside, but it's just God's work, okay? Worldwide, I got your donation on the screen. Thank you so much. I want to play this video about Puerto Rico. Guys, can you give me a second? I don't mean to laugh, but how cheap are the homes? Anybody got any information with regards to this? Oh, and we have to talk about Cop City in South Atlanta. It's open for those who don't know. Cop City. Oh, yeah. Let me remove this. Give me a second. Cheap homes for sale in Puerto Rico. I found this to be pretty interesting. You stop that screen, play this one. Hold on. Cheap abandoned homes, for sale in Puerto Rico. Anybody has knowledge? And there used to be a whole movement back in the days. Puerto Rico is not for sale with regards to colonizers and things like that. But now it seems like it is for sale. Here we go.
Owning a home in the Caribbean for less than the price of a used car. Yes, it's possible. Right here in Puerto Rico. Today, I'll show you real abandoned or cheap houses for sale by owners, properties with huge potential, perfect for budget buyers, flippers, and dreamers. Let's dive into Puerto Rico's hidden real estate goldmine. Many of these properties are priced under $25,000, some even under $10,000. But why so cheap? After hurricanes, economic shifts, and owner relocations, hundreds of homes were left vacant. Now, locals are selling directly, often at throwaway prices to avoid maintenance and taxes. That means you can score a deal if you know where to look. Here are a few real examples. K, a 2-bedroom abandoned house in the mountains, $12,000, negotiable, needs roof repair. Hansa, a 3 BHK home with slight hurricane damage, listed for $18,500 by owner. Perfect for flipping. Maiguez, small cottage near the coast, only $9,800, sold as is by an elderly couple. Yabaco, ocean view shell home, unfinished, just $14,000. All of these are FSBO, for sale by owner, meaning no agent fees. Want to buy one? Here's how. Search CLASFICA.online.com and Facebook Marketplace Puerto Rico. Filter for Dugo Directo Owner Direct. Contact with a message like, Hola, estoy interesado en su propiedad. Este disponible on? Puedo hacer una visita virtual o en persona? Ask for Title Digitality Accessor of Lasto Cup and Senate Board Safety Tip. Always visit or send someone locally to inspect. Some may need repairs, others are ready to move in. Abandoned doesn't mean worthless, it means opportunity. Whether you want a tropical vacation home, a smart investment, or your dream flip, Puerto Rico might just be your answer. Don't forget to subscribe for more budget-friendly.
Okay, I just had to play that because, as I've been saying before, I've been considering going to the island with regards to Old San Juan because they have tax breaks that I can't just, ignore. Some great tax breaks if you're going there to set up a business. But I don't know. I don't want to have a shootout, like I said, 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, let me bring in area code 415. Hey there, please watch the language. Good morning, 415. We're talking about the Diddy verdict and a few other topics. Good morning, good morning, good morning. 415. Yes, no,
Top of the
maybe?
morning.
Good morning.
Top of the morning. Yeah, so I believe Cassie caught a lick, at the expense of a black man. I mean, she made out with all that money. For him to be found not guilty on all 3 of the serious charges that she snitched on him for. Okay. I just think, it just gotta stop, man. Like, they tear down like a lot of our icons based off false information, and they getting paid for it.
Okay. Okay, can I ask how old are you, sir? How old are you?
24.
Okay. What about this whole flying women out thing? That's pretty common for your generation, right? Do you see now the trap, the pitfalls of it? I mean, Cassie and Diddy are one thing, but with regards to, common, hardworking people like yourself, I assume, flying somebody out, whatever you guys pay, not you, but whatever your generation pays, it can be a real trap now. Yes? No?
I don't think it should be a trap. I'm just now finding out that...
Sir, it's a trap. We just now see it's a trap. It's a trap.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I guess it is a trap. Now, how do I feel about it? Yeah. How do I feel about it if it's the question? I feel like nobody should be flying out nobody. You know what I'm saying? If you're trying to see somebody, you should have the funds to be able to get there. You know what I'm saying? That's trick behavior if you ask me. But I don't think it's a crime. It's a crime to be a trick. I mean, in my opinion, it is on a personal level, but on a federal level, to be a trick is a crime. That's crazy to me. I don't know. Okay. It's kind of like messing up the game.
Okay. So you're calling in from out west. What do you think I guess you I don't want to say that you're young and you don't know your history, but do you think that this was in some way for Diddy karma with regards to the killings of Tupac and Biggie and others and people who have fallen to the wayside?
Probably is. He got a lot of them cats up out of here, so yeah, it could be karma. You know what I'm saying? It could be karma. He's what they call it? They call him the black-handed death. That's what I heard. Eugene, what's the Gene Deal guy call him? So yeah, it could be karma, man.
Big Gene, yeah.
Yeah, Big Gene, yeah. So
how's the weather out there right now? You're in California. How's the weather?
It's hot, man. It's hot.
You got the sniffles. Did you fall asleep with the fan on?
Yeah, I did. I fell asleep under the AC.
Yeah. He's capping, kids. Young man, listen, knock it off, okay? That's an old lie. You know, I'm not accusing you, but knock it off with that old lie that I used to tell back in the days, okay? Take it easy. Get some help. Thank you for calling. Thank you. Let's get him out of here. Sniffle. Yeah. No, I fell asleep with the AC on. Guys, I have to play the Remy Ma video. Confronted on June the 4th, according to All Hip Hop and a few other sources. So this happened already out of the Queens courthouse. Remy Ma's 23-year-old son, Jason Scott, he's facing murder charges. And Remy's having a verbal exchange with regards to the man who her son allegedly shot and killed, right? So she's arguing with someone by the name of Dior. Remy was handcuffed. I don't know if she was taken down to the station and booked, but she was handcuffed. And, you know, she may have just been detained, you know, and then maybe given a DAT, desk appearance ticket. I don't know. But clearly she has a certain demeanor about herself. And for those who don't remember, wasn't she arrested back in 2019 for punching somebody on Love and Hip Hop? And she served 8 years in the penitentiary for shooting somebody. So I just want to, give you some context before I play this video. Here we go. Remy Ma beefing and talking hella crazy and wanting to fight. Pardon me. And wanting to fight. Here we go.
Turn around. Like your mother's ugly? Like your mother's ugly? Oh, okay. Same thing. Okay. Watch. Yeah, okay. We could test her right now. Right now, ugly. Everything. Oh, you thought you was gonna see something ugly, bitch. You wasn't. But you wasn't. Nope, but you wasn't. Same here. You see what's up? Same here. You see what's up? Oh, okay.
So yeah, this raggedy ass fucking bitch Remy, like, girl, like you would have thought I did something to you.
Okay, I'm not gonna play her with all that profanity first thing in the morning. Wait a minute, is this Mr. Skylar Saunders tapping in? Skylar, is that you early in the morning, sir?
Good morning, sir.
Good to hear from you. You on your YouTube channel, I'm going to get your information on the screen here shortly. You have been saying Diddy is innocent for months, ever since the trial started, yes?
Months, yes, sir.
Where do you want to start?
I'm not a psychic. I'm not a medium. I'm not a soothsayer.
Okay.
But I did say on your show that that Diddy will most likely get 20 years as a sentence. We don't know what the sentence is yet, but we got the verdict. The Mann Act, that correlates to a maximum of 10 years. There's another provision that could be 20 years, but he probably will get to 10 years for both of those charges.
Okay. Well, where we are now is that the judge is not sure if he's going to give him bail. So letters are due by 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then he will consider giving Diddy bail. Can you speak to that? I mean, I have no law degree. I'm a high school dropout, but based upon my little bit of knowledge, it would appear that he has shown a sign of good faith, and he's not a flight risk. He dealt with everything here. Should he be given a release today, Skylar Saunders?
I'm a community college dropout, so I'm not too up on the legal briefings and different ideals either. However, I do remember him being mostly a good inmate. He had that credit, that card scam, or I don't want to call it a scam, but he had some kind of issue where he was taking the minutes from his other cellmates time for their phone period.
I wouldn't call that a scam. Maybe they were offering, their time so he could use it out of respect, or maybe some type of promise in the future. But go ahead. I hear what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it could be that. It could be very well that. And like I said, he was a model inmate for months, going on 10 months now.
Okay.
I really
Scott,
think
I need you to get to it quick because it looks like they're getting ready to come out and speak. Should Diddy get
sure.
today?
Yep. So I think he's going to get bail today. I think Judge Subramanian, he's going to definitely make the decision, and it's going to be final. In just a few moments' time.
Okay. Good to talk to you, Skylar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Skylar Saunders tapping in. Okay, on the screen right now, guys, you see the results. Fox 5 Local doing a good job. There's the outside of the courthouse. Let me turn this volume up so we can all hear what's going on here.
Apartment, and basically create a jail in an apartment somewhere in the Southern District of New York where he can't leave without permission of the judge himself.
You know what I'm thinking about right now? I'm thinking about Cassie Ventura, who 9 months pregnant, about to give birth any day, went through exhausting testifying on that stand for the prosecution and then cross-examination by the defense. I don't know whether she wanted to go through something like this because she had settled a civil suit with Sean Diddy Combs already.
The one person we have heard from, real quick, Arthur, I don't know if you know this, the one person we have heard from is her attorney, whose name escapes me just now, but he has spoken and he said
Doug
that—
Wigdor,
thank you.
Yes.
That at least Sean Combs has been held accountable for something, that these are the first charges that he's obviously been accused of, but that he's been convicted of it. So that's the first statement we've had from anybody who's been involved in this.
She just gave birth. I mean, literally, she was on the stand, and I think 2 or 3 days later, she gave birth to her baby. And, as someone who went through that process, the hormones get a little crazy. And so I can only imagine what she's feeling right now after she put her heart and soul and really her life out there that basically her children will be able to. Okay,
Fox 5 Local was doing a good job, but I don't want to hear this woman bonding bullshit, from an admitted slur. Cassie Ventura, a slur. Sheesh. Sean Ace, I got your donation on the screen. Hang on a second, sir. Thank you for your support. And guys, there's my email address on the screen as well. So what we're waiting for right now is the defense, Diddy's legal team, to come out and speak. I don't think the prosecution will speak, or maybe they will. I don't know. Around the courthouse. Here we have people pulling up in the cars. Who do we have here right now? Is that Mama Combs? Wait a minute. What's going on right here? Is that Mama Combs?
To lose, defendants in the Southern District of New York. They have a over 90% conviction rate of anyone who goes to trial, and they lost on the 2 major counts, the mandatory jail time counts and then the racketeering count, which carried life in prison. Although the sentencing still hangs in the balance, for them internally, this is it's a tremendous defeat to their ego and to Damian Williams, who was the U.S. attorney who brought these charges for his own notoriety to enhance his own career. It's also a tremendous blow to him and to that whole office.
Arthur, do you have any idea how much this cost? I mean, because this is what at least a year just gathering evidence and a year preparing for the trial. These things are not cheap. What did this cost the United States, us, taxpayers?
The only saving grace there is, believe it or not, U.S. attorneys do not get paid a lot of money for lawyers of their stature, right? Most of these people have gone to Ivy League colleges, Ivy League law schools, where if they were in the private sector, they would be making millions of dollars. Here, I believe they make $150,000 a year. I think that's their salary. Maybe it's $160,000 now. So even though you're going to have 10 of them working on it, I mean, it's millions of dollars, whether it's 4 million or 5 million. Plus, you got to count. You have to the cost of housing Mr. Combs in the federal facility. They probably have, I don't know, 30 FBI agents working on this, 10 prosecutors working on this, 5 paralegals working on this. You know, you have the best and the brightest in the office in any prosecutor's office, but the Southern District is the mother court, the creme de la creme. So it costs us millions and millions of dollars to do this. And this is where they determine their resources are best spent to go after Sean Combs, not to go after organized crime, not to go after financial crimes, etc. But that's when you're the prosecutor, you're entitled to make those decisions. And that was the decision that was made here.
And to be clear, once again, he was found guilty on 2 of the charges, 3 found not guilty. I want to bring Seth back in, Seth Zuckerman. And, you know, you were listening here. You had a chance to hear what Arthur was saying. And you know, the big thing that he brings up about the sentencing was the potential for an ankle bracelet, no texting, no communication with other people, a huge bail, maybe like $50 million, something like that, to try and keep him here. Do you think it's going to take that in order to do it? Or might he be like the judge, might the judge be, like he said, already made up his mind?
Well, that's not what the defense has proposed here, Kurt, right? So the defense has proposed a $1 million bond with travel to 3 states. And that could be very concerning to the judge here. The judge clearly was not ready to make up his mind on the spot.
Jaguar Wright is somewhere right now punching the air. Punching the air. LTK got your donation, sir. The law says you must admit your deeds to be. Hold on a second. Okay, thank you for your support. This was all a show. Now all his dirt is in the open, but please believe it's back to business as soon as he gets out. That's a very good point. But now he has been accused of being gay and bisexual over the decades. Does this now clear him of that? Not that, you know, he really cared about those accusations. A freak, yes. The whole rubbing male semen on his nipples, you know. But I saw nothing in the transcripts, unless you guys did, with regards to him having any type of sex with males. You know, thank you for your donation. I'm going to get back to the video in a second here. And the credit, dude, I got your donation. Thank you so much. Xavier got your donation. He says, Puerto Rico still not for sale. F out of here. I appreciate the donation. Well, listen, man, the video that I played came from a good source. Some of the homeowners, I can only assume that they're older people, and, you know, times have changed, and the not just the cost of living, but how people live now, unless you have your own, you know, animals, livestock, if you will, then, you know, you can't necessarily live off the land. So if that's what's going on, and I don't claim to know, I can see why they're selling their homes, but it seems like it's in large numbers. Do you want to call in? So, oh, and also Xavier, whatever happened to Vieques? The U.S. Navy used to use Vieques for target practice, and I always used to, pardon me for laughing, speak about that. And you had people literally living, you know, in that area of Vieques, and the U.S. Navy was shooting goddamn missiles in there. Did they stop that, Xavier? Appreciate your donation. Okay. All right. Hold on a second. I'm bringing a caller 2 here. Area code 856. Hey there. Good morning. Please watch the language. We're talking about a few topics. Are you up to speed on the Diddy verdict? Area code 856. Yes, no? 856 in 5, 4, 3, 2. I have to keep it going. Area code. Yes. Good morning. Good morning.
Here, Star, what it do? Jersey checking in.
Hey, what's up, man? How are you? It's cracking.
All right. I seen that Diddy shit pop up.
Sir, you've got to watch the language or you're out of here. Watch the language. It's too early. It's too early. Come on.
I seen the Diddy news pop up, and I had to check on you ASAP.
Right. Give us your thoughts, sir. Give us your thoughts. Minus the profanity.
I mean, from the jump, I feel like the media tried to make it more about the freaky stuff, and instead of the abuse, like You're forcing this girl to sleep with multiple people, nights in, nights out. Like, where's the attention to that? They wanted to get this man on what, sex trafficking? Because you're flying women in, flying them out. That's not sex trafficking. If they're doing it under their own merit, you feel me? Because
sir, he has been accused of it. He's been accused of it. Can we can we speak to that? What he has been accused of? I can understand your passion. But what about what he has been accused of? Accused and found guilty.
And found guilty on the prostitution. I mean, hey, it's the oldest profession.
Okay.
That ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
But everything else they tried to make the case about, that was kind of out the window.
Okay. Okay. Any thoughts with regards?
The other thing
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The other thing I didn't like, everybody turned their back on him as soon as the accusations came up. Everybody turned their back, and everybody knows they were at the parties.
Well, I don't have a response to that. I mean, that's pretty much human nature. I mean, the peanut gallery wants to go after the people who are, living the life of wealth. So, but I appreciate your call, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Folks, please watch your language. It's kind of early. I just want to have good conversations. Let me go back to something here with regards to okay, I did speak to this person. Hey, Tiffany, I got your email. Thank you so much. There was no footage of Remy Ma being handcuffed. Yeah, I got the picture, but I couldn't find that particular footage. Okay. Does she get counseling for anger management or something like that? A Boogie says Big Gene has the Mossberg in his mouth. Free Diddy by the end of the day. Sheesh. I will let you guys speak, okay? This is the objective perspective. I just want to make sure that's very well and clear. Let's go to area code 339. Good morning. We're taking some calls. I'm also playing some news coverage of the Diddy verdict. Are you up to speed? 339. Yes, no, maybe. If not, I have to go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let me go back to Fox 5.
Would not suggest that, but it's up to them, obviously.
Of course, and I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple of days you hear certain leaks from certain jurors learning about the deliberations. That happens in most of these high-profile cases these days, is you learn after the fact. I wouldn't be surprised also if the judge's deputies got the jurors out of a back entrance so that they escorted them out through an entrance so that the press wasn't bothering them today. This judge was very careful to make sure that the press was not finding out the identity of these jurors. And I wouldn't be surprised if they escorted them out a back entrance and that those jurors are already on their way home.
So this is what I'm going to say. Anybody who's watching, who's friends or family with any of the jurors, we will put them on in silhouette, change their voices.
You can advocate for that. I am not supportive of that.
We would put their story out there without putting their identity. Yeah. It's happened in the past. We've done it for tens of years.
Go ahead. I'm staying out of this one.
I know, but I just think that, don't you want to know how?
Because you want to know something doesn't mean you need to know. The jury, what they told you is what you need to know. That's just my opinion. I just don't believe in that.
Now, sometimes they do talk, there have been instances, they will talk to us, even with the presence of an escort who then just steps off. It's like, well, it's in your hands now. So we do get that, sometimes.
Real quick, where's Diddy?
So Diddy right now is in a holding cell at the courthouse waiting to be brought back into court at whatever time the court reconvenes.
All right. Arthur Idell is standing by as well. Arthur, I'm sorry.
I just want to tell you, regarding what the topic you're talking about, jurors, I never learned more about my craft than when I speak to jurors after a trial, whether that was when I was a prosecutor and things that they focused on, and when I was a prosecutor about, I believed your witness when he identified the defendant sitting at the chair, because he didn't just say the guy sitting at the chair. He said the guy sitting at the chair with the pink shirt and the button-down collars and a little bit of a stain on his shoulder. And he's like, once we heard that he was so detail-oriented, that's when we knew he was telling the truth. Like, I would have never thought of that in a million years. And as a defense attorney, it's the same thing. You get to ask them, like, what worked, what didn't work, what resonated with you, what didn't resonate with you, whether I got the verdict on the case that I wanted or I didn't want. It's almost like you guys, Kurt and Rosanna, like speaking to your audience. Like, what'd you like about that segment? What didn't you like about that segment? Was this good? Was that, should we change this? So I love, as a lawyer, to speak to the jurors. I understand what both of you are saying regarding whether they should speak or not, but it is fascinating to hear what happens when you put 12 strangers in a room together for 2 months and you say, don't talk about what we're working on. Don't talk about this project for 2 months until a couple of days ago when they allowed you to talk about it. And then 12 strangers have to agree on judging another human being's life and lifestyle, etc. I mean, it is a very, from a human perspective, it is fascinating. And I will tell you this, Kurt, your viewers, I agree. I hear what you're saying in terms of protecting the jurors themselves as individuals. I got you. But from viewers' perspectives, from a human perspective, it is fascinating to hear what happened when they went into the jury room and how things played out.
I understand I'm in the minority on this set, in this newsroom. I totally get it. I totally get it. I'm just not in favor of it. But hey, one man's opinion.
Okay.
That's it.
Apparently, Arthur Chan is tweeting that a Sprinter van pulled to the closed garage on the Pearl Street side, and that's where the jurors. It's speculated the jurors left from that entrance, and I guess they dismissed them. They probably got them to another place that's safe from the prying eyes of the press.
You also pointed out, Rosanna, that the New York Times was saying that Psalm 11 is what Sean Combs read. I looked it up. It's a declaration of trust in God's adversity and a reminder of his justice against enemies, so of his children.
Well, it basically says, I put my trust in you, which is, if anybody is going through hardship, you know that you need help from a divine individual to help you get through that, and you have to trust that God's going to take care of you. And that's what Diddy was reading as the verdict came in.
I think some people will have a hard time looking at video.
I don't have a problem with that. Most of you know I am an atheist, a non-believer in the theory of God. But if Diddy found comfort in reading that psalm during the reading of the verdict, as they just said, I have no problem with that. If that's his system of belief and of living, and he found comfort in that, I have no problem with that. Any comments on that? Anybody want to chime in? The little gaming channel, I got your donation. Free Diddy. Cassie needs to give back some of that money. Someone send me, okay, something to buy baby oil. Thank you so much. Guys, please watch the language. It's kind of early. You know, I like to get up sometimes and do these types of research shows, but we have to watch the language, please. Let me go to area code 919. Are you there? Good morning. Tapping in about the verdict in the Diddy trial.
Yes, sir. Calling in from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm just
how are you?
Basically, my thoughts on the verdict. I feel like he should have been not guilty on everything. If they couldn't find him guilty on the sex trafficking and the RICO, then he shouldn't have been guilty on anything. That's my thought.
Can I ask how old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay, you're a young man, respectfully. Well, he has been found guilty, and I just want to, as much as I can say, stop flying people out. That's a big thing with your generation, right? Sending people a cash app and a donation. Next you know, they're on the plane. You're at the airport, and as soon as he or she gets into the vehicle, they're filming you. Yes.
Yeah, I have seen a lot of that stuff on my algorithm. I see TikToks of men flying out females thinking that they're gonna get something in exchange for that, not getting it, and now they're trying to out them out, having them go home on their own and all this nonsense. It would have all been avoided if you never flew them out in the first place. So
who have you flown out, sir? Respectfully, keep it real. You're 25.
Respectfully,
have you flown out?
Respectfully, that's above my pay grade. I don't fly people out.
Are you on the Monkey app?
No, I'm on I'll do Tinder. You know what I'm saying? I'll do a little bit of a Hinge. I'll do all those other dating apps.
But you know about the monkey app, yes?
I do know about that monkey app.
Be
That
careful.
monkey app is kind of
Be
funny.
careful the monkey app, because you got people under 17, from what I've been told, sitting there pretending to be in their 20s. That's a trap too. I just want to say that, okay? But hey, man, I appreciate the call. Have a great day. Have a great day.
You too. Enjoy the 4th of July.
Yes, sir. The monkey app. Oh, good God Almighty. Thank you for your patience, guys. I'm going to continue playing some of this news coverage. They're doing a good job at Fox. Much better than Law and Crime Network. Should I at least check on Law and Crime Network? Let me go over there and see if they. I got a hater over there, Candace. I'm not going to kick her back in, but damn. Is she still on the screen? Let me see. Well, no. Now they got this other female. No disrespect. What is her name?
Over at Bad Boy, when they kind of mentioned during his cross-examination whether or not Diageo might have played a role in kind of, they were talking about the expansion of Ciroc and how they were only isolated to certain urban areas, and that Derek Ferguson was kind of talking about how the Combs enterprise, not to be confused with the one that the government was alleging, but the Combs enterprise wanted more of an expansion outside of just to be marketed at urban areas. So surprisingly, it was brought up in that particular context. And then that when I remember reading, or not reading, because obviously I was there, I remember hearing it, and I was like, oh, might be in relation to the Diageo and kind of the civil matter with that. And so it was brought up in court, yes, but as far as just the overall conversation about it, it was really just kind of limited to that.
Yeah, and not the timing of it. There was some insidious reason. Before we let you go, I know I have to wrap up. There's a lot of commotion going on outside, right? What's happening around
there
you?
is. Yeah, honestly, Jesse, if you guys saw me kind of looking around, looking back and forth, it's because literally right behind our tent, somebody was yelling, getting into a very heated debate about, again, the emotions are running pretty high after this verdict came out. A lot of people, especially those who were very much free Diddy, free Sean Combs, those who are kind of in his support system, kind of yelling a little bit at us. I even see some of the comments from you guys. Some of y'all are saying that we're biased, all of those things. And so in terms of just the emotions running kind of high after this verdict is read, it's definitely spilling out over into the courtroom. The yelling kind of stopped for a moment. Not sure if it went kind of over to the other side, but it seems like there is still a lot kind of going on. I'm glad that it kind of calmed down a little bit before you went back to me, but it was kind of a little bit of a commotion going on. I was just kind of nervous for a moment that he might interrupt our live shot, but it doesn't seem like that's happening.
Right.
It seems like, for the most part, I was taken over to the side a little bit over there.
Well, you stay safe. We will talk to you a little bit later, and we'll find out what today is going to have in store for us and whether or not we might actually see Sean Combs exit that courthouse. That would be something. We, the public, have not been able to lay eyes on him for quite some time. Elizabeth Milner, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Want to bring on Tyler Bailey into the conversation. Tyler.
I'm going to jump in here for a second. We'll come back to Tyler and the team here at Law and Crime Network. Wouldn't that be crazy if Diddy is released today and the crowd is out there? Diddy would get the similar treatment to O.J. Simpson when he was found not guilty. Oh, my goodness. I can remember right now when the verdict came down, I was in Brooklyn on Eastern Parkway in Banco Popular. I'm in line. And when I'm looking at the screen there and it said not guilty, I said, whoa! I screamed like a 15-year-old girl at a Zac Efron concert. Ah! Ran outside the bank, I don't know why, onto Eastern Parkway, jumping up and down. Didn't even finish my goddamn transaction. Thank you for your donation, Maurizio. Okay. What's clear about this trial is no one is taking. Okay, let me put that on the screen. Personal responsibility. Where is that donation? Well, I mean, are we looking for people to pick up everything that Diddy has done in the past? A lot of that stuff with regards to the city college, that's old now. most of the people today, they don't know about that City College stuff that happened back in the days. And he paid off those people, so we have to at least let the man move on. Let's go to area code 718. Are you there? Good morning. Please watch the language. 718. Yes, no?
Star, what's good, bro?
Hey, how are you, sir? Where do you want to start?
All right. Man, the mainstream media has done a disservice to the diddler. I've been following the trial since day one.
Okay.
I was shocked that Diddy was pretty much acquitted of 3 counts, correct?
Yeah, guilty on 2. Acquitted of 3.
Guilty on 2.
Yes, sir.
So now the situation with Jane Doe and, I don't know if we could say it over the air now, 50 baby mom and Cassie Ventura? I believe both of them, they were down for the shenanigans. What Shorty is getting paid 10 racks a month, whether it's for like her rent or, all of this other stuff. Cassie getting paid 20 mil because didn't want to read her book.
Yeah, Diddy gave her 20 and she got 10 million from the hotel. So that's where we are. Go ahead.
Yeah, and also she was basically working along with the government this entire time. I
believe that. That.
Again, walking into the trial, I thought, all of these rumors were true. Diddy's gay, he messing with little kids or what have you. But coming out of this trial, it's don't believe what you hear. Don't believe, I can't even say what you see because we didn't see anything besides the video in the hotel and that 30-minute loop. Apparently it was like a 6-minute situation going back and forth. So, man, I believe don't fly anybody out, man.
Yeah.
Don't fly anybody out.
Yeah, if I could just jump in for a second. I don't know how old you are, but that's
35.
Okay. That's a big thing now, flying people out, not just females, but people that will bring drugs or they have something that you may or may not want, need, and or desire. If you're out in the Midwest or somewhere where the pickings
from Queens.
Oh no, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying if you live in
some
area where the pickings are slim and you got an extra 2,500 laying around, you got to be careful because you see the difference now. Not that people haven't been flown out in the past, is that everything's recorded. The text messages, they're
everything recorded, threads.
They're texting you about, well, do you want the perk 10s or the perk 30s?
And even she. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm cutting you off.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going off of what is it, Cassie? She had the videos or pictures of all of these things in her mouth or what have you, getting scarred up. And I'm like, I don't know. When she was reaching out to the Punisher, she's reaching out to this, escort service. It's a little murky. And I don't believe he should have went down pause for any of these, the prostitution against her or Jane Doe. Okay. I don't know what. I appreciate the time, boss.
Thank you, man. Salute. Yes, sir. Okay. Appreciate the call. Okay, so we've got this woman back on the screen with all due respect. So she's from the something called Scandal on YouTube. Has she been down with the Law and Crime Network for a while, or did they bring her in because she sounds like Tisa Tells? Tisa Tells, whether you like her or not, has been putting boots to the ground, doing great coverage. And this chick here, I think her name is something Gillespie. Let me just play a little bit of her. She said, I don't have a law degree, but she's like all over the place.
You can see it as much now. There were so many people here. I'm going to guess around 200. It could have been growing, that the crowd was kind of falling into the streets. I went across the street and kind of wanted to see what the vibe was over there. Again, very tense. And New York police officers were there saying, get back, because this is an active street, by the way. You've seen the sirens and heard the horns. Like, people are driving up and down this road, and it's unsafe to be walking in the middle of the street. So just probably 5 minutes ago, an NYPD giant van with barricades came, and they were going and putting them farther across the courthouse there so that people can't spill out over into the road for their safety. And also, honestly, possibly because the crowd has gotten so wily and so rowdy, and we just don't know what's going to happen. So there is a pretty decent sized police presence here too.
We have reporting from NBC to couple this that say men outside the courtroom screaming over their opposing views on Combs' verdict, as Sierra was saying. Apparently, there is one man who's been reported to be wearing a denim jacket, sunglasses, questioning another man in a red shirt and a bucket hat over whether Combs is going to prison. The man in the denim had yelled, he beat her. The other man said it doesn't matter. The other man says he beat her, he kicked her. The other one says, and she liked it. How about that? This is a verdict, Sierra, because essentially, let's be entirely clear. The jury was not convinced that Cassie or Jane were victims of sex trafficking, that they were not, that Sean Combs did not use force, fraud, or coercion to induce them into commercial sex acts. They believed that they were transported across state lines for the purposes of prostitution. That is a very different legal conclusion than sex trafficking. And you wonder, you respect the jury's verdict, you understand the jury's verdict. I have no reason to question the jury's verdict. This seemed to be a very methodical jury, took their position, their role very seriously. But you can see how people are now going to interpret this in different ways.
Oh, yeah. And that description that you just made, the man who was wearing the red bucket hat and then the denim jacket, that was literally right behind me. Where the camera is, right behind the camera is where that was happening. And it was tense. And you do see this, Jesse. I mean, it's opposing views. Some people who say that they are advocates for people who are sexual assault survivors, who are saying one thing, and other people who are saying they are advocates for P. Diddy. He's wrongly accused, saying another thing. So there's a lot happening.
Yeah. Tyler, I want to go to you real quick. We got a super chat question that came in. Keanu.
I'm going to jump in right there and let me say thank you to Deeds. She sent me a text message. Sierra is the female's name on the screen right now. Sierra started working at Law and Crime in 2021 as a producer before transitioning on cam as a reporter in 2022. Okay. All right. She kind of reminded me of Tisa Tells, but maybe that's where, journalism is now, but she said she didn't have a law degree, not that she couldn't be doing what she's doing. Sierra, but thank you, Deeds. All right. Also, let me, I may or may not play a video soon. Cop City officially opened in the Atlanta metro area. You guys up to speed? Or South Atlanta? Cop City. And it's the over $100 million complex with regards to police training, the biggest facility in America. I'm going to get to that shortly, but I just want to let you know before I play that video, okay? Also, salute to Dre at Grave Shift, got your donation. Star Justin Combs has since been accused of gang rape. Diddy and the fam, who do it better. Yeah, that's a rough one. I think I'm going to go back to Fox. Fox has been doing a great job on the coverage, more so to my liking. I think we're done with Law and Crime. Okay, so I'm going to put Fox on the screen because we're waiting on the defense to come out and speak. So let me just park that right there. Lord Stryker, I got your donation. Troy, Boondocks. Okay. Let me put that on the screen. Thank you, Lord Stryker, for your support as always, sir. The Boondocks predicts this exact ish all the way down to the reporters reporting on Blackie going back and forth with another one. Yeah, well, that's it's a formula, if you will, with regards to things that have happened and I guess will continue happening. But thank you for your donation. Guys, I'm not up to speed on the text messages with Bishop T.D. Jakes. Is he okay? I know he had a mild stroke. Anybody want to call in and break that down? Or Bishop T.D. Jakes, is he okay? I wanted to go down there to the Potter's house and see him in person, but is he still preaching? Anybody know? Bishop T.D. Jakes. Yes, I'm an atheist, but I wanted to see him put his Mac down in person. Okay. Ace, I got your donation. Thank you for tapping in. Feds blew a 3-1 lead. Oh, I like that. Anybody done Fed time? Does this now affect the Fed's conviction rate? Or did we have a misunderstanding about the Fed's conviction rate? Did the Feds get too much credit over the decades because people took deals instead of actual convictions? Anybody want to speak to that? Let's go to area code 571. Hey there, it's now afternoon. Please watch the language. Are you there? 571.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Yeah, free my boy Diddy.
Okay, how are you?
Number one.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, so I just want to say, number one, this is a totally bogus. The whole case is bogus. Number one, the Mann Act is based off a racist law made up to prosecute Jack Johnson, the boxer that was boxing in the early 1900s. I don't know if you're familiar.
So I'm as old as dust. Yes, I remember Jack Johnson. Also, didn't Chuck Berry get caught up in the Mann Act? Remember Chuck Berry?
I believe so. Yes, I believe so. It's a totally bogus racist law. It is made to prevent black men from dating white women. So the charges that he got convicted on today was just bogus. That's number one. Number two, these people raided his home, had his kids hemmed up for no reason, embarrassed his whole family. His daughters have to still go to school with all this hanging around their head. This is totally bogus, and today is a great day in America, man. That's what I want to say.
Hang on a second now. With all due respect, yes, the Mann Act, if memory serves me correctly, was created for Jack Johnson, but Chuck Berry, come on, man, Chuck Berry, I just Googled it, was prosecuted and convicted under the Mann Act in the early 60s for transporting a 14-year-old girl across state lines, sir. A 14-year-old. Chuck Berry.
Well,
so,
yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, I'll give you that one, but that's underage stuff. This don't got nothing to do with this case right here. No underage people were involved. These were consenting adults. All I want to say is I don't understand the connection. Like, why can't we fly girls? Why can't we fly women out? Like, this don't even got nothing to do with his case. Like, he wasn't flying women out. He was transporting Cassie around the country or whatever they were doing. He wasn't flying anybody out and back and forth. So why can't we fly women out? I don't understand that. You mentioned that earlier.
Well, sir, I appreciate this call, but he has been convicted. And guys, what's the Punisher and some other people? He was flying escorts out. Yeah. So I mean, in my opinion, your generation.
But he wasn't charged.
So he's been convicted, sir. Please, I don't want to argue. He's been convicted of it, of flying.
But he wasn't charged with flying escorts out. He was charged for flying Cassie around, transporting Cassie, not escorts.
Okay, you know what, sir? You take it from here. I don't know what I'm talking about. All I have is what's in front of me and what I have been hearing. He has been convicted. Count 3, transportation for prostitution. Count 5, transportation for prostitution. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Like I said, this is a totally bogus case, and you know what? He should countersue. I feel like P. Diddy should countersue Cassie because she was a willing participant. She was supplying him with drugs. Even I know that's hearsay. Let me take that back. Let me retract that one. But this is I got my mom.
I think that's a fact, sir, that she was, initiating the low grade behavior as well. She was calling the escorts, threatening them. I mean, she was doing the most. So she's not innocent by any means, in my opinion. But go ahead.
Yeah, and they should give him bail right now. What do you think? Say again. He should get bail today.
I would like to see that. I think I don't think he's a flight risk. He has stood up to these charges, and he's beat the top charges. I think he should be released on bail, and the sentencing will be in a couple of months. But hey, I'm just sitting here, discussing it. You have the final word. Any thoughts about Remy Ma? Or do you care?
Remy Ma, the situation with her, I saw the video. I don't know why she was arrested. She didn't make any threats or put her hands on anybody. Why was she arrested and the Hispanic lady not arrested? That's my only question. But I don't got nothing else to say, Star.
Well, hang on a second. Stay with me. She was detained in handcuffs. So there is a picture. I couldn't find any video of her being handcuffed. And she should have been handcuffed, with all due respect. She's a convicted felon for shooting someone. She did 7 to 8 years. She also punched a girl in the face on Love and Hip Hop. I think the police did the right thing by handcuffing her. She ran down the steps in a sundress and sneakers saying, come on, let's fight. How old is Remy?
Hold on.
How old is Remy Ma now?
I think she's like 43, 40 something, 43 or something like that, 44.
She's too old for that, but go ahead and land your plane. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, she is too old for that, but I don't think the cops knew all that history about her being arrested and being convicted of murder or shooting somebody and all that. I don't know if she should have been arrested, but if you said she ran down the stairs, whatever, saying she wanted to fight, and whatever, I mean, I guess.
I appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
All right.
Chuck Berry. Oh, the father of rock and roll. Make no mistake about it. Born in 1926. He passed away in 2017. Maybelline. Why can't you be true? Maybelline. I used to hear these songs in the 70s, pardon me. Roll Over Beethoven. Rock and roll music. Johnny B. Good. Chuck Berry from St. Louis. Oh, God, there's a video out there for anybody who cares. Yoko Ono, John Lennon's ex. And, oh, God, Yoko Ono. I think John Legend was there. And George Harrison from the Beatles. They were jamming. And when Yoko Ono started trying to sing, Chuck Berry started making faces like, please get this bitch out of here. But he was convicted of, bringing a 14-year-old across the lines. Asa, thank you for your donation. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything here with regards to the live stream. Still no one has come out to speak. Hold on, everybody. I see you folks in the queue. Give me a second. Okay, Deeds says Remy Ma is 45. Let me put Deeds' information on the screen, guys. If you would be so kind to send her a donation. She does incredible research whilst I'm doing these shows. She's quick. Remy Ma is 45. Yeah, she's too old for all that. Come on, let's fight. Running down the stairs. And salute to the police who handcuffed her. She should have been handcuffed. Absolutely. And she was trying to fight the daughter of the man her son is on trial for killing. Yes. I got to find Deeds' information. Give me a second, guys. Someone is calling in from Canada. Hey there. Thank you for your patience. You're calling in from Canada. Yes, no?
Yes. What's going on, Star?
Hey.
Top of the day, man.
Hey, who's this?
Hey, this is King G. I'm in Toronto. I'm calling from Toronto.
Okay.
But I'm from Harlem. Anyway.
Okay.
Listen, I'll tell you like this, man.
Please watch the language, sir, with all due respect.
A slur.
Please watch the language.
Yes. Yeah, Cassie was a slur. She was a slur that liked pink cocaine and freak offs. She liked the party. You know what I'm saying? So I'm happy that Diddy got acquitted for the serious charges. They should have put him on everything, but this is what they do to a person when you're wealthy. But shout out to Diddy and his family, man. He shouldn't have went through all of that. You know,
sir, take it easy. You know I don't do shout outs, but now, hold on a second. You're born and raised in New York?
I'm born in Dominican Republic, but I'm raised in New York City, uptown Harlem. But I've been in Toronto now for a couple of years.
Are you legal, respectfully?
I watch your show all the time, you know.
I appreciate that, but
I'm a Canadian citizen. Yes.
So you're not an American citizen.
I'm legal, man. I'm legal.
Hang on. How long did you live in Harlem? I have to ask.
In Harlem?
How long did you live in Harlem?
I lived about 22 years.
So you never had.
I grew up in Harlem.
You never had a visa in New York. You just grew up in Harlem 20 years.
Of course I had a visa. I came there as a child. My parents brought me there. I was a landed resident.
Okay.
Permanent resident.
But you say you're a Canadian citizen. That's what you just said.
I got married. I got married to a Canadian woman, and I became a citizen out here.
Oh, okay.
But my journey started in Harlem, 125th and Amsterdam, man.
I had to ask. Okay.
I know. You asked me this last time I called you.
Okay. All right. So, with regards to the charges that he has been convicted of, you're from the New York tri-state over 20 years, is this the karma? Come on, man. Loon, Black Rob, everybody, Mace, all these people, G. Depp, Biggie.
I mean, yeah.
Ran these people into the ground.
You gotta pay for some stuff in your life. You know what I mean? Them people wasn't going to acquit him on everything. They had to get him on something. So, but I believe Diddy will get released today. He will be released by midnight tonight. You know what I'm saying? And he will be home for 4th of July.
Well, hang on a second, sir. Stay with me. I'm glad that you're on.
Excuse my language.
Stay with me. Stay with me. I'm glad you're on the line. You said 20. How many years in Harlem yourself?
22.
Okay. Stay with me. I want you to sum this up for us. I'm looking to you. Loon did 14 years. G. Depp did, I forget how many he did, right? Biggie, R.I.P. Who else? Mace. Mace said this is devil work. I got to get at him. Mace got the hell out of there. Give me the list of others that came through that bad boy machine and fell on hard times. Come on, man.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Puffy was young, and he was pimping all these artists, right? Black Rob was sick. He's from Spanish Harlem.
R.I.P. He was a great guy.
Diddy gave him a couple of thousands and never paid them again. Rest in peace to Black Rob. Mace got away. Mace got away early. So somebody snatched him up. He was saved. Diddy didn't get to him, but all I gotta say is, man,
the 112. I heard he took all their publishing.
It's a floor that, like,
sir. Never mind, Cassie. Stay with me. Thank you, Deed. Yeah, he took all of 112's publishing. Right? Total. He did total. So dirty. Pam wound up working in White Castle in New Jersey. Come on, man. Is this not some type of karma?
Hey,
come on.
You know what? This is definitely some type of karma, 100%.
Okay.
He definitely did a lot of people wrong. You understand what I'm saying? So of course, he's gonna lay out.
Sir, are you there? I didn't hang up on you. Hello. All right, his call dropped out. Sir, are you still there?
Pop and
okay, your phone went out. Hang on, your phone went out. Okay, go ahead and land your plane, man. I appreciate you keeping it real. You spent 22 years in Harlem. You're from the DR, and you're now in Canada.
All right,
go ahead, land your plane.
What did you say?
You have the final word. Go ahead.
Hey, the final word is, it's a good day. It's a good day for hip hop. It's a good day for black people. They try to R. Kelly this man, and he beat the feds. So I'm going to smoke a big federal pack today on Diddy's name.
Salute. Okay. I don't like hanging up on people. Oh, my God. D says G. Depp did 13 years. Danity Kane, day 26. Oh, my God, day 26. What was that guy's name in day 26 who we all thought he was kind of extra, not crazy, but now we see that he, what was it, Q? What was that guy's name? He said this is demonic. I got to get, Shine. Oh, my, how can we forget Shine? Thank you. Okay, Q. The guy's name was Q from day 26. Shine did 10. Oh, my God. Come on, everybody can't be saying free Diddy. Not that I'm trying to kick his back in. This is the objective perspective. Guys, on the screen, if you appreciate the early broadcast and the intense research that Deeds does, okay, I ask that you send her a small donation. Her information is on the screen right there. That's her Cash App. Okay, you can show your appreciation. Cash App, $DEEDS812. If you have been blocked in the live chat for whatever reason, contact Deeds. I don't handle any blocking. I want you in there, doing what you do, but you have to follow some type of rules with regards to what Deeds.
We're looking at highs mostly in the 80s. We do have lots of clouds out there and some lingering showers, but we'll see the sun breaking through before the day's end. And tonight will be relatively quiet. We'll have a mixed sky overnight. Temperatures dropping into.
Okay, I don't necessarily want a weather update right now. Give me a second, guys. Any other channels that I should be focused on? That's 3 hours ago. I'm going to check on Law and Crime one more time. Unless, what is this here? What is this? Verdict reach? No, that's something different. Give me a second, guys. I want to make sure I'm giving you okay. Here's somebody talking about bringing prostitutions across state lines. This might be important. Hold on a second.
Convicted on. Essentially, when you're looking at that time served, which is 9 months, could he walk free on this?
No, I think you've got a couple of interesting dynamics when you're talking about federal criminal sentencing. One, you have the statute. We know that the statutory maximum for the counts of conviction are 10 years each, but throw those away. Everything lives and dies with what we call the federal sentencing guidelines. It's a series of mathematical computations. Your life as a defendant is reduced to an accounting. Every crime carries with it points. What you do in furtherance of the crime carries with it points. You add, you subtract, you go to a chart. There is a vertical axis, which are the number of points, a horizontal axis, which is your criminal history, and you land on a range in months. And from there, we get to a sentencing. So I think the good news for Mr. Combs is that he was acquitted of the more serious crimes, convicted of the less serious crimes, still carries statutory maximums. And when you do the guideline calculations, and here's the part that really will trip everybody up, the judge is allowed to consider the acquitted conduct in a federal criminal case, so long as he finds that the proof was by a preponderance. So don't be surprised if Mr. Combs ends up with a sentence that looks a lot closer to double digits than it does to single digits, given what the judge saw in this trial.
Randy, how do you view this? So 2 out of the 5. How do you view this? Is this a win or a loss for the Southern District? Your thoughts?
Loss.
It is a win for everyone. Quite frankly, I think the Southern District went in to try this case with one arm tied behind its back, because I think the Southern District knew that this was a case about violence. It was a case about domestic violence. It was a case that should have been brought by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. The RICO count was brought in as a throwaway. They needed the RICO count to be able to get in the older time barred, statute of limitations barred conduct, because RICO allows the government to go back, like to bring in the 2016 video. I think the sex trafficking was a throwaway because, again, the government knew going into it. The Cassie Ventura, there was proof of consent. So I think it is a win for the government. They got a conviction. It's a win for the defense because the defense got an acquittal. It was a win for the criminal justice system because justice was really done. The jury did the right thing. They saw pragmatically, practically, and legally where they should land, and that's exactly where they landed.
I hear what you're saying. Obviously, they had to bring these RICO cases and charges to get some evidence that they needed. However, for the Southern District of New York, it still has to be a loss to them. This was very public. This is a lot of time and money spent. You don't think that this is still considered a loss for them on missing out on those 2 bigger charges?
I think, quite frankly, everyone won today. I think it really is the definition of a good deal, even though there was a verdict.
Salute to that anchor for saying that. This is a loss for the prosecution. If you had to do all of that, trump up RICO charges and then fall on your face, this is a loss. Taxpayer dollars, Embarrassing
that they wanted, but it's the difference between winning a baseball game 2-1 or winning a game 18-1. A win is a win is a win.
All right, defense attorney Randy Zellin, we do thank you for being with us. We ask you to just stick around because we have to do a couple of other things here in-house.
Yeah, one of those other things would be the weather forecast as we're still dealing with it. Those ups and downs, a lot of that rain yesterday. So we're going to turn things over.
Okay, I'm going to put them on hold for a second. I'm still waiting to see if the defense comes out to speak. Maybe they'll come out after 1 p.m. when the when the judge gets the letters to see about possibly releasing Diddy on bail. Bad Guys podcast. I got your donation. Shouldn't the prostitutes be convicted? So I don't know. Have they been charged? I think after Diddy's trial flushes out, that may be looked into, or did they agree to anything with regards to their testimony? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I would assume that they made those types of deals with the prosecution prior to even testifying. Thus the reason why they, said the things that they said. If you ask me, I could be wrong. Okay, but thank you for your donation. Puff make his own laws. Okay. F your rules. Okay. I hear you, but it's something to really think about when you put your family through this, and his mother and his children, what they have gone through. I mean, I can't imagine that, just that's beyond me. Let's go to area code 272. Hey there, good afternoon. Please watch the language. 272, combing through the topics.
Yeah, what's going on, Star? It's Qua.
Kuala, how are you, man? Good to hear from you.
Man, that lady knew what she was saying. The last what she was watching on the news. It is a great win for the defense team. Here's why. If Diddy was going to get,
you said a great win for who?
It was a great win for Diddy's defense team and Diddy. Here's why. If they would have charged him with the RICO, they was going to seize everything of his. That's the part they're not telling you about. And people are not telling you what happened in court, that they asked the judge to please release his private plane and all the stuff they seized.
Well, to be accurate, Kuala, he was charged, but he was not convicted of the RICO. He was not convicted. Go ahead.
Right. So because they had a RICO, and plus a lot of people don't know, when you get charged with RICO, right, they seize all your property, right? So let's say, for example, in this case, they have victims. Whether you want to say Jane Doe was a victim, whether you want to say Cassie is a victim. So what happens is when they seize your property, they use that and pay off the victims. The problem with this case was he's only got caught with prostituting. That's, if it was a regular person, they went to jail for probably 2 years, probation or whatever, counseling or whatever. In this situation, this is Diddy. They want to try to get some type of charge. They want to try to get at least 10 years at him. I don't think it's going to happen. I think he gets released tonight. I believe what the last caller said, he's going to get released tonight. He's going to get a bill because the big charges are not on the table no more. He was not found guilty of those big charges. And the key to this case was people paid attention. And I think I talked to you a couple of days ago. They wanted the testimony and text messages from Kathy. They wanted those testimony and text messages. Remember, when I paid attention to the whole case.
Okay.
When the prosecutor went up there in court, they showed what Cassie was saying in her text message. They wasn't showing all the text messages. They were showing some of the text messages, right? They showed partial of the freak off. They didn't show the whole thing. When the defense team went up there, they said, wait, hold on. Here's the real text message. This is the whole login for the text messages, all the text messages, what she was saying, which constantly he kept saying in his closing argument. These women kept telling him, we love you, we love you. He said they said it like 808 times. We love you, we love you.
Right.
right? So yesterday, that was the thing. They asked a day ago, we want her text message and her testimony.
Yeah.
The prosecutor.
What you're talking about, for those who don't know, the jury requested more text messages of Cassie Ventura. Now, hold on a second, because I appreciate your knowledge with regards to this. I don't want to keep focusing on Cassie because he beat the charges with regards to Cassie, right?
Right.
So let's focus on what we have now. Count 3, guilty, transportation for prostitution. Count 5, transportation for prostitution. Your thoughts on that? And can this be a monumental case for not just young black men, Caucasian, whoever, males who fly these women out and you know, they're filming and recording everything. You can have an argument about something. They can then decide, oh, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to call the police. I mean, it's that easy now, yes?
Yeah, I think right now, all that flying females in for sexual acts, you got to stop now. You got to stop it. Because if somebody, a woman, a man, whoever, pulls up and do what these women did to Diddy, you're going to be prosecuted. Like this right here was a wide open eye to let you know, stop flying them in. Don't do it. Don't fly these females in no more. Don't do it. As far as his charges, I told you that I felt they was going to find him convicted of those charges right there. But I also feel like deep down, I think the problem with this case was you say, I say, but the problem is sometimes is when they get up on that stand and they're telling one side of the story, and then you got the defense team saying, wait, hold up. We got the text messages saying, hey, she loved this man. She enjoyed it. But the key moment of that trial, and I said 2 days ago, we supposed to start 2 days ago, right? And what did I say? The key moment to that case was when she said, I love what we had.
Kuala, I hate to interrupt, but again, I don't want to keep making this about Cass. He beat the charges with regards to her. I think that she got her money. She's, you know, she caught a lick.
I think,
you know, I want to focus.
I think he gets time served. I think he gets time served.
Okay.
I think he gets time served and probation.
I want to focus more on what, if anything, this should mean to today's generation. Diddy was a big fish, a wealthy man, and I'm sure the lawsuits will hang on. The lawsuits, pardon me, will be flying for the next 5 years, if not more. But with regards to the convictions of, again, flying people out, I want to focus on that. And any thoughts, any insight, any knowledge?
Yeah, I think it's over. I think people need to pay attention to this case, what he got charged with, them days of flying women in for sexual acts and whatever. It's over. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. It's not worth it now. Because
these guys are flying out bussy. Let's keep it real. They're flying out bussy.
Yeah, and you know, I also look at one thing about this case, and I remember you said it was, and I said it. I never thought it was about him. I think it was more about trying to embarrass him, and letting people know what type of dude he was.
Okay.
Now, like I said, I think he'd be home tonight. I think he get $1 million bill. I think he comes home with $1 million bond. I also think he gets time served.
Okay.
He gets probation, some community service, some counseling. I think that's because the feds are going to do what they're going to do. They want him to go in jail. They're going to do it. You can't tell me like the last person that was on the news talking about, oh, you know, the feds are happy. No, they're not happy. If you watch them walk out of that courtroom, they were pissed. And if you watching, Cassie's lawyer did come out and say, you know, we stand by her, we stand by the verdict and stuff like that. So they did come out. But if you watch them coming out of that courtroom, they were pissed. You could see their face. They put too much money into this case. You can't recoup that money back.
This is an L. Hey, Kuala, I appreciate you, man. Salute. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Okay. Ruben says that nigga was flying in men. Yeah. Amanda says, I said what I said. Diddy was flying in men. Hey, Shani, good to hear from you. Yes, Shani, I would love to have someone to call in, a female, once in a while with the tea. Send me an email and I'll promote your platform. Let me put my email address on the screen in case you don't have it. I appreciate you. The Hater, 1964 at yahoo.com. Okay. Someone's asking, will Diddy trade what? Will Diddy trade Bussy in prison for his safety? Come on. Okay, so we don't have anything yet with regards to the charges. They're still outside, waiting for the defense to come speak. I don't think the prosecution will. Do you think that they will? Or will the judge come to a decision today after he gets the letters that he requested by 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? Will the judge make a decision today on releasing Diddy? Or is there too much going on right now and they'll release him 9 p.m. tonight, 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, so that he doesn't become some type of, well, he's already a celebrity. Hold on a second. Is this who I think it is? Area code 203. Is that my friend Gene Richmond, a.k.a. number 9?
This is your friend, Gene Richmond, a.k.a. number 9. And I'm enjoying this Star in the Morning show, a place where I'm very familiar with. But
good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you. This is a great live coverage that you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Where do you want to start?
What I want to say about this case is a revelation of the hands of justice in our American jurisprudence system.
Okay.
What we had here, many would say, is a case that lacked evidence. It was, in my opinion, a case of a character assassination, and in some elements, a violation of constitutional rights. A man has the ability to be free. The First Amendment right gives us freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom to correlate in these ways. And I think that this was an example that was trying to be made at a high-profile celebrity, with, like you said, with lots of money. Sean Combs is
wealthy, not to be confused with nigger rich. Wealthy.
A billionaire. That's wealthy. That's wealthy at one point. But the reality is he will not be the same man that he was going into this. I don't think he'll ever fully recover. I think he'll still have the media limelight. There'll be a lot of sensationalism around him, and people will want to know more. But I don't think he'll be at that same level of prominence ever again, simply because of what this case has done.
Okay.
But this case has also shown people who are high-profile celebrities and who are decision makers, who are prominent in the industry and politicians as well. Okay. It showed you that no one is above the law. And if an example is to be made out of you, it will be. He may walk out of that courtroom today and go home, but he could be facing a prison, a spiritual prison, an emotional prison, and a mental prison for the rest of his life.
Oh, wow.
This is an experience that is going to haunt him. You just don't go to bed and get over something like this. It just doesn't, if there's any humanity to you, it doesn't work that way.
Can I jump in?
So this is, go ahead.
Can I jump in? Diddy has been saying for decades, I walk with God. The Jesus piece, flooded sometimes with the yellow diamonds, sometimes with the blue diamonds. I remember, So since you brought in the whole spiritual aspect of things and, some type of haunting, if you will, do you think that this was some type of wake-up call to him to straighten up, do right? You have the power of influence, which is the greatest power, influence. Do you think that this will be a new course, a new direction for Sean Diddy Combs?
Well, of course it will be. You said it perfectly yourself. Diddy said he walked with God, and I brought up spiritualism. If you go into the Bible and you look at the story of the prophet Job, who is known biblically as the great sufferer, Job lost it all. Job went to great peril, who was a man with a lot of wealth and a lot of influence, similar to Diddy, who went into great peril, who lost it all, had to face a lot of strife to then prove himself to the honor of God and show his loyalty to God. And then Job, again, after this proving himself, reaped all the benefits again and came back to prominence. So I think this is Diddy's trial, not only a trial in the court of humanity, but also the trial in the court of the divine. And this was a lesson to him. That power and that influence is now put on for the world to see. What will he do with it now? What will he do with himself now? What message will he carry on outside of this? And that's the reality.
Can I jump in?
Go ahead.
You and I are friends, and I'm not trying to put you out there, but you have called into the show from time to time when you were in different states. You get flown out, yes?
Yes, of course. But I'm trying to understand the correlation. So the kind of correlation you're trying to make, but yes,
got him.
I'm not. It's not a denial. My question to you, but here's my question to you.
Hang on. Before we get to me, I mean, you've called this show from time to time. 1 month you're in Arizona, then you're down in Atlanta, up at Papados, and then you're in I don't know where some of the places, Texas. You know, you get flown out, and then you send me pictures. Might this be some type of wake up for you personally?
Well, you know, my journeys are a little bit different from a high profile billionaire. I enjoy energy of good people. That's why I, take trips and to engage in energy. If my question to you is, if a male friend flies me somewhere, does that necessarily mean I'm in the same situation as Diddy? If a friend I've known for a while, who's happened to be a man, flies me out somewhere, does that mean we're in some kind of situation?
I wouldn't know. I don't know anything about you, your personal flying out. I'm just going by what you have called in and told us. I'm not trying to put the screws in you. We're just having a conversation.
Oh, the screws in me are the screws in me. It's no big deal. But what I will say about this is that this is not a Diddy situation, because you can fly a woman out, that's one thing. But if you fly a man out, that's something completely different. Because this man could be a friend, and it could be something.
Diddy was flying in guys for the most part, to my knowledge, right?
Oh, okay. Well, okay. But did he violate these men? No. We don't have any evidence of that. We don't have any evidence of any transfer that occurred and it violated any laws. I mean, flying someone out is not a violation. It's not illegal.
Well,
to fly a friend.
Technically, if I can jump in, count 3, transportation for prostitution. So clearly there was evidence to show that a sexual act took place. Okay. Count number 5, again, transportation for prostitution. So the evidence leading up to the convictions show that some type of exchange took place. But I'll let you finish up with that. And I also want to ask you, do you know anything about cheap homes for sale in Puerto Rico? Someone sent me a video, and it looks intriguing, especially because of the weather. I've never been to Puerto Rico. Have you been there?
I actually been to Puerto Rico over a decade ago for a wedding.
Okay.
It's a beautiful island with beautiful people, both men and women, beautiful people. There's a lot of opportunity there for land and development. There are high-profile names have moved down there and occupied a lot of land, and a lot of development is going on there. So I think that's a place that has some prime real estate, and some people can get the bang for the buck, if you will, from what my understanding is.
But now, aren't those the places like Old San Juan? I've never been there, but I played a video earlier, and they're showing some of these places where there appears to be no running water, no electricity, homes as cheap as $15,000. I just want to know if you would recommend that I even go there to take a look, or is it just, total waste of time?
Well, I would recommend you take a look. It's a lot of fun. You understand? If you want me to come with you, I'll come with you. It's a lot of fun out there. to have.
No, sir. No, sir.
I'm gonna go out there and
no,
have a
sir.
good.
No, sir. Strictly business. I'm not going down there to catch any type of chlamydia, if you will, or anything like that. Just just want to look at the property. But hey, man, I appreciate you. Anything else you want to say before you land your plane, Jim Richmond?
Speaking of planes, it's okay if you fly a male friend out. That's a friend that you've known for a long time. I think that's okay. That has nothing to do with violation of any kind.
All right. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, number 9. Thank you for tapping in.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. It's my buddy Gene Richmond, aka number 9. All right. So, Law and Crime Network still has a picture, video footage, if you will, of the crowd outside the courthouse. Let me go to Fox 5 and see what they're talking about. We've been jumping around to get some coverage here. Fox 5 has been doing really, really good coverage, if you ask me. I like, the fact that the anchors are talking. They're not just, reading questions and comments. They're actually doing what they get paid for. Let me bring this on the screen. Hold on a second, guys. See what they're talking about, and then we'll get back to our show here. Nothing yet. Guys, sit tight in the queue. See you. How long have we been live? I may want to take a quick break to. Well, I can just run in the kitchen and grab some ice. I'll have to stop the show. Hold on. Okay, Deeds says immunity for testimony for those who took the stand. Okay, thank you, Deeds. With regards to someone who sent in a donation earlier, talking about could the escorts be charged? They took immunity to get up on the stand and to tell. All right, the commissioner, I got your donation. Thank you for tapping in. I thought I saw tether number 4 in the queue. Sit tight, tether number 4. Hold on. Someone sent in a Zelle donation. Is it Celeste? Hey, Celeste, I got your donation. Thank you so much. I don't see a message. Let me just double check. Okay. Tether number 4, a.k.a. Advo. Can you stay on topic? This is an early show, and we got to watch the language. Tether number 4.
Yes, sir.
Advo.
Tether number 4. Tether number 4 out here. Today, I'm glad the Southern District of New York took that L. The Southern District of New York is very corrupted. Amy Cohen was trying to use Puff Daddy as a way for her to advance her political career.
Right.
And I believe that P. Diddy was arrested to destroy evidence against other powerful people. Okay. He didn't rat and was rewarded with a slap in the wrist.
Okay.
And like you say, he is a wealthy man, but I think we could. This is the time to go and revisit the Mann Act, because this year our current president Donald Trump pardoned Jack Johnson after 72 years of his conviction. So now to look on the Mann Act, it just seems like if you're a black man transporting any type of white women or light-skinned women, it's looked down upon. But we have a lot of white men that went to trial, and it took years for them to actually get convicted, and they were never not given any bail. They offered $50 million bail, and they still refused that. Right. I think that when they did that, in my eyes, that was kidnapping. Because if they could do it to a wealthy man like him, they could easily do it to us and, entrap us. And also being a nasty man.
For those who fly people out, I mean, he was living the type of life that one would assume, is some type of life of luxury. But, again, my thing is, once you reach a certain age, man, you got to slow down with all that excess, pink cocaine and What is that trash broad's name? Young Miami? Trash.
Young Miami. No, so I do agree that he was doing too much, so he kind of needed his N-word wake-up call, and this is enough. But the thing is, I always judge a man by the way they are like fathers. And one thing I'm kind of like, I don't know this guy, but what I've seen from the media is that Diddy has always been an outstanding father. And I feel like when he provided Jane Doe #2 some money for, to take care of her daughter and to get an apartment, that show, another side of Diddy that, probably the jury kind of ate that up. And to get charged with to get charged with transporting but not sex trafficking, that's a W. That's a W. So today is a good day to be an American.
Okay. How are you making out, man?
Yeah,
You've called in a few times. You were involved in a hit and run, and your vehicle was totaled. You are a DoorDash worker. How are you making out? Did you bounce back?
Everything came to fruition. Thanks to God, everything came to fruition yesterday. I actually applied for a job, and it happens to be that the guy is a comedian. So now I'm kind of like
don't say his name. Don't say his name. Whoever.
No, definitely not. No, I'm not gonna. So it kind of is good because now I'm gonna work a job that is surrounded by my peers, comedians.
Okay.
So it kind of worked. It kind of worked the same, better way. I'm in LA. I came here to be a stand-up comedian. I love comedy.
Okay.
And so, maybe driving around was not what I should be doing. So, I'm good now. So
great to hear from you.
A job coming up.
Great to hear from you, man. Thank you.
Nah, definitely.
Take care. Okay.
Special delivery.
Okay. Advo, aka the DoorDash, and he was involved in a hit and run. For those who don't know, he's, he was out there to protest, and someone.
Thanks for joining us again.
Someone flipped him over a vehicle.
Randy, can you hear us?
It's like Randy may be still trying to do that, but let's just recount for everybody what's going on. Sean Combs was facing 5 charges, in this, and he's been acquitted of the sex trafficking and racketeering, still convicted of 2, however, and that's the prostitution offenses there.
That's right. Those 2 very important ones that the Southern District of New York brought together was the RICO charge as well as the sex trafficking charge. Did not get to prove those. Those were carrying a maximum of life in prison. It's interesting to hear different takes from multiple attorneys, some saying that this is a win all around, some saying that this is a big blow to the Southern District of New York, which has a 90% conviction rate. They do this all the time, and it may lean to the fact that maybe there was a government overreach here.
Well, even still with that, the 2 that he was convicted, Combs was convicted of, carry a maximum of 10 years. So we're talking, at least he's facing the possibility of 20 years in jail. That's if the judge could have the discretion to say they can run concurrent or consecutive. That's all something that is we don't want to get into the weeds of that. That's certainly something that's going to be coming down. But we're talking about, that. And as Randy, I believe, is back with us, Bianca.
Randy, can you hear us?
I can.
All right, Randy, one question before you go. And this is interesting because this is coming from my father, who's a former Los Angeles County Commissioner for many years. He's been following this case, and he asked me, one of the bigger problems in this is that the video that was introduced and allowed in by the judge, a video of Diddy beating Cassie, it was a controversial video because it was prejudicial, but it had little value, meaning it really hurt the defense, but really doesn't do much to support the charges. So this means an appeal is coming, and he could walk on all of this. What's your take on that?
I don't agree. I think it's the flip side. I think had he been convicted of the sex trafficking, I think then that video becomes much more of a problem for the government as an appellate issue. The Harvey Weinstein rule, this bringing in irrelevant evidence that doesn't go to the heart of the charges. But since he was acquitted of that and convicted of the Mann Act, the video really is of no consequence.
Interesting. So in terms of the appeal court finds that that ruling wasn't proper, you're not seeing that happening at all?
I see them not going against the government, and even if they did, I think they would find it what we call harmless error, and it will not. This is a bulletproof, from my perspective, This is a win for both sides, which makes this a bulletproof issue on appeal. We're not going to see him walking on appeal.
Randy, before you get away from us, the RICO charge, was that an overreach in your opinion? Just quickly tell us, how did you view that, an overreach by the prosecutors here?
It really wasn't. I think it was the only way the government saw that it could get in evidence that it otherwise could not get in. I think the government went into this case knowing that it had issues. This was a case that should have been brought locally as a domestic violence case. They went in, they got what they needed, they got their win.
All right, we'll have to leave it there.
All right, Randy, we certainly appreciate you and your insight in all of this.
All right, so we're going to continue our coverage of the verdict. 5 counts Sean Combs was facing, found 2 involving the prostitution charges, transportation there. So we're going to continue our coverage and stay with us. We'll be right back.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. I had to go put my blueberry waffles in the Black & Decker toaster oven. Scrumptious. Scrumptious. Hey, good afternoon. I've been doing live coverage of the Diddy verdict that came in. Guilty on 2 counts. Could be released on bail today. Okay. Salute to Fox 5 Local. They've been giving great coverage. And I've been watching a little bit of some other platforms as well. Let me see if there's anything else I forgot to mention with regards to the charges. Who's got music for that? I don't want to hear that. Could be a copyright issue. Hold on a second, guys. Oh, no, that's Fox. Let me see what they're doing on. Okay, same thing on Law and Crime Network. Same thing. So we're all just waiting. Maybe now's a good time. Good time. Osiris XTV, he says, Star Black & Decker still going strong. Listen, man. Listen, Walmart has the, what is it like? It's not even $40. The Black & Decker toaster oven. It's got the little timer on there. Can't beat it. Can't beat it. Looking to put his comment on the screen. Osiris XTV. I don't know where it is. Let me bring in a call or two here. Area code 669. Good afternoon. Please watch the language. Are you there? 669. Yes, no, maybe. We're having a discussion. The Diddy trial verdict. Are you ready? 669. Testing. Yes, sir.
My apologies. Yeah, Diddy, he has a major W here. He did his defense just like he did everything else, with intensity, with a lot of money.
Okay.
He had some of the best lawyers available in the world, and he has a huge W.
Yeah. It would appear, you know. Do you think he can do 10 years, sir? Do you think if they hit him with 10, can he?
Well,
long time.
Each count is a potential 10 years, but this is his first offense,
right.
His first conviction.
Right.
So that should be taken into account, as well as the number of trafficking incidents, right? There was, it doesn't say specifically trafficking of Cassie or trafficking of the other gal, Jane Doe, but it does say trafficking. So that could be the men that he flew around, the women as well. That could all be taken into account for the...
Well, sir, count 3, transportation for prostitution, guilty. Count number 5, transportation for prostitution, guilty. Count 4 was sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, pardon me. Not guilty, okay? And sex trafficking by force and fraud, not guilty. That was count number 2. Go ahead.
Correct. Yeah. So prostitution, guilty. So 10 years, up to 10 years for each one of those. First offense, and it's up to the judge. Correct. Solely up to the judge, whether it's consecutive or concurrent as well. Yeah, he could very well walk free, or he could do up to 20 years. Kind of a wide range there.
What would you like to see, sir?
Personally, probably closer to the middle, 10 years. That would have him in prison another 7 years or so.
Wow.
He'd get out at 62 just in time.
You're a hater.
Collect some
You're a hater.
Medicare.
You're a hater.
Yeah, I have two young daughters. Anyone who can.
Well, sir, with all due respect, you don't know what your daughters are going to be, nor do we. So let's not bring your babies into this.
No,
Diddy?
No, but I know that.
Hang on,
sir.
Hang on. What's that?
No.
Would you say something about beating? What'd you say?
Yeah, the video that was pretty intense to witness.
No, sir. To be precise, he didn't beat on Cassie. They were fighting over the coke and the money. He didn't beat her. They were fighting, tussling.
Did is that an inference, or that was what happened in the trial?
He wasn't convicted of that, right? He beat the charges with regards to.
No, he admitted it. He admitted it.
Well, sir, he did that because if you ask me, that was the right thing to do at that time, you know. But hang on, sir. I let you speak. Let me speak. You know.
Yeah.
Fighting over the coke. So he's in the shower. Whatever. Please stop laughing. It's a serious conversation. He's in the shower doing whatever he's doing. That's why he came running out with the goddamn towel. She grabs the coke and the money and runs. He comes and catches her. Right? He gives her a little tune up because they used to do that. You've seen videos of that. I have. He grabs the bag and then goes back to the room with the coke and the money. Did he drag her back to the rooms to say, "Where you going? I love you"? He said, "No, bitch, where you going with the coke and the money?" That's what happened. Go ahead.
You done?
I'm done, sir. You have the floor.
I think one of the witnesses, which was one of the security guards, said there was another man in the room.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And the other witness said the man was one of the prostitutes.
I'm sure, sir. They were freaking. Yeah. But
yeah. So
you were trying to focus on some type
coke
of
and money.
Alleged beating. Go ahead.
No, yeah, there definitely was. He admitted it. That was clear.
All right.
He admitted to beating her. And you asked. You said, "Am I a hater?" Well, I mean,
you admitted
my
it.
assertion
You said
was
yes. You admit it.
Yeah, well, a hater, if being a hater means that I would like to see the middle sentence given out for the crime that he was convicted of, then sure, no problem. Objectively.
Okay. I appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Area code 862. Good afternoon. Please watch the language. Are you there? 862?
Yeah. How you doing, Star? This is T, Jersey.
Hey, man. How are you, sir?
What's going on? Hey, my opinion on this is I've never been a big fan of the Me Too movement when it comes to years later. Now you want to pop up and say things happen to you. Like, I only accept that kind of stuff from, like, you know, molestations and stuff like that. Like, it's understandable. But when people are in consensual relationships and then pop up 10, 15 years later screaming rape and all this other stuff, I take all that. I just feel like that's just all BS to me. So I don't really believe it. But what it does is that it messes it up for the women who really are victims. Because none of these women were victims. None of these people in these cases were victims. The only victims in Sean Diddy life are, you know, the people that he did dirty as far as business, my opinion. I think that this case happened the way it's supposed to happen. I think it's a win for men, you know, because I believe that the whole Mann Act is unfair. It's unfair. Oh, baby, that's dirty. Oh, sorry, I'm with my daughter at the park. It's unfair. You know, the whole Mann Act thing is unfair. I think a lot of these women, the whole
Hang on a second, sir. Guys, was that the Punisher? Was that the Punisher on screen that I just turned away from? I'm sorry, sir. You were saying?
Yeah, I'm like, you know, just the way how everything is designed nowadays is just designed for women to be disgusting, nasty people and get away with it. You know what I mean? You could lure a man into all kinds of acts and then turn around and just say he forced me, or turn around and just make up something. And the society will believe you more than they will believe your average man. Do I think Diddy needs to go to jail? Yeah, I think he needs to go to jail for all his bad business. But do I think he needs to go to jail for this particular stuff right here? No, he don't. You know, I mean, come on. I've never had any sympathy for groupies. I never do. You know, you got groupie men, you got groupie women. They come around these people with money. They know that these people with money got certain, you know, ways how they move. And when they get treated like trash, like when they told to go to the store and do stuff like that, now you want to turn around and sue? Right. Like, I'm just not a fan of it. I think the verdict went the way it's supposed to go. It shows that it really wasn't that much bias in the jury, and they did their job.
Good point. Can I just give you a little pushback?
Sure you can.
You know, Diddy being wealthy, and he's a smart man. Let's not get it twisted. He and I have had conversations. Very smart man. Do you think he just got sloppy, man? You get older and you're still doing that pink cocaine into your 50s, and you got these ratchet females like Young Miami around you. And I don't want to kick her back in, but I've never heard her say anything out of her mouth that made me say, oh, wow, she's something other than what she appears to be. Do you think he just got sloppy, old and sloppy, and he did it to himself?
Absolutely. See, listen, when hip hop is supposed to end at 40. I mean, let's just be honest. Once you hit 40 years old, you know,
I would say 30.
Rap, yeah, you know, gangster rap, all that kind of stuff. You're supposed to be wise enough to know better by this time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You should already be wise enough to know. I mean, how many parties you got to throw? How many lives got to be destroyed before you understand that at a certain age you got to start moving like an adult? And this can basically tie right into the Remy Ma. Why is Remy Ma going through what she's going through?
Oh my God!
Because she's not grown. She's still a child. Is she 45? No. Remy Ma's running around like she's 20 years old. In her mind, she's 20 years old. She's not even.
She's 15 in her mind. She still wants to fight. 15.
Yeah, still wants to fight, still wants to talk about clothes and watches and all this stupid stuff that shouldn't make any sense to you after you lived a certain amount of years on this planet. You know what I'm saying? And Remy Ma will forever go through this. And it's not just them, it's a whole big segment of Black America that are so immature, it's not even funny. And the reason why they're so immature is because they lived the hip-hop life too long. You have to cut it off and start doing grown people stuff after a while. You got people right now in their 50s who can't even pay their own bills. They don't even know how to pay their own bills because they've been a child for so long. They've been living lifestyles of waking up in the morning and hanging out on a corner all day. So, I mean, that hip hop life makes you extremely immature if you stay trying to stay relevant after a certain age. You're supposed to grow up from that. And I'm not saying not grow up from listening to hip hop. Right. I'm saying growing up from acting out the hip hop culture in real life when you should be wise enough to know that it's up for that, you know?
Right. Yeah. Good point. I appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
Yes, no doubt.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That man made some great points. Okay, guys, I don't want to sit and look at The Punisher whilst I'm eating my blueberry Eggo waffles. I can't do that. Miss Magic, I got your donation. Thank you for your continued support. I may need to go cut the AC on now. Oh, it's getting a little warm here. Let me get her donation on the screen. I appreciate you. Guys, right now, I think we're waiting for the judge to come back in the courtroom. And people are supposed to be submitting letters with regards to, trying to get Sean Combs released on bail. That's where we are now. Gemstar, I got your donation. Thank you so much, guys. At the top of the live chat is a PayPal link. If you want to send a donation or a question, you can use PayPal. It's on the screen as well. Gemstar says star number 9 is currently calling into the feds asking, what is this? Asking when are the Diddy baby oils going up for auction? Okay. That was cute. Yeah, I don't know with regards to was it Carisha? I don't know that girl's name. I don't know if she gave any information. I don't know. I think that was at some point, correct me if I'm wrong, that's where Cassie may have said, you know, enough's enough. Enough's enough. Not only did I assist you with your demonic endeavors and hers, but seeing him and Young Miami probably just made her say, hey, you know what? I'm older now. I didn't get a payout. Guys, any truth to Diddy supposedly giving Young Miami like $200,000 a month? Any proof to that? Tony Touch, good afternoon to you, sir. He says this is the worst generation of women ever created. I may have to agree with you, sir. I may have to agree with you, you know. There's no boundaries. There's no parameters. For them to get flown out or flued out, I think the City Girl song was flued out, right? FLEWD, flued out. Them getting flued out now is nothing. It's acceptable behavior. Ecuador, are you there?
Yo, Star.
Hey, what is this? Houston, hold on. I was looking for Ecuador. Hold on. Ecuador, is that you? Area code 760, Ecuador.
Yo, free Diddy, Diddy.
What's up, Ecuador? How are you, man?
Dude, I'm happy, man. I'm happy. I don't know if you. Yeah, man. He was innocent, man. He's guilty of being a freak and not a good person, but he was never guilty of sex trafficking. And like, if anybody pay attention to the testimonies of the Jane Does and Cassie, it's very clear that they at no point they were forced to do any of the things that they did.
Right.
And when it comes to the RICO, there was never like an organized crime syndicate in order to make money or make profit. He was actually spending tons of money just to get off. Yes. I'm glad, man. Like I said, I don't agree. Like, I know Diddy's not a good person. You can tell by the video when he beat the S out of Cassie. But that doesn't...
Hang on. I mean, not that I have to defend him, but I think he is, at his core, a good person. He's very animated and very ego-driven, but he's a good person. And I'm going to say it again. I believe he and Cassie were fighting over the drugs and the money. You know, and if you did look at that video, she just lay there. She didn't fight back. She knew those cameras were on. Do you remember a video with her and Diddy in a hotel years prior to the one that we saw with him, you know, giving her the tune-up, and she just put the blanket over herself and didn't say nothing? Do you remember that? Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that one, yes.
She's a seasoned actress. Go ahead, Ecuador, go ahead.
But I think the big picture here is like, how can the government destroy your life for whatever reason they decide? Like, I cannot be, after listening to the whole testimony and also from like the Punisher and some of the escorts, I don't know who decided this was a case that they could win on, like the RICO charge, the sex trafficking. Okay. But also think about this. Imagine if you're not Diddy. Imagine if you don't have $20 million to put down for the best lawyers on earth. Like, if you don't have the money, you will end up in jail for the rest of your life. And it's crazy that I see a lot of people on Twitter, and a lot of people, you can tell they didn't follow, or they already have like this idea of who he is because they're saying he got away with it. Even Megyn Kelly, I was watching Megyn Kelly's reaction, the Fox House News. She's a lawyer. She always has lawyers on her show, and she knows what about the law. And like it almost feels like she didn't follow anything, or like she decided not to look at the things that literally exonerated him, because she's saying like, oh, he's guilty as charged. It's like, no, man. Like if you follow the trial, you follow the testimony. I at no point came with the conclusion that he was actually sex trafficking women against their will. Everyone was a willing participant. Everyone were happy when they were getting money. And at the end of the day, you know what? Cassie got $30 million, and she basically got to live for free and have free cups for like more than a decade. So, and Diddy's free. So that's good, man. That's good. I'm happy for him.
Ecuador, hang on a second. Stay with me. Can anyone confirm that the New York Knicks hired a head coach? I don't want to say the name yet. Can anyone confirm that the New York Knicks have hired a head coach? If they did not hire Dawn Staley, I don't care who it is. I'm going to be very honest with you. We did a show the other night, and I was rooting for Dawn Staley. I think she's not only more than qualified, but I don't think she wanted the job, to be honest with you. Ecuador, back to you. Okay, so you were saying with regards to Diddy innocent, right?
Yeah, 100%, yes. And even, this is another thing, like,
hang on a second, Ecuador, to be fair and objective, because this is the objective perspective, did he get sloppy and old and leave not the back door, but the front door open and allow these leeches and hanger-ons and these people who came in looking for a bag? Did he allow these people to get a little bit too much access?
Yeah, I think like Diddy's been famous for so long that maybe he's, the new generation of celebrities, they have to move way different. Like back in the day, it was way easier to cover all the freak offs and all that stuff. But now with social media, especially after the Me Too movement, like it literally takes like a bogus allegation on Twitter to become snowball into like a worldwide story. And again, I don't even understand how the federal prosecutors decided, like, after looking at all that evidence, like, on his side. I mean, even the Punisher said that when they put him on the stand, he was, like, questioning because he was put there by the prosecutors. And I'm like, he was saying that he was questioning himself. Like, why would they put me on? Like, everything that I'm telling is literally exonerating the guy at every point. Yeah, so... But yeah, I mean, for me, the biggest thing is just like it's just making me more scared of the federal government, because you know that if they put the targets on you, if you don't have $20 million like Diddy, and you don't have Brian Steele, you don't have Joe Tacopino, you're not gonna win. They're gonna put you in a cell forever.
Okay. Ecuador, great to hear from you, man. Thank you for tapping in. Thank you.
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Great show, man. Peace.
Thank you. Okay. Ecuador, great guy. Kenneth, I got your donation, sir. Thank you. He says, salute, Star. Great coverage of the trial. Yeah, we were up early, somewhere like around 9:15. And on the screen right now is the outside of the courthouse. Okay. 500 Pearl Street in New York City. I know that building very well. I've been inside and upstairs. Working with people, signing things. Diddy found guilty on only 2 counts out of the 5, in case you're just now joining us. Okay. Hey, CP from Knicks Fan TV. I just got a text. He is going live at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. CP, are you going live on Knicks Fan TV YouTube channel or the NBA Report? Which one? I want to make sure I promote you for those of you who are New York Knicks fans, basketball fans. Okay, he says yes on Knicks Fan TV. in about 15 minutes. Go there if you're into basketball, the New York Knicks, and they will give you the breakdown on why the Knicks hired Mike Brown. Oh, my God. I'm back to hating. I really wanted Dawn Staley. I'm as serious as colon cancer. I'm not trolling. For New York and James Dolan, what they are and have become, it's all about the tickets, the sales. How much is a hot dog in Madison Square Garden now? $10? How much is a beer? $8? So that's what the Knicks want. The Knicks just want to, do deals, get you in there. I remember one night I went to the Barclays Center, which is in Brooklyn, with a buddy of mine to see an MMA event. We paid $90 for parking in Brooklyn. Can you imagine what they pay in New York City? Over there by 34th Street. Hang on a second. Someone sent a donation here. Okay, folks, you have to send me an email if you've been in the queue. Send an email. I don't wear my contacts. Who are you? Someone says I've been in the queue for an hour. Who are you? Send me an email to say, Star, I'm in the queue. Please pick up. Well, otherwise, I'm looking at 26 calls right now. I got to do the show, and I want people to hear what's going on as opposed to just taking phone calls. Okay, thank you, Vex34. Oh, my God. They're going to have another losing season with Mike Brown at the helm. Get out of here. I don't believe at all. Let me go to area code. I think I spoke to this person. Yes, no. Did I speak to you, 919, earlier? Area code 919.
No, you didn't.
Okay. Who's this?
This is Tamia. I'm from North Carolina.
Hey, Tamia, how are you, darling? Where do you want to start?
I wanted to talk about a mixture of the New York Knicks and the Diddy. But first, with the Diddy case, I felt like Cassie messed it up for everybody else.
Okay.
I felt like she already had financial gain and she already got publicity about this case. Mm-hmm. And she had an opportunity and a chance to not only had evidence to defend her case, but also defend other people that were not able to testify. And I feel like the system is somewhat have played in our faces, because what this is pretty much telling me is that this was pretty much a humiliation ritual.
Okay.
When it comes to him, mm-hmm. Because it's like we're the federal government. We don't all of a sudden just come out of nowhere and we have this evidence and we invaded your home for no reason.
Right.
I feel like this was something to put in his place. He's been committing crimes and putting hit on people since the early 90s, and everybody assumed after that was after Biggie passed away. Mm-hmm. And I think that they only use this to benefit themselves. They did not use this to get justice for the actual people. So now you have people coming out that are against the intentions of women that's coming out, that know that they already got financial gain from it, or they're trying to seek it.
Okay.
And ain't nothing really happened. And I believe that she has really screwed this case up. And I feel like they have some real evidence on him that could put him away for life. Mm-hmm. But they know if they bring him down, that this is going to expose so many celebrities that we know in the entertainment industry, it is rumors that it's going broke, okay. That music is not selling, the movies are not selling,
right?
Everything is going to streaming. Mm-hmm. So you can't, if Beyonce or Jay-Z in the midst of this, you can't have Beyonce getting off the road now if she's going to be making almost $500 million. If you're in that situation, if you know that somebody like Chris Brown that was named in this situation, you know that he can't be locked in the UK for a long.
If I can jump in for a second before we go in too many different directions, I appreciate everything that you're saying. Okay. So I would agree with you with regards to Cassie. She took a big bag. Woo, 30 million, 20 from Diddy, 10 from the hotel. Correct me if I'm wrong. And mm-hmm. She's a mother now. I think a mother of 3. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And yes, I agree. She could have came out years ago on Diddy, but she waited and laid on him, and she lined him up neatly. Her and her mother, her husband. But you're saying she could have done a lot more for other women. That's what you're trying to get across here. Yes,
right. She made that. She know that this is a public case. Right. She know that publicity is sucking in everything that is being released out of the court. And I think that she was very selfish because once again, this are 2 or 3 times that she has gotten paid, and she has came out and said that if it wasn't for the abuse, she still probably would have been with him. She probably would have still, even though she might have, you in a relationship and you close with somebody like that, you have intel on everything else they're doing other than what you're doing to you. But because now you have gotten paid for it and now you want to speak on your behalf. I never heard her speak on underage children. I never heard her talk about the other possible things that could be going on. It probably could have helped somebody get a RICO charge on him. From what I'm hearing, she didn't do none of that. And I feel like they were very selective on who could witness and who could testify. They knew that Jane, she was not well prepared. But you hear Jaguar Wright and you hear Gene Deal and you hear Big CC Homies. Okay, so
can I stop you there for a second? I like everything you're saying. But now, objectively speaking, there's an old saying, don't stop a hoe from getting money.
Right.
I don't know how old you are, but that's it. They used to say back in early to mid 80s, don't stop a hoe from getting money. Cassie is a hoe. That's not alleged. She's a hoe. She exchanged drugs and money and all sorts of stuff for her sexual service. That's a hoe. Do you think that she had it in her mind to get rid of him a decade ago at some point? You said she probably would have stayed with him. I doubt it. As he got older, she got wiser, and sometimes the student can become the teacher.
Yeah.
Now, when I ask you something, I don't mean to be vulgar, but in those transcripts anywhere, did it say that Diddy's dick no longer worked, and that's why he was doing the drugs in the 50s?
Well, these are people that we don't really know personally. I'm just saying that from how it looks on the outside, it's a possibility that.
No, I'm asking you the transcripts. Anybody? I don't mean to be vulgar. Did he have an old coke dick and the dick didn't work? And thus the reason why she said it's time to get this old nigga out of here. I just, we're talking. I don't mean to be violent vulgar, but go ahead and land your plane. I just had to put that on the table because, she may have had it in her mind long time ago. I'm going to line him up when the time is right. And
yes, a lot of people do that. A lot of people, I believe the people that are coming out publicly against him did that. These were people that were hired by him or worked in the same industry, and because he's a big mogul and has big influence, you probably wanted to work along with him to get success in whatever you want to do. And then when you realize that you want to get tired of, or you have an exit plan or escape plan, she could have done it that way, which is why I think that now it looks kind of silly on her behalf that now all of a sudden she wants to go at it again in the courtroom when that could have been somebody else's spot that has some real evidence to put him away for life. But now, because you wanted to take that place, now his sentence can be reduced and can be negotiated. Or right now they're trying to get him on a release date because you waited. When you are waiting too long, you think that you're helping yourself at the end, and it might cost you in the end because it doesn't look good in the eyes of some people. I
appreciate the call. But now you said you wanted to mention something about the New York Knicks. I don't want to do a deep dive on the Knicks. So what do you want to say?
All I'm going to say is y'all shouldn't have fired Tom Thibodeau. That's all I'm going to say. Y'all don't have no backup plan.
Hang on, baby, hold on. I'm not a New York Knicks fan. I'm a New York Knicks hater. I don't care about the Knicks. I haven't watched them in years. CP from Knicks Fan TV keeps me up to speed from time to time. And I go to his channel. If the Knicks start winning too much, I get a little concerned, but I wanted to see Dawn Staley come in as head coach, and I'm as serious as colon cancer.
She got what?
I wanted to see Dawn Staley from South Carolina come in as head coach. I'm serious. That's
Yeah, I did think about Jay Wright because he was a coach for Jalen Brunson.
Okay.
But it seems like it's not a lot of people that want to go there because of the drama that come with it. So
okay.
I think Thomas. Yeah.
I appreciate your call. Thank you. Thank you for tapping in.
Yep.
Okay, bye now.
Yep.
All right. I like her flow and her vibe. I didn't mean to get too vulgar, folks, but you know, some of them guys get older. I don't mean to put, you know, too much information out there, but I have never had an issue in my life, you know, functioning. But I know guys who take, what do you call that stuff? Cialis, Viagra. Guys who are married, they got to take pills just to smash their wife. The Last Dragon on the screen says, yes, it was not functioning properly. Where'd you get that information from? The Last Dragon. Are you trolling? Hold on a second, guys. Where'd you get that information from? Can we get a confirmation that Diddy's tool was not functioning properly? That may have been the reason for the coke usage in his 50s. Sheesh. Lord Stryker says, Star, the caller sounds like clogged arteries. What? Okay. Hang on a second. Diddy. Okay, you guys are taking it someplace else now. Lord Stryker, I got your donation, man. But that woman, she did a good job, man. She did a good job. Let me get this on the screen here. We still have nothing yet, guys, with regards to updates. Tether number 4, Odvo, please stop sending me multiple emails. Please, I can't do all that right now. You're hitting me with too many emails, sir. Not right now. Not right now. I don't care about Mike Brown. We're not doing a New York Knicks head coaching position update. I don't care about the Knicks. I don't care. I'm into hockey. Most of you should know that. Is it Cayenne? Hey, Cayenne, I got your donation. If that's how you say your name. Lovely name, Cayenne. Thank you so much. Hang on a second. Okay. Someone sent me a video here. Is this? Wait a minute. Okay, we got some we got some foolishness going on. Wait a minute. We got some foolishness going on outside the courthouse. Let me make sure. Is this recent? 34 minutes ago. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. We have people. Let me get this video here. People outside the courthouse squirting themselves in baby oil. Diddy supporters celebrating. Let's all pay attention. Hold on a second. Let's turn the volume up outside the courthouse. Here we go.
I don't know what she's gonna do, y'all.
Look at Mammy. Your Mammy out of control. Oh, damn. She took off the wig. Go ahead and twerk. One more time. One more time.
I don't know what she's gonna do, y'all.
Took the wig off. I don't give up. I don't give up. One more time. Mammy outside the courthouse. This came out 34 minutes ago.
I don't know what she's
Baby
gonna
oil.
do, y'all.
Savages. Savages doing the most. Oh my goodness. Hold on a second, guys. Area code 562. Good afternoon. Please watch the language. Talking about the Diddy verdict came out this morning. Are you there? 562.
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on?
Yes, sir. How are you? It's cracking.
Hey, no, I just want to say, man, if ain't nobody learned yet, you know what I'm saying? Like, black people with money and power, you can't move the same way these white people move and expect to get the same outcome that they get.
Okay.
And I don't know what's going to take for people to realize that, like, something about your money, your status, no matter how high you get, it will pull you down because you're trying to play by the same rules that white man is playing with, but the board's been designed for him to play that way.
Okay.
As soon as you play that way, it's not going to win. We have to have a higher moral standard overall to get out this slump that's happening. But as long as people still getting excited and basing their moral value on what the overall country, or you want to say white man, whatever, is based on, we ain't gonna get nowhere. And it started in your house too. Worry about your own household before you start worrying about everybody else.
Can I ask how old are you, sir?
What's up?
Can I ask how old are you?
I'm 44.
Okay. You're right. You're right. But at the same time, we cannot look to celebrities, whether they be black, white, Hispanic, Asian. You can't look to celebrities because for the most part, they are already in a world of hedonism, vanity driven, and in a state of delirium and, willing whoremongers.
Agreed.
So,
you're absolutely right.
So I don't know if you're a parent or, a father or what have you, but, sometimes you have to look at these people and their pitfalls and they have to use it. I'm saying, since we started the broadcast here, that this trial could be a monumental trial, and it now could be a wake-up call to young males. Stop flying out these whores. These are whores all on Instagram talking about send me a deposit to get my hair and nails done. You're a whore. You're selling yourself in exchange for currency. That's a whore. And it's they disguise it now in all sorts of ways to make it sound cute. And if you want to talk to me, cash at me, yada yada. You're a whore. I just want to say that, sir. Go ahead.
No, that's real, and niggas is promoting it though. So just as at fault as she is
promoting it, yeah.
For hoeing, the niggas at fault, if not even more, for supporting that type of activity.
Yeah.
You a suck ass nigga anyway. You living at your mama house buying plane tickets.
Talk about it.
You sound crazy. You crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit is sad. Oh, my bad. Forgot language. My bad.
Yeah.
No, but that's it, man. I ain't want to chime in too much, man. I appreciate you going on early to get it started. You know what I mean?
Thank you,
everybody have a good day.
Thank you. Salute. Okay. Everybody, hold on a second here. Can you send this? Hey, Tiffany, I got your email or your text. Pardon me. Can you send this via email? That just someone says that just what? Okay, what are you talking about in particular? Someone said that just took us back 1,000 years. Are you talking about the video that I just played? Trades 401, that just took us back 1,000 years. That's black people. Are you talking about the people with the baby oil outside? Don't be so hard on each other if you're black. You got a lot of white folks that be cooning. Oh my goodness, do Hispanics get to cooning? South Americans from Brazil, but if you don't pay attention to them, you'll never know. But don't be so hard on yourselves. Okay, they're outside the courthouse, baby oil, and Mammy took off the wig. Yeah. But nobody ran up inside a school, with a semi-automatic weapon shooting babies. Okay. Oh, what do we got here? We got something from Young Miami. I don't want to. What is this? I don't want to download this. Hey, Chantel, is this a video? I'm not giving her no light. Do you want to call in, Chantel? I try not to hate on young people, but when I saw her up on social media talking about all I do is shop and get my ass licked, I said, damn. And that's what Diddy was running around with. Area code 602. Good afternoon. Please watch the language. Are you there? 602? Yes,
yeah, I'm here.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm alive, sir. Where do you want to start?
Good, good. I'm calling out of Phoenix.
Okay.
I went to school with some of Cassie's people.
Okay.
It's known knowledge out here in Phoenix that...
Well, sir, I don't want to hear hearsay. If she's been convicted of something, that's one thing, but I don't want to just, go by what somebody said, somebody told you. That's just hearsay. I don't do that.
Okay, well, I don't know if it serves you or if it would serve the purpose of the call or whatnot, but like I stated, it was known, well, back when Cassie first came out and the little song that she came out with, Me and You and whatnot, we heard that here on the streets before it actually dropped mainstream, right? So we kind of had a clue as to the direction in which she was trying to push. Yeah. We also saw how she was when it came to judging her, if we may use that term, when it came to judging her performance and things of that nature, we kind of, basically what I'm getting at, we kind of knew that she was going to flop, right? So with that being said, once she did actually flop, and understanding that she did have to pay all of that back and whatnot, word and rumor came out that she had actually signed up to be Diddy's sex slave. She was under contract, which is the reason why a lot of the information in which she could have maybe opened her mouth about, she didn't. And it makes sense because she was under contract. And that's a part of everything that no one is ever going to speak on. It's never going to get brought up. Just kind of looking from the outside, looking in, looking at the case and looking at how she was performing, speaking on the different subjects and topics and whatnot, kind of looks in that, kind of points in that direction. She's under contract. She can't talk.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you say you went to middle school with Cassie or high school?
High school with some of her people, some of her family.
With all due respect, sir, with all due respect, did Cassie deny you the pussy? And here you are now, years later, calling in, talking about here.
No, I'm like,
hang on. So I let you speak. Please let me speak. I let you speak. Here you come now, talking about you knew something was gonna flop and signed up for something or other. High school. How old are you now? How old is Cassie? She's close to 40, right?
Yep, I want to say.
Yeah,
I'll be 40 here coming up pretty soon.
Okay, you're coming up on 40. Here you are calling the Star Report. I appreciate the call, but talking some high school shit.
Yeah, well, because at that time, if I may, at that time, there were a lot of acts that were trying to pop when it came to, getting motion, such as B2K. Cassie was brand new at that time. She hadn't been introduced to the public, like I had stated. So at that time, B2K was really big. Bow Wow was still popping. They used to do a lot of
Marcus Houston, immature.
Marcus Houston. Yeah, a lot of them were recruiting, and they were doing a lot of filming here in Arizona back at that time when Cassie first got introduced to everyone. So there was a lot of different relationships that were built up, in which started a lot of essentially the same that goes on in Hollywood. It's a small community, but the word gets around on the street pretty fast, especially when it came to different relationships and whatnot. Shaq being a big part of Arizona. But that's a different.
Did you try and smash, with all due respect, and she rejected you?
No.
Hang on.
No.
Hang on. Okay. And you've always kept that, deep inside, and you just waiting for her downfall. You sure?
If you look at Cassie's before and after pictures,
I'm just
from back
asking
in
a
2000
question. So I'm just asking a question. Did you try and smash?
No.
She said,
No, sir. No.
Okay.
No. None of us
I appreciate the call, sir.
Physically met her. Appreciate it.
Call, sir. Okay. Oh, he's hating on my Seattle hockey hat. Wait a minute, who is this? Wait a minute. Sir, what team is this I'm wearing? Come on now, let's see if you know. Chantel, what are you sending me, baby? I don't want to download nothing. Hang on a second. Let me respond to her email. I think it's a he. Could be a nigga with a wig. Sending me some tranny porn talking about this is a young Miami video. No, thank you. Okay, hang on a second. She says, he or she. Chantel, do you want to call in? I would love to have a female, female perspective. What is this? Something? Who is this? I don't get it, babe. I don't get it. I thank you for your email, but I don't get it. Let me just say, do you want to call in? Appreciate you just the same. Okay, Swiss says a hill figure nigga. Salute to the machine. Oh, the hat is trash. Subway Series popping this 4th. Really? I'm going with the Mets. The Subway Series. I'm going with the Mets. Going with the Mets. Yes, I am. Yep. Uh-oh. Hey there, the white Denzel, Rory tapping in. Wednesday afternoon.
Yo, Star.
What's up, man?
Diddy's a gangster. You know, salute to all the
I need you to watch the watch the language. Get off the headset. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Now's the time. Give me your A game. Give me your A game, Rory.
Yeah, salute. I want to say salute to all the freaks out there, man. You know, this is a win. Diddy,
can you fix your phone, Rory? Your phone sounds like you're in a tunnel. Can you make the adjustments? Come on, man.
You can hear me?
A little better. It's a little better. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a win for the freaks out there, man. You know, Diddy a gangster, dude. You know, I said it before. I didn't think he would even get convicted on any charges. He got the right lawyers, the right team of lawyers. They were costing $100,000 a day for his team of lawyers, which is light work for Diddy. Okay. You know, I think they said combined he might have cost them $15 million, which is nothing for facing life in prison.
Light work.
You know, the guy's worth almost $1 billion, so they say. I also think that Diddy benefited from the federal prosecutor's office here in New York City. There, you know, a lot of them quit over Trump. A lot of the top prosecutors quit after they let Eric Adams skate on those charges. So a lot of the most experienced prosecutors at the federal level left that office in protest of Mayor Adams and of Trump.
Okay.
So I think Diddy benefited from that big time. I think if he would have had this case in L.A. or down in Miami, definitely down in Miami, I think he might have been found guilty on most of the charges. I definitely don't think it's a black thing. I mean, I heard a lot of people.
I do
putting that perspective out there.
I think it's a black thing. I think that some of the old media guard, they were hoping to get a conviction on Diddy in similar fashion to how the even older guard could not get the conviction on O.J. Simpson. I do think race played a factor here because you have these zealous prosecutors, trying to come up in the ranks, you know? I definitely think race played a part. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the prosecutor's office here in New York is made up of mostly minorities.
But I mean the old guard, the old white world of thinking. Oh, white world.
Well, I mean, come on. So they took down Weinstein. You know, that's a powerful white Jew, small hat. You know, they went after him for kind of the same thing in a way. He was found guilty, fully guilty on all counts. You know, so when you say it's a black and white thing, if that was the case, Weinstein would have been found not guilty on the most serious charges, and P. Diddy would have been found guilty on all charges.
No,
it was
sir.
a race thing.
No,
So
sir. No, sir.
I don't think it's
no, sir. Weinstein.
Yeah, I don't think it's a race thing.
Well, hang on. You and
I don't think
you and I are friends. Let's let each other talk. Weinstein is a convicted rapist. Diddy didn't take any pussy. What are you talking about? He didn't take nothing.
Well, I mean, they were like sexual crimes, right? You know, and they never proved. You know, women go to somebody's hotel room and then turning around afterwards and saying I was violated. You know, they did the same thing to Mike Tyson. Anytime a woman goes to a man's hotel room, you know, I don't think the man should be convicted of anything. You know, you're going back to a hotel room with a man to do what? To play cards? To, you know what I'm saying? And they didn't prove their case. Cassie looked like she enjoyed it. You know, she said she enjoyed it out of her own mouth. I can't wait to do another freak off. Oh, it's been a while since I had a freak off.
Yeah.
You know, so
a nasty slore. Hey, but
a hoe.
Come on, a hoe. A hoe.
A downright light-skinned hoe. You know? It ain't like she ain't been passed around the industry before she met Diddy.
Right.
There was a million guys came out and dated her, said they dated her before him. You know? And and at her age, dating a guy at his age, that's what you could tell. She's a professional hoe. You know, she wasn't new to the game. She knew the game. And like I said, freak-offs, whether they're bisexual, trisexual, gay, whatever, that's not a crime. In my eyes, that's not a crime. You know, the guy got the penthouse, and he's inviting all these hoes over, and all these, male hoes over, and they all getting their freak on. You know, if that's the case, half the people who used to go to Freaknik in Atlanta could be brought up on charges. How many people flew people out to Freaknik back in the day? You know?
Well, hang on a second. I'm going to respond to some of the things you just said. And Tiffany, thank you. Tiffany just sent me some of the transcripts from the court with regards to erectile dysfunction. Let's go back for a second. When you said sex crimes, let's be clear. Diddy was not accused. Well, he was first accused, but not convicted of any sex crimes. Flying people out, transportation for prostitution, guilty, count 3. Count 5, transportation for prostitution, guilty. It's a big difference between Harvey Weinstein, who's convicted of taking, by force. So I stand on what I said in terms of it being a race thing. And sometimes they got these black coons, if you will, within the prosecution. And they want a pat on the back from Whitey. I'm saying it. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I think it's more, rather than a pat on the back from white people, I think it's more like furthering their career and having a big conviction of a well-known person under their belt. Yeah. And then when they go into private practice, they could use that. Yeah. Like, look, I got
yes, boss, I got that nigga. Yes, I did. I did away with that nigga. Yes, boss. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sick of all these so-called pure virgins out there pearl clutching. If you ain't never been to a freak-off party, in Manhattan or in LA or in Miami, you ain't really living. You have to at least get a couple of freak-off parties or, swinger parties under your belt. And black girls love swinger parties. I got to be honest with you.
Whoa. Where you going? Now you're going into the black girl thing. Come on, you're doing great. Let's not.
Yes.
Let's not take it down.
It's a race thing now. It's a race thing now.
It's a race thing.
Everybody made it a race thing, so it's going to be a race thing. If you want to go to a freak-off party or a swinger party, you get yourself an FBA girl because they are down with the swirl, with the dark chocolate, with the brown bean tacos. They down with it all. They don't discriminate.
Can I jump in, Rory? Everybody, hold on a second. This is my friend Rory. For those of you who are new to this show, Rory's the white Denzel. He's from New York City. I disagree. I think nobody is more treacherous, conniving, deceitful, and backstabbing than Latina women. You referenced Miami. On a few occasions, I have known guys to hang out down in Miami, as you said, Miami Beach area.
Yeah.
Had some fun with a prostitute. All of a sudden, they start getting text messages from the whore saying, "Can you send me $100?" Yada yada. After the sexual encounters took place, right? And if he doesn't comply, then some guy out of a random Hispanic starts sending text messages to the guy with pictures of heads cut off in a basket, saying, "Send us some money, or else we're going to come to your home. We know where you live. We're going to do this to you." Do you know about that?
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah. But most pimps I have.
Black girl, hold on a second. Well, I've never known a FBA, as you just put a black girl, to do that. But that's how those Latina girls get down. They text you after the fact and say, "Can you send me, Poppy, send me another 200? You're like, "What?" Then you start getting pictures of heads literally in baskets from guys talking about, "We come into your house, we're going to shoot our way in, send us 500 now, you fuck." Pardon my language, folks. Go ahead, Rory. Go ahead.
No, I agree with you with that. I think that Latino women are known to not be trusted. I think they're definitely bigger skeezers than FBA women. Yeah. I agree with that. That's why FBA women are trusted to go to freak-offs and to go because they enjoy it. They're not. Their first thing isn't just they're looking for a good time. They're not just looking for trying to get somebody and get in their pocket and line them up. I think Spanish women, their whole life is lining people up. That's what they do.
Spanish speaking, not to be confused with those from Spain. Hey, Rory, listen, I got to take other calls, but you sent me a video. Can you resend that YouTube video with gay on gay crime in New York? They were down there fighting and shooting at the gay pride parade. You sent me the video, right?
Oh yeah, the FBA took over gay pride. Now they're shooting each other in front of gay bars. And this year, it said 80% of the gay pride participants were people of color. So the brothers got and the sisters got the freak off on, gay, straight, whatever. They're the freakiest ones in the world right now. They get the Freaky Award.
Can you read?
I love the video star.
Yeah, please.
Of the girls. I love the video of the baby oil FBA girls.
Okay.
Twerking in front of the courthouse.
Rory, can you send me the video now, please, of the gay on gay crime in New York? All right.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you, man. Salute.
Black gay on gay crime.
Okay. Good to talk to you. Thank you, Rory. Thank you. Okay. We had a little action there. Some of Diddy's family members were exiting the courthouse. I'm trying to get the intel on what exactly happened there. Let me go back. Let me go back for a second. Are they taking another extended break? Or what happened? Let me see if Big Elvis, the chef Rosenberg, has any information. Elvis, are you there? Tapping in, area code 646 on a Wednesday afternoon. Big Elvis, the chef.
Big Elvis. Big Elvis, the chef Rosenberg. I am here, Star.
How are you, man?
I've been here. I've been here the whole morning with you, Star.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
Great show. Everyone has a lot of great things to say. I would just add to it. I've been sending you super chats for the last 10 months. Then they all said, free Diddy.
Yeah.
And they all read. So I've been an advocate for this man to walk. I hope he walks with a bail. I was just telling a friend of mine that Tupac was out on a...
Hey, Elvis, can you hold on 1 second? Deeds, do I have audio? Deeds, do I have audio? Do I have audio? People in the live chat are saying no audio. Let me just make sure that everyone can hear me. Yes, no, maybe? They're saying 5 p.m. bail hearing. 5 p.m. bail hearing. Yes, no? Okay, I'm back. You can hear me? Thank you so much. Big Elvis, you were saying, sir. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that it is possible for him to get out on this bail. And I was saying how Tupac was out on a bail as well, but it was an appeal bail because he was already sentenced.
Right.
So, these things happen with the right people doing the right push. A lot of that was Interscope Records and their power. So I'm sure that Diddy still has power in some places, and it would be nice to see him get bail before his sentencing, and then even get an appeal bail if he can push that along too. So I just wanted
Can I jump in, Elvis? Can I jump in?
I insist, please.
Okay, so never mind Star. Did God step in? Did God realize the good that this man has done and will continue to do? I'm not trolling. I'm not being silly. I respect people's systems of living. You know this. Did God step in and give this man a second chance?
No, because God would then have to exist. And I would
I said, never mind my system of belief or lack thereof. For those,
this is my system I'm talking about.
Go ahead,
respectfully,
go ahead.
respectfully. This is why I keep sending super chats, because we are aligned in a lot of ways.
Right. Okay.
You and I. Yeah. But I think it's a good question. Did all the uses of the word, like 300 uses of the word love, intercept the psyche of the people, so to speak, or the frequency of the people we like to talk about on this show? Did the frequency have something to do with Diddy's verdict? I can see that as a title, but I say no.
Let's not interject. My theory about the pulsating frequency beyond the Milky Way, that is not proven to have anything to do with our day to day. But okay, so you say no with regards to the theory of God stepping in. This is just what we have now. It's not that deep, and sentencing is at 5 p.m. That's what it is.
Well, is it the sentencing at 5 p.m. or is it the decision for bail at 5 p.m.?
Decision bail hearing 5 p.m. I'm sorry, this bail hearing.
Bail hearing 5 p.m. There's a part of me that feels like the judge has to consult with whoever's pulling his strings before he can make a decision.
Yeah. The judge has to talk to God. The judge has to fall down on his knees in the judge's chambers and ask God what to do.
No. Oh, no, Star.
Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. From kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our last bread. I'm ready.
And forgive us for our trespasses.
As we forgive those who trespass against us. Go ahead. Go. So what do you think, Elvis? I'm getting backed up on calls, but I appreciate you. What do you think, man? 5 p.m. Potential getting out on bail. Big Elvis? Is Elvis still there? Elvis, your phone went out. I can't hear you. Can't hear you, Elvis. Your phone went out. Are you there, Elvis?
Thank you, Star. I'm out.
Okay, thank you, man. Thank you. Okay. Guys, your PayPal questions can be sent via the PayPal information on the screen. Thank you so much for tapping in. Okay. So is anything really going on right now, or do we just come back at 5 p.m.? Do we just come back at 5 p.m.? Oh my goodness. Half of me right now has the itis behind those blueberry waffles that I just made in the Black & Decker toaster oven. Scrumptious. Today's religious talk. I got your donation. Thank you for tapping in. Hey, Deeds. Okay, Deeds says, I think we should. Okay. Well, I feel like talking, Deeds. So let me talk for a little bit more. Take a break. Tiffany sent me something here. Hold on a second, guys. Thank you, Tiffany. Tiffany and Deeds do great research. Let me put Deeds' information on the screen in case you guys want to, and I hope you do. Support her. Send her a cash app. Okay, Puerto Rico. No, that's Puerto Rico. Something different. Hold on. Where is Deeds? And are we done talking about Remy Ma? Nobody else cares? Okay. There's Deeds' cash app information if you guys want to support Deeds, okay? So Tiffany sent me something here. Sheree Hayes, the Punisher, a male escort, testified that he experienced erectile dysfunction during his last freak-off with Combs and Cassie Ventura in 2015. He attributed this to Combs' aggressive behavior and the pressure he felt from Combs. Hayes also mentioned using Cialis, Viagra, you see, and other substances to aid performances. He also written a book, In Search of Freezer Meat, about his experiences with erectile dysfunction, referencing Combs and Ventura within it. Someone else, Brendan Paul, alleged drug mule and former assistant to Diddy, testified that he acquired Cialis and erectile dysfunction medication for Combs on multiple occasions. Aha! So there goes my theory, or that confirms my theory that Diddy had erectile dysfunction. And maybe that's why Cassie said, I'm out of here. You know, this nigga's old now. He's all used up. And all he wants to do is just sit and watch me get pounded out by other niggas. Daniel Phillip, an escort who allegedly participated in freak-offs hosted by Combs, testified that he experienced erectile dysfunction when witnessing Combs, something with Cassie. He claimed that Combs gave him Cialis at those times. In audio messages presented as evidence during the trial, Combs can be heard making demands for freak-off supplies, including saying Cialis, please, which appears to be a reference to the erectile dysfunction drug. Oh, okay, so he needed the baby oil to stroke the tool, yes? I've never had erectile dysfunction. I just... I'm stingy with the tool. Can I get a 1 in the live chat from guys who are stingy with the tool? Just, I ration it out. You've heard me say that before. I ration the dick. Important notes. Combs has pleaded not guilty to. Okay, no loss. Okay. Oh, that pounding. Okay, salute. Okay, we got a bunch of real ones in the live chat. Yeah, we ration the tool. We use the tool as a weapon. I do not have makeup sex. If your mouth is out of line, I'll see you when you get your mind right. Area code 718. Thank you for your patience. Is that Tony tapping in on a Wednesday afternoon? 718.
Yo, how you doing, Star? How you?
I'm good, sir. How about yourself?
Doing good, man. Looking at all this crazy madness going on. Remy Ma acting up, jumping out the window at this age. You know what I mean? Buffy coming out, the 50 acting like a chatty patty is incredible.
Yeah.
It's incredible. But I'm gonna be honest with you. At the end of the day, none of them people are victims, man. You know what I mean? They were all willing, getting paid. You know what I mean? The other one got 30 mil. I mean, she shouldn't even get that money. I understand there's a civil and then a Fed case, but that's crazy, man. I mean, That's just crazy, man.
Well, she got the money, so let's deal with what we have respectfully. She got the money, and Diddy has beaten the 3 top charges. Are you up to speed on the charges that he was convicted of?
Yeah, I've been following through you and through academics and that other kid, the Fresh and Fit.
Okay, great guys, guys.
That guy's amazing. But in reality, man, you know, I think that all these charges was just it was like a big show, man. You know, I think we're gonna see him in less than a year home, and he'll probably be out here, you know, doing what he does. I don't understand how Cassie got paid, but she was still in court talking against the man that she settled with. How does that work, Star?
So honestly, I'm not going back into the whole Cassie thing. What shoulda, coulda, woulda happened. Diddy has beaten 3 of the top charges. He's been convicted of 2. Do you want to speak to that? Whatever you think, you know,
yes.
that means to society. I think you and I have spoken before. Some of these things, I don't want to sit here and keep rehashing, you know. And this is the objective perspective. So feel free to say what you feel, what you think, what you truly believe. Guilty on count 3 and count 5, transportation for prostitution. Can you speak to that?
Yeah. I don't think. I think they had to get him in something. You know what I mean? The feds can't just let him walk off. You know what I mean? They had it. Imagine how they would have looked. I mean, there's so much to say, man. I'm gonna be honest.
Did he deserve the 2 guilty verdicts, sir? Transportation for prostitution. Come on, be objective. Don't just, you know, free Diddy. Come on.
No, not at all. I think that for us men, it's a wake up call. You know what I mean? Those that fly girls out, in, or do whatever, you got to wake up, man. A woman will turn against you, and I've done time on fake accusations, and I know what it is to have to hire the lawyer and spend 30,000-40,000. Then you come out, and they get no charge. You know what I mean?
Whoa. You spent 30,000-40,000 to defend yourself against a woman?
Yeah, man, and it was a fake charge.
Don't say her name. So hold on.
No, not at all. This happened many years ago.
And
no, never that.
What were you accused of, sir?
Armed robbery and other things, but it was nothing like that. You know what I mean? The girl got bitter. I left her behind. You know what I mean? I left her stranded because she started acting up. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, shorty called the cops and said that I robbed her and that I robbed her man.
Are you Hispanic, sir? I think we spoke before.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, we have.
Give me a second.
From the Bronx.
Okay, give me a second, man. Listen. And class of what? 80. What class did you graduate?
Say it again.
What class? 85, 91? When were you supposed to graduate?
95, son.
Okay. All right. Your era, like my era, we dealt with things different.
Yeah. Definitely.
And you no longer live in the New York tri-state?
Nah, hell no, man. I got me a nice house in Florida. We spoken before. South Florida.
Right. Okay. With all due respect, did you hit a woman upside the head and get accused of taking the snatch? You're Hispanic, respectfully.
Nah, not at all, man. It wasn't nothing like that. She started snoring cocaine in front of me. I'm not doing. I'm not. I like in those days when I was young, I used to smoke weed, but none of that crazy shit. So what I did, I told her, I'm gonna go to the.
Please watch the language, sir. Sir, please watch the language.
Oh, my bad, sir. I apologize. No intentions of. I went. I got in my car and I left. I left her stranded with her friends. And women will say anything just to get you cut up, man. I just, you know what I mean? I was facing 15 years, and she was willing for me to do this time, knowing that it was a lie. I'll tell you a better one. My daughter's mom.
Well, hold on, sir. Hold on. I want to be respectful to your daughter's mother. Let's not go in that direction. But let's go back for a second. So you were with a female, Hispanic?
I don't even know what she was, to be honest. She looked white.
Okay. She was snorting cocaine. You say you were not smoking cocaine, but you're from the BX?
Yeah, no. So I left her stranded when they started putting all that shit.
More than likely. Hang on. And please watch the language, please. more than likely, you were smoking a Wooler blunt. Respectfully, you say you.
Nah.
Sir,
I was boxing in those days, my man. I was boxing in those days.
You were supposed to graduate. You're supposed. I respect that. You're supposed to graduate in the mid-90s. So you
right. No, I did graduate. I got my high school diploma.
Salute. So you weren't just smoking, regular trees. Yeah, a little something.
I just told you I was boxing, my man. I've been boxing. I boxed for 15 years in my life. When you're a boxer, you very short to a lot of things, my man. You can't do a lot of things when you take boxing serious. You feel me?
Sir, with all due respect, Mike Tyson was on coke during some of his matches. He admitted that. My nigga, Macho Man, huh? He was on the yayo, right? Hector Camacho. So I'm not trying to
start. If I would tell you, my man. Why I ain't got?
I'm not trying to disrespect you.
At anything, you know what I mean?
I'm not trying to disrespect you. We're just talking about this female, and you were facing how many years again?
15 years, man.
Go ahead, land your plane. Come
on. This has happened before, many times. You can't believe anything that a woman says. Okay. Cassie, I think she's a mud bucket. I think every karma comes back. I think in time we're gonna see her downfall.
I agree.
I think Diddy's not no angel, but he didn't do none of those things that they were accusing him of. You know what I mean? I think those charges that he was found guilty, I think that's bubblegum. I think that I would love to see when he comes out and how all these people that were dogging him out, like Jay-Z, Law and Crime, all these people, how they're going to react. Because all those people wanted him to do life. You know what I mean? Yeah. At first, I was like, yo, Diddy's a dirtbag, that. But then when I started hearing the case, I'm like, no, man, this is I know the law. I'm a man.
Sir, I got to go. We got some action on the screen, man. Thank you. I got to go. Thank you.
Yo.
Once again at about 9 o'clock this morning, and not even about an hour later, all of a sudden we have a complete verdict. All counts have been decided. And I want to talk about what goes into all of that in a moment, but let's just reveal exactly what was on the verdict. Here's what it breaks down as: not guilty, racketeering conspiracy. Not guilty on the 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and guilty on the 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, as this is read, by the way, there are no cameras allowed in the federal courthouse behind me. So that's why we're showing you a lot of these courtroom sketches to kind of give the vibe. And we've, throughout this entire trial, had our amazing reporter, Queen Elizabeth Milner, inside the courtroom to capture the essence of everything, to take a look at how the jurors are reacting, how the prosecution and the defense, and of course, P. Diddy himself and his family are reacting to things. So when this verdict finally does come down, P. Diddy, according to reports, fell to his knees when he hears the not guilty as far as racketeering conspiracy. And now I want to kind of touch a little bit more about all of that, right? The racketeering conspiracy, because even before we went to trial, back when the indictment came down in September of 2024, that's really when a lot of people were scratching their heads about this racketeering conspiracy charge. And let me kind of explain why. In order to prove racketeering conspiracy, the government would have to successfully prove that P. Diddy had co-conspirators with him, right? Because this is a conspiracy, meaning multiple people. And generally, when we're talking about RICO, usually people will think about, the mob, the mafia, a whole gang was being taken down. And yet, P. Diddy is the only person who's charged here. There were no sort of co-defendants. However, the government alleges that there are co-conspirators that weren't necessarily charged. So it's confusing, right? A lot of people are like, wait, he has co-conspirators, but they're not charged. Does any of this make sense? And that's just the start of it, okay? Because in order to prove that P. Diddy was guilty of this racketeering conspiracy, there were multiple predicate crimes that needed to be proven or met. And those include things like kidnapping. When we're talking about Capricorn Clark, for instance, when she alleged that she had been kidnapped when some jewelry went missing and she had to perform this lie detector test, or when she was allegedly kidnapped and taken to Kid Cudi's house, which leads into the next predicate crime, of course, that's arson, when Kid Cudi's Porsche allegedly was blown up. There are more examples of predicate crimes too. We're talking forced labor, or we're talking bribery. There was a whole list on the verdict sheet of many of these things that needed to be met. So to me, Yesterday afternoon when we came back and the jury said, we're kind of hung on this one, count one, we can't really meet a consensus on all of this. It made sense to me because it was the most difficult one to be proven. And what I'm theorizing happened in all of this is that they went home last night, went to bed, they kind of thought about it, and perhaps what happened is this morning they started deliberating again at 9 o'clock and they thought, okay, well, we couldn't agree before, so maybe that means reasonable doubt. All we know that happened for sure definitively, I can't report what happened in the deliberation room, but what we do know is they came to a not guilty verdict there on racketeering conspiracy, which leads into the next text of everything, right? The fact that P. Diddy's life behind bars, his life was literally on the line here, you guys. His life behind bars completely thrown out. And I just want to remind everyone, I am live here in the Southern District of Manhattan with the courthouse behind me. So if you hear any sort of sirens or anything going off, that's why. And I think now is a great time to let you all know or remind you about what's going on here. So this is an active street. You can hear sirens, you can see cars going back and forth. And after this verdict is announced, people are going, I'm just going to say it, people are going wild. There are hundreds of people that are here surrounding the streets. The NYPD came and barricaded both sides, the side I am on right now, and then the side across the street over there, because people were falling into the street. Many people were walking into the street. There was cheering, people who were excited for P. Diddy, who felt that he had been wrongly
Okay, she needs to take a break and get a glass of water.
upset, saying that this was a defeat in a way
The hell?
for many sexual assault survivors. So there's kind of back and forth and a lot of tension there.
Keep it
And I
going.
do want
On
to
and
highlight
on and
too
on.
a main topic of this trial, even prior to the trial, really. Ever since we heard the indictment, was the 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lube. That's what made headlines. That's what a lot of people were talking about. We all remember when Mark Agnifilo said, oh, hey, P. Diddy just shops at Costco. These are all probably Kirkland brand, right? He just buys in bulk. Well, it turns out Costco said.
Here we go. Cop City.
Tonight, a major milestone today in Atlanta as city and state leaders cut the ribbon on the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, which protesters have dubbed Cop City.
The facility has been at the center of controversy, with supporters saying it's a necessary investment in training the city's first responders. But critics keep raising concerns. Fox 5's Tyler Fingert attended the ribbon cutting and has the story.
1, 2, 3, cut! Atlanta city officials and others celebrated Tuesday after cutting the ribbon at the city's new Public Safety Training Center.
This is quite a day for the city of Atlanta.
The new facility on the city's southeast side is a consolidated state-of-the-art training center for law enforcement and firefighters. It features a number of things, including a mock city and rescue tower. Atlanta's police and fire chiefs say it replaces old, outdated, and inadequate training grounds for first responders.
This is an investment not just in the city's infrastructure, but in our recruits.
The project didn't come without controversy. After being announced in 2021, protesters dubbed the project Cop City. In the 4 years since, dozens have been arrested, with some being accused of vandalism, violence, and domestic terrorism.
This is an APD vehicle that has windows smashed. It's one of the APD SUVs. A marked unit was set on fire, it appears.
The Stop Cop City movement is accused of starting a riot in downtown Atlanta in January 2023, which came days after a protester was killed. Investigators say a state trooper fired in self-defense while they cleared activists near the site. Protesters have been accused of throwing Molotov cocktails at police and torching construction equipment, among other acts. The training center was set to cost $90 million, but jumped to $118 million, in part due to increased security for the site. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens called protesters out at the ribbon cutting.
I support anybody's right to oppose any platform that I stand on, but there are rules to this.
While some protesters have been accused of violence, others started a petition to force a referendum, but that remains in legal limbo. Opponents believe the facility is bad for the environment and will lead to police militarization. They say the fight isn't over.
I think now Cop City will just be a place of protest to organize around police violence.
Officials say the training center is purely about creating a safe Atlanta.
It is the Atlanta Public Training Center that will ensure that we recruit, equip, and retain the officers and firefighters necessary to keep this city safe.
Cop City, South Atlanta. Anybody want to chime in? They were in the process of building that back when I lived in Woodstock. It's a reality now. Over $100 million. At the time, it was like projected to be 90 million, but it has become a reality. I think it's a good thing. I just have to be honest with you, because there's so many home invasions, shootings in the Atlanta metro area, carjacking, scamming. You got the water boys catching licks on the Cash App. What do you call that again? The Cash App codes and all that sort of jazz. You gotta tighten things up. Hang on a second. Up jumps the bussy. I got your PayPal donation. Thank you very much. He says, "Don't worry if I write rhymes. I write checks." Puff Daddy, okay. And Gemstar got your donation as well. Let me see if this is who I think it is. Area code 440. Good afternoon. Please watch the language. Is that Boris?
Что там, братишка, старик? Как дела? How are you?
Hey, good to hear from you, man. What's cracking? What's shaking? Boris.
I wanted to, I hope you're doing well. I wanted to chime in on something that you mentioned before. I'm out and about, so I'll have to make it a little bit quick.
Okay.
But I agree with you. I wanted to champion what you said about how most of these women are whores involved in the freak-off, that is.
Yeah.
I agree, because I am sure that some of your callers and you too have an idea of what it is that I do. Now, when I gained my skills, I wanted to test it and see just how resourceful I can be. I witnessed the end of the video vixen era.
Okay.
When I would open my Explorer page, I would see all these women. And I wanted to see if I can get in touch with them. When I'm talking about the women, I'm talking about the women that have that are influencers with a large amount of followers.
Okay.
So I wanted to reach out and sell the dream, perhaps. And many of them have a price. I would sell them the dream. They all have a price. I would show them a lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
And they would all say, send me this amount, that amount. Of course, I am not a trick. I did not send them anything.
Right.
I just wanted to prove to myself that all these women, especially the one that act like they have morals and values, it's all a sham. It's all a sham. They would tell me, send me 10K, I need to do my nails.
Oh my God.
You know, they would tell me how much they're willing to sell themselves for.
Right.
There is one influencer in particular.
Don't say names.
This.
Don't say names, Boris.
No, I will not. I will not. This is just to drive home a point. One woman would tell me, how did you get my information?
Yeah.
I told her that I am well connected.
Yeah.
She told me, why did you not send me a DM? I want to show the rest of the men in the live chat that it's not about being a simp. She told me, why did you not send me a DM? It's more appropriate. I told her, if I would have sent you a DM, you would not have responded. Be honest with me.
Right.
Who was the last person you responded to? She told me that she was actually turned on by the fact that I broke the rules. And I'm still in touch with this woman until today.
Easy.
So,
easy.
like I said,
don't say names.
Yes, a woman make rules for the beta and they bend them for the alpha. And they all have price tag. Do not get it confused. If you show them the right net worth, if you show them the right lifestyle, they are willing to catch a plane today. Okay?
Boris, if I can jump in for a sec, now, and I can appreciate your honesty and your knowledge on this particular topic. Are you familiar with the Latina girls who run a certain type of scam, if you will, or, with regards to tricks, Johns, and after you pay them for their services, somebody else, whether it's their pimp or their husband or boyfriend, then starts texting you pictures of body parts cut up, heads in a basket, and then demanding more money, because we can say what we want to say about, black women, mammies, but I've had 2, possibly 3 guys that I've known come to me asking for assistance with law enforcement, and this is what they came back with. these Latina girls, you know, if you pay them for their services, they then double back, sending you pictures of people literally shot and killed and then demand more money.
I know exactly what you're talking about, but I must say, this is not exclusive to the Latinos. It is all-inclusive. It's about a demographic. You mentioned before, I heard the conversation you had with Rory. You mentioned before that Latinos do it. No, it's a Miami thing. It's not a Latino thing. It just so happens that Miami is more dominated with Latinos. You have to have, Miami women, they have a mentality to finesse. It's not about the desire. It's all about what you have in your pocket. Also, you could pay them, and they will still come with the same nonsense of shot body parts if you decide to cut them off. If you tell them, listen, whatever we had was nothing special, it was a one-night stand or whatever, they would still send you that because they are wired and programmed.
The two guys that I'm talking about, Boris, the two guys I'm talking about, this happened to them in the Atlanta metro area, not Miami. But hey, man, any thoughts with regards to Diddy? The verdict that came down, not guilty on 3 counts, guilty on 2 before you go, Boris?
I think that justice was served. I think that he should do some time about putting hands or whatever, using prostitutes, because it is the appropriate charge for him. Okay. He did not traffic. Everything he did was not coerced. It was done voluntarily. The Punisher said that. The Punisher said that Cassie, he only saw her maybe one time under the influence, and that was she smoked some marijuana. Everything was done with consent, and I do not think that Diddy, because Diddy is a very flamboyant type of man. I do not see him. Yes, he would put hands on a woman, but I do not see him saying, "I want to take the box, otherwise we have problems." Right. Okay. You heard the voicemail he left to Jane Doe, in which he said, "I'm going to go call on you or whatever, disappear on you." Okay. I think that is more in line with his personality. Before I go, I just wanted to say one more thing about Remy Ma, because I sent you the video. Oh my
goodness! Yeah, a couple.
The apple does not fall far from the tree. Right. You are 45 years old woman. You did some time for shooting a friend of yours, an associate.
8 years.
Right. And you're still in high school when your son is facing charges. Yeah. So it's a shame that she has arrested development. Yeah. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Boris. Thank you.
Have a good one. Take care. Bye-bye.
Right. Okay. Everybody hold on a second. I'm coming to the phone lines. I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything with regards to the updates. People outside the courthouse. Been streaming since early this morning. So Law and Crime has taken a break, yeah? Anybody else talking about the verdict other than TMZ? I just, for some reason, man, Harvey and his buddy, they talk on top of each other. I'm just not interested. So a couple of channels have moved on from the Diddy coverage. Now that the verdict came back, they've moved on. What about Associated Press? Associated Press is they're doing nothing here. Guys, just bear with me a second. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. What's going on here? Oh, wait a minute. What do we got here? There's a little tidbit. There's a little tidbit. This is this is nothing to do with Diddy. Just give me a second, guys.
including 50 coordinators in the state who have helped guide us through the time
That's not a good angle.
and disoriented legal process. Thank you for all your dedicated, diligent, and tireless commitment to justice and the successful outcome reached today.
That's not a good. I'm just going to go back for a second here until I can find what it is I'm looking for, guys. Hold on. Okay. Lydia, hey, young lady. Thank you for your donation. Phone number's on the screen, Lydia. If you've been waiting in the queue, just send me a email and say, hey, I'm on such and such a number. Okay. Area code 206. Good afternoon. 206, are you there?
Yo, what's going on, baby?
Hey, how are you, sir? Please watch the language. Please. Where do you want to start?
Yeah. I'm from New York, and I used to listen to you back in the day when you was on the radio, man. All I want to say is, I think that they had to, appease everybody. So, they dismissed the big charges on them, and then, send them to jail for a couple years. So everybody feels like they did something. But my request from you is...
Well, hang on a second, sir. When you say they, so the jury conspired to come up with this verdict along with the prosecution. Can you be specific? Who is they?
I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say conspired, but like once they felt like they couldn't decide on the big charge, I already knew he was gonna be not guilty on that. It's so now he goes to jail for a couple years. They feel like they got the big bad wolf off the streets, and the prosecution feels like that they got a win under their belt. So I say he goes to jail for 5 years at the most.
Okay. And you're from the New York tri-state?
Yeah, actually, last summer I was in Brooklyn and I had some beers with Buck Wild.
Okay.
In East New York.
Yep.
Okay. How come you don't sing your favorite song, Bum B no more? I used to love that.
Sir, this is 2025. The Bum Bitch song came out in 2001, sir. But God bless you. God bless you. And I spoke to Buck Wild last week. Sir, it's 2025. God bless you. Salute. Salute. God bless that man. Daniel, I got your Cash App. Thank you so much. Ruben, I got your Cash App. Thank you so much. Josh, I got your Cash App. Thank you so much. Penelope, I got your Cash App. Thank you so much. Guys, give me a second. I'm responding to these people. Sunday, when did this come in? How did I miss this one? Okay. Everybody, hold on. Just give me a minute. Give me a second. Okay. Still nothing happening outside of the courthouse. We did see Diddy's family come out roughly 20 minutes ago. Okay. Let me see if Rory sent the video that I asked him to. Thank you, Tiffany. Tiffany says Cassie opposes Diddy's release. Wait a minute. The Honorable. Whoa, Mike. Oh, my goodness. No. Hang on a second. Cassie wrote a letter? Wait a minute. Tiffany, is there a link to this letter anywhere? Breaking news, folks. Breaking news. Douglas H. Wigdor, Wigdor, Cassie's attorney, has written a letter to the Honorable, the judge's name. We write as counsel for Cassandra Ventura to respectfully request that the court deny Mr. Combs to be released pending his sentencing on his 2 convictions under, and then they have the statute pursuant to the bail reform. Oh, wow. Detention is mandatory post-conviction on these charges, and Ms. Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself. Holy smokes. Okay, I just printed out the letter. Does anybody have a link, or is there a link to this particular? And why aren't they reporting this? Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Thank you, Tiffany. Tiffany sent me that email. Let me just respond to her. Is there a video link? Wow, Cassie digging her heels in. Someone says, salute OG. Thank you for your donation. Rory, no, I'm looking for the. Hold on a second. Hey, 631. Did we speak already? Area code 631. I saw you in the queue.
Hi, how are you?
Hey there. Who's this?
My name is Lynn. I'm from Long Island, New York.
Hey, Lena, how are you? Thank you for
And I'm happy
your
to be on the show. I'm well, thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Where do you
So
wanna start?
I just wanted to chime in. I've been with you for a few hours now, so I've been listening to a lot of your callers.
Thank you.
And in regards to his transportation to engage in prostitution charge, I think that's kind of bogus. I think that's really bogus. And the reason why is because it's such a double standard. You know, men, especially when they're at a certain financial bracket, particularly wealthy, very wealthy men, you know, they have options, right? And so many of them, for as long as before I was born, and I'm a grown woman, you know, they have the option to fly women of their preference in. And so what if it's for pleasure, right? Clearly it's you know, beneficial for both of them. Clearly it's consensual, right? And so because they have that option, and just because they end up having being intimate, that means it's engaging in prostitution. That doesn't make any kind of sense to me. That's just crazy to me for them to even come up with such a charge, especially when you have a lot of women who encourage and demand that type of treatment. Women like to feel valued, you know, and when you're dealing with someone who is like, you know, Sean Combs, who's, you know, a big celebrity, you know, that speaks volumes for a lot of women, and they wouldn't mind being entertained by someone, you know, with that type of status. And so, of course, I mean, if it were me, I mean, I'm not paying for my own plane ticket when you're sitting on billions, right, and I have to go to work every damn day. I would feel honored to be flown in, to be wined and dined. And of course, that comes with a price. I mean, a lot of men don't even fly women in, and if they're paying more than $300 for a meal, they want something in return. So the only difference is a flight. You know what I'm saying? So either way, it's paying a woman. And even though the transaction is, you know, I mean, even though it's not obviously transactional, but in a sense it is, like I said, the only difference is a flight. You got a man that takes a woman out, that buys her a gift, that takes her to an expensive restaurant. And at the end of the night, because he's attracted and they're attracted, he expects some kind of pleasure. And if she consents to it, then that's what it is. Now, is that, you know, engaging in prostitution without the transportation?
Can I jump in?
Doesn't make any sense.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, and then you think about the hypocrisy of it all.
No, I'm saying, can I jump into what you're saying?
Oh, sure.
You know,
sure.
I can appreciate everything you're saying, and I've been very objective with regards to the trial. My thoughts, to not necessarily root for Diddy, but not to wish bad upon him either. But now we have to think about what's what is a proper society. We do have rules and regulations. So now everything you described, I can understand it, but at the same time, prostitution at this point in America, with the exception of what is it, the Bunny Ranch in Nevada, something like that, it's illegal. It's illegal. So do we relax the laws for Diddy? He has been convicted for flying out prostitutes, and sex was made in exchange for currency, drugs. Yes.
Yes, I totally agree with the law. I don't think anyone should break the law, and I understand that it is a law. At the same, I'm just thinking of a more personal level. But at the same time, if he is convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution, then at the same time, shouldn't Cassie and the other woman also be charged with prostitution? I mean, since the case is clear, shouldn't it go on both ends? And I'm not saying that I don't empathize with them,
Didn't they get immunity for their testimony? Didn't they get immunity for their testimony?
Should they get immunity for their testimony?
No, I'm saying,
I'm
saying, didn't they? Didn't they get immunity for their testimony? I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that. But again, the hypocrisy of crime is still a crime. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you have people like Hugh Hefner who, to the world in public has flown, women, young women out to the Playboy Mansion, put them all in lingerie, had them all on his lap. And clearly it was a lot of, sexual things going on, and he gets away with it. And there's thousands of other men who do that as well. And then there's also women, older women of a.
Can I jump in before you go to women? Because,
Sure.
Again, I appreciate you, but I'm just trying to give you a little pushback to be objective. Hugh Hefner represented an older time in society, came out of Chicago, the whole Playboy empire, then to Hollywood Hills and all those other places. Yes, they were freaking, drugs, pedophilia, bestiality. But was Hugh Hefner recording people? Was he, running around and letting it be known on a large scale that, recording people? I think that's where Diddy messed up. We're just talking. What do you think about that? To be objective.
Well, I guess I can agree with it on that level. I still don't think it's a difference, but I do agree.
Okay.
I definitely do agree with you on that point. And in regards to his character assassination, I know a caller that called in a while ago. He said that, Diddy's character was assassinated. That's questionable. Now, from my perspective, was his character assassinated in reference to RICO, all those other charges that he actually walked away from? And of course that did damage. Yes. But, his character is still in question in regards to a lot of other things, people's careers that he has halted, that he has kind of, taken over or destroyed. And I know he's a good guy. He gives a lot. In some point, he's a good guy. He gives a lot of opportunities to a lot of people, and people have to look and read the read the small print when it comes to contracts and whatnot, But I think, I don't think he's such a nice human being at the same time, because regardless of what people believe as far as Cassie being a hoe and she's taking his money, in light of what you said, how that, that's how it's done when you're a hoe and you take somebody's money, you get hit. No, I don't think any man has the right to put his hand on any woman at any time. I think he could have gotten that from her 100 other different ways, being physically stronger, and more superior than she was. So he's a pig for that in my eyes. He's definitely a pig for that in my eyes. But on the other hand, with them trying to bring all these other,
I disagree with that.
I think it was wrong.
I disagree.
Okay.
No, stay with me. I'm enjoying the conversation. I disagree with that. I disagree that a man should never put his hands on a woman. I disagree with that. You punch me in my mouth, I'm punching you back. I don't know what area you're from, but my mother told me in the 70s, maybe 1973 or 74, if a boy hits you, hit him back. If a girl hits you, hit her back twice as hard. Twice as hard.
Lord.
Oh yeah. We're talking. We're just talking. But now, with regards to what you said, you brought up Hugh Hefner. Somebody put something on the screen, and I think that we have to, accept responsibility for certain people, if you will. Can you read that on the screen? Can you see that?
Yeah, it says stop comparing yourself to whites.
Yeah.
So what does that have to do with anything? I'm lost.
Well, if you're lost, then I'll just let you land your plane. But I will say this.
Okay.
I will say this, many people, and most notably the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, police yourselves so the white man doesn't have to. Bringing up Hugh Hefner.
Right.
Yes, Hugh Hefner was a freak, bisexual, and all that other weirdo stuff. But Diddy is somebody else, a different era, Police yourselves. But good, land your plane. I appreciate the call. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just have one more point. A couple of callers ago, you had a guy come on there and he said that all that women have a price, right? And I put this in the chat. My opinion in regards to that is I think a lot of people have a price, both men and women. People sell their souls to the devil, sell their souls to money, sell their souls to fame all the time. So I don't think it's just a woman or women's, because women do have their price, but so does men. So does everyone. When it comes to their career, when it comes to their personal lives, everyone has a price. Even if you say to a straight guy, as straight as an arrow, if you sleep with another man, I'll give you $50 million. I don't know how many men are going to turn that down, especially if they're already on the low budget end. So that was just it. I think this is a big win for Diddy.
I don't agree with that, but I let you say it.
Okay. Well, to land my point, I think it's a big win for Diddy. I'm glad he got off of those other charges. I do think he's a pig in some areas of his life that he needs to correct, but hopefully he learns from his mistake and he turns his life around and he starts treating people better. He starts doing things better. And by the way, as far as karma, when you guys speak about Cassie getting that money from him and she did that and she lined him up, okay, karma has a boomerang effect. He has lined people up in his life too. He's a man of power. He has destroyed a lot of people's careers. So that money has to come out of his pocket one way or the other. So that's about it. I just hope he does well in life from this point on. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for the call. I appreciate you.
All right.
Okay, Star Report. I'm back in the building. Wednesday afternoon. Welcome to the show. All right. We've been having a healthy discussion for the most part. Very robust and informative for everybody. Thank you for your support. Thank you for watching the language. It's a little too early to do the type of show in the daytime that we usually do in the evening. All right. Now, we're waiting on the court to reconvene. In the meantime, I've got some videos that I want to play. Just, some things that may or may not be of interest to you. Deeds just sent me something here. What is this? The female who was involved with Remy Ma and the lead up to Remy Ma being handcuffed, and rightfully so. Who is this? What is this young lady's name? Hold on a second. Jasmine Dior. This is the female who was, I'll just say, having an exchange with Remy Ma. And then we'll come back to everything else, all right? And Deeds, are you there? Can you let me know if I'm gonna put one of these links on my laptop. Hold on a second, guys. I got so much going on right now. I don't want to miss anything by way of the court coming back. Just the video after the verdict of her lawyer. Okay, there's a video after the verdict from her lawyer. I'm confused. Cassie's lawyer? He's speaking. I never saw that video. No, this is Jasmine Dior talking about Remy Ma and their tension at the courthouse weeks ago. Let me go to the nonsense. Good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Where's the runner, the showrunner? Do I still have it for Remy Ma? Okay. Remy Ma was handcuffed, and rightfully so. She's a convicted felon. I think she's dangerous. She was arrested for punching a girl in her face. So now we have this woman, I don't know if she's a lady or not, talking about Remy and something, yada, yada, yada. Very, very New York accent, if you will. So just bear with me here. Watch Remy Ma, courtroom. Remy Ma. Oh, God. I don't know which one is which. Here we go.
Same shit. The first time she ever came to court, she was in her car, putting her middle finger up, doing mad weird shit. Like, who does that? Who does that? At the end of the day, I'm the victim. And you don't have to care about what your son did. You do not have to care. But come to court and be respectful. Period. I've been through the same shit. When I did something or people said I did something, I was in court quietly. I'm going to hear what the judge say. Whatever it is what it is. But I'm not going to be acting like somebody else did something to me. I ain't do nothing to you, sweetie. So what you mad for? I can never see my father again. You could still see your bum ass son. Like, stop. I don't care. So since y'all wanted to hear the story, that's the story. Remy been ice grilling me for the 2 little times that she came to court for her fucking son. Okay? We're not going to have the Mother of the Year award. You're not getting that. Okay? You're not. With your son having $120 on his account. Stop playing with me. Y'all never going to play with me.
Does anybody care about this? I mean, this is the nonsense, and we appreciate the nonsense. Hold on a second. I don't know her name, but I can tell you I hate her hairstyle. That's that hairstyle back in the days. Thank you. Okay. Well, one more time, so I can try and understand what this young person is.
Remy been saying shit. She been saying shit. The first time she ever came to court, she was in her car, putting her middle finger up, doing mad weird shit. Like, who does that? Who does that? At the end of the day, I'm the victim. And you don't have to care about what your son did. You do not have to care. But come to court and be respectful. Period. I've been through the same shit. When I did something or people said I did something, I was in court quietly. I'm going to hear what the judge say. Whatever it is what it is. But I'm not going to be acting like somebody else did something to me. I ain't do nothing to you, sweetie. So what you mad for? I can never see my father again. You could still see your bum ass son. Like, stop. I don't care. So since y'all wanted to hear the story, that's the story. Remy been ice grilling me for the 2 little times that she came to court for her fucking son. Okay? We're not going to have the Mother of the Year award. You're not getting that. Okay? You're not. With your son having $120 on his account. Stop playing with me. Y'all never going to play with me.
Troll babies and the... Somebody said a brick breaker. Oh, God. What is her name, to be fair? I want to be respectful. Her father was killed, allegedly, by Remy's son. What is this young woman's name? She's a young woman. Okay. Remy's courtroom. Remy gave her Melvin. Okay, and Remy's son supposedly only has $120 on the books. I don't know if he needs more than that, right? If you give him too much money in jail, then what? He wants to become a dealer? I don't know. Okay, what is this? I got Mammy in Tampa, Wawa going crazy. Okay, guys, if you want to send in videos whilst we're waiting on the courtroom to come back, let me get my email address on the screen. I will make time for you. This is what we do sometimes in the evenings. We just, we entertain ourselves. There's my email address. Let's bring this video in. I don't know who sent me this, but, we've got some time to kill. What is this? A citizen app. What do we got? Do we got a brawl, a shooting? I can't play a shooting, Deeds. You go outside. You go outside. You better go on. Bitch, you better go on. You better go on. Got the fuck. I ain't got nothing. Bitch, I killed your ass.
I'll kill your ass. Go ahead. If you put your hands on me,
That girl in the red got crackhead strength. Got crackhead strength. Bitch, you got me all the way fucking. Come on outside, pussy hoe. Come outside, pussy hoe. Is the girl with the visor going outside?
Come on.
I got the girl with the red hair. Deeds, I thought this was a brawl. Oh, Deeds, what's going on with Philly? Guys, there's some type of strike in Philly. They better not have shut down the bus lines. Oh my God! If they do that, it's up and it's stuck. Okay. Someone just sent me a donation and a video to play. What is this here right now? Wait a minute. Is this recent? Okay, who's this dancing? This is Christian Combs following the Diddy verdict. They're outside. Any audio? Now, who's the female? Is that Diddy's daughter? I want to be sensitive. Just like his dad. Okay, okay. Is the girl in the black dress, is she of age? I want to be careful. Is she of age? Hey, Lady L, she says, Star, you're a rat and a hater. Baby, that's a whole fact. That's a whole fact. But who is this fine thing in the black dress? Hi,
I'm
Stephanie.
so happy for you. So much. So happy.
Hi,
Big fan
Stephanie.
from Sweden.
Thank you. We appreciate all the love.
Sheesh.
Diddy free, let's go. Diddy free. Spread the word.
How you feeling?
Feeling great.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, they're saying, yes, she's of it. Okay, that's King Combs' girl. That's not his sister, is it? I think that's his girl. Okay, she was high stepping. Guys, phone lines are open. I'm going to take some calls now. And let me get Law and Crime Network on the screen here on my laptop. Law and Crime Network. Everybody, hold on, give me a second. Oh, guys, before I forget, I'm looking for anybody that can chop up content from my TikTok page. I will pay you, okay? People that can chop up content from my Squirrel Party TikTok page. Reach out to me. You have my email address. Okay, I'm going to go back to Fox because Fox is one of the best sources for what we're doing. All right, thank you, Tiffany. Tiffany, I got your link, but is this... What is this? Okay, this is Cassie's letter, guys. Cassie the rat. The coke slore rat. So that's not alleged. Coke slore rat. Okay, can you guys see that, or is that too small? But either way, that's the letter that Cassie's legal team, sent into the judge. I can't make it any bigger. I'm sorry. We write as counsel for Cassandra Ventura, Miss Ventura. It just says MS. Why isn't it MRS? Is she not married? Her legal team just says MS dot. The hater misses nothing. To respectfully request that the court deny Mr. Combs to be released pending his sentencing on his 2 convictions under blah, 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 blah. Damn. And Miss Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself, as well as to the community. Guys, is she not married, Cassie? On this letter from her legal team, Douglas H. Wigdor, he refers to her twice as Miss Ventura, not Mrs. There is a difference for those who care. You know? Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you so much. And I spoke to Lena. Thank you, Lena. I enjoyed our conversation. New York Post mom innocent shot. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay. Somebody sent me something about a mom. I don't want to play somebody's mom getting shot. Okay. Here you go. Deeds, who reps Philly all day, every day. There's a Philly strike going on. Folks, be careful if you're in Philly. Different type of people out there. And, you know, the strike is going on. You can get your your head pushed back. Hold on.
The largest blue-collar workers union still on strike, and District Council 33 representatives and the city, they have yet to return to the bargaining table. Despite the strike, hundreds of employees, though, they are now legally being ordered back to work. CBS News Philadelphia's Rusty Matei joining us live from Port Richmond with the latest. And we see those picketers there behind you, Ross. Good morning.
Good morning, Janelle. Yeah, this is an interesting update. A Philadelphia judge has granted an injunction ordering some of the striking city workers to go back to work today, specifically police dispatchers and water department employees, arguing that their absence from work creates a clear and present danger to public safety and health. However, that injunction does not prevent those workers from joining the picket line, like we're seeing here at this sanitation site. This is one of about 60 of them spread out throughout the city, where they're now asking people to bring their trash, because we know that trash collectors are currently on strike, like these folks who remain on strike now in day 2 of this ongoing worker strike. We saw hundreds of city workers hitting the picket lines yesterday all across the city. Leadership for District Council 33 says the city hasn't come close to the wage increases that the union wants. DC 33 represents more than 9,000 city workers, and they're looking for an 8% pay increase for each year over a 4-year deal.
Back
they said
to
they
work.
will not take less than a 5% increase year over year. While the city is offering a total pay raise of 7% over the course of 3 years, that comes out to an average of just about 2 to 3% raises per year. Mayor Sherelle Parker called the offer to the union historic, and she continues to urge them to accept it.
More than any other mayor has in one term in over 30 years offered to District Council 33 during contract negotiations. We believe it's a fair.
I have to jump in now. In case you don't know, that's the mayor of Philadelphia who, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, she was doing the Eagles chant and misspelling Eagles.
Offer, and it's still fiscally responsible for the people of this city. We need you. We need you, members of District Council 33.
So there you have it. Mayor Parker continues to urge the union to come back to the negotiating table. We're still waiting on word from the union on
Is
when
she
and
FBA?
if they're willing to do so. Siafa, back to you.
Ross, thank you for the update. Now,
That's the
an issue that has
question.
left both Mayor Parker and Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel upset. Reports of residents being harassed when dropping off trash and some opening up fire hydrants. Chopper 3 over an intersection in East Falls where you
my
can see
God.
the water gushing out of those hydrants. We're told this is not the only neighborhood where this has taken place. Officials believe the hydrants were intentionally opened by striking city workers. Commissioner Bethel says this behavior will not be tolerated.
We respect the men and women of District Council 33. We are with them each and every day.
We will give them their First Amendment rights to engage in the picketing and the activities. But what we cannot do
That's a
is
good
allow
man right there.
individuals to cause harm to others, to vandalize and destroy. We cannot respect when you get outside of the bounds and engage in activity that is destructive or causes harm to others.
Commissioner Bethel is asking residents to report any issues to the police department and promises that each incident will be investigated.
And with the sweltering temperatures we've been dealing with, the strike is impacting some city pools. Only 25 pools are open during the strike. According to Mayor Parker, the pools will be open from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. And we will continue to provide the latest details and updates on the strike impact.
Deeds, is that the mayor who couldn't spell Eagles? Deeds is from Philly, so I gotta go easy. That mayor is going to be one term. And yes, she misspelled Eagles during the chant. Yeah. Hey there, area code 718. Good afternoon. Talking about the Diddy verdict and a few other topics. Are you there? 718.
Yes, hello.
Hey there.
Hello.
Hey there.
Yes, hi.
Hey.
Hi. My name is I'm just gonna say why. I'll go by E.
Hey E.
And we all grew up to with the sound of Puffy. That was in my college years. And he contributed a lot to, our music era, that music era.
Okay.
But with that being said, I think that the prosecution overcharged. And I do feel that, women are abused. And I think all those things happen to us as women of color, as Black women.
Okay.
However, we have to have some accountability for our actions as well. And in this case, as it may pertain to this case, it wasn't about the abuse that happened in that hotel lobby.
Okay.
It was about them just trying to pile on, and the RICO, case, a RICO case,
Yeah.
and which I think, in my opinion, they overstepped. And I find that any time that Black men are found in some level of criminality, they always push to call it a RICO case. That's now synonymous with being Black and in crime.
Okay.
Whereas we know that RICO cases were designed for for the mob family.
Yes.
Right? And
the Italians, the niggers with straight hair.
Italians, yes.
Straight hair.
To be specific. And just like, for example, you see, like, for example, Rosanna Scotto on, I used to watch her on Fox. Her father was involved in this type of mob activity and things, but she's not, right? So, they took the money and send their kids to private schools and let their kids live a better life, right?
Right.
So with that being said, it doesn't mean that Puffy is not guilty of certain things, but we have to unpack. If I always say to this, that if he goes down for all of these things, then the whole music industry has to fall. Because in order for things to be rectified, you have to go to the top of the snake's head, right? And he's not the top of the snake. It is people bigger than him, right? So that's my view.
I'm listening, and stay with me. I appreciate this call.
Yeah.
Can I ask what generation are you from? Most people know I was born in '64. What generation are you from?
Well, I'm right there with you in '67.
Okay.
So we're from that whole generation.
Yes,
and it's not that
we were expected to do better. We were the spoiled kids, and
but can I say this?
Well, hang on. If I can just address what you're saying, because I want to have a healthy discussion with you. So Diddy had a lot of opportunities, paved the way. He's a pioneer. No ifs, ands, or buts. But I'm going to say it again. Did he just get sloppy and out of control? When a man reaches a certain age, whether you're Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, whatever, come on, you downsize. You don't need the big home. You don't need to be having freak offs. You should take pride. Hold on. You should take pride in that one woman, if she's been with you for a decade or more. Take pride. Give her something that you did not give her during the 80s or the 90s. And he just kept going and going and going. So we can sit here and say the system, white supremacy, but did he just do too much and it finally caught up to him?
Yes, I agree. I agree. I agree with that perspective. I do agree. You went overboard, right? You went into overdrive, right? And I do agree with that. Sometimes you have to let your conscience be your guide. Mm-hmm. And I do agree with you that, hey, maybe you're having threesomes. Okay. But then you're doing that and then you're graduating to bigger things, right? And sometimes you just have to know when enough is enough.
Enough's enough.
It's just like when you go to a buffet, or all-you-can-eat buffet. Do you eat everything that's in the buffet, or do you say, hey, it's time for me to stop. I've had enough. I'm not going to consume everything that's in that all-you-can-eat buffet.
Right.
And I agree with you. I totally agree with you.
Well, stay with me. I mean, you brought up a very good point with regards to people grew up with Diddy. I respected that era when they, came into prominence, the whole bad boy wave. I respected it, but it wasn't my favorite period of hip hop. I'll be honest with you. But, I stepped back. I was on the radio and they were doing their thing. And truthfully, I gave those guys a lot of space. Oh, they invited me out all the time. Diddy used to invite me to, the studio. I went there twice. They were recording. Irv Gotti and his brother Chris took me out to lunch. Russell and Lior always used to invite me out to the Hamptons. I always declined. I said, nah, I'm not going out there and then fall into the cocaine that I used to do in the 80s. That I'm not going to do. 50 Cent invited me to his home up in Connecticut. I think he bought Mike Tyson's old home.
Right.
But, at some point, you got to slow down. And I think, that's what happened. He started hanging out with this. I hate to keep kicking dirt on her. Is it Carisha? What is her name? Young Miami?
Stephen?
Young Miami. Hanging out with her.
Oh, man.
And I looked at him like, damn, nigga, what are you doing? So I'm sure Cassie said, damn, nigga, what are you doing? Right. And this is how we got to where we are now. Take it from there, please.
Right. And I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but a lot of it also centers around self-control. A lot of times you have people that starstruck and they're running in, straight into the fire to be, to be in certain groups or to, get notoriety in certain groups, in certain environments. And, I think, again, we all, can do what we want to. It's a free country. I mean, at least I believe that's what we're told. But I believe that we have to have a level of self-control. And I don't sign on to the things that he's done because, yes, he has done some things. But again, when you are so heavy-handed with the charges, this is the outcome. And I feel that he needs to take this time to rethink and to reflect and resurrect as a better person and make changes, because sometimes we have to fall before we rise up again and be a better person.
Wait a minute. Donnie McClurkin, we fall down, but we get up.
Exactly.
We fall down.
Right, and I believe it. Yes.
We get up.
Exactly. Right.
I'm being silly, folks. Just bear with me. Hey, okay.
No, but you're right.
Yeah.
You're spot on, because I feel like if something of this magnitude hadn't taken place, you just keep going. You keep going. Sometimes you have to hit a brick wall to say, hey, and reflect. Take time with yourself and reflect and say, you know what? I have these children I have to raise. The children they don't have their mom.
Right.
Let me be a better person. And being a better person doesn't mean that you have to be perfect, because I'm sure a lot of people that were pointing fingers at him in their bedroom, they're doing that and worse, and, that doesn't justify his behavior. By no means am I signing on to that. But I'm just saying that we don't know what goes on in people's personal life. And, we have to And now you kind of bring in the industry. We know the industry as a whole. You know, these type of parties come a dime a dozen.
Disgusting,
I'm sure
disgusting.
They weren't conducting Bible study
Right.
in what you call it, Hugh Hefner's Playboy Mansion. Bible study wasn't going on there, right? But what I'm saying is that this is behavior, adult behavior that spiraled out of control and it turned into something else. Now let's clean up our life and do better, right? Let's do better.
Yeah.
And as for Cassie, I think, you know, with her testimony, I think it helped the defense in a way too, because I couldn't get over in my mind, you know, how, and I'm not blaming her at all, by no means, but I couldn't get over how when you broke up with this individual, you were having intercourse, you went back and was sleeping with him while your fiance or your significant other was on the other line. I couldn't process that as a woman.
Kathy's a demon. Cassie's a demon. Let me jump in and say that. Cassie.
Yeah, because
demonic.
Demonic. I couldn't get over somebody urinating in my mouth and signing on to that. And
whoa, baby, it's a little too early in the day for that type of talk. Take it easy.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Whoa. But you know what I mean. I'm sorry. I scale it back. But you know, I don't mean to be so like this. But
take it easy.
That part I couldn't get over on. I'm so sorry to the audience for that. But those type of things as a woman, you know, it's just, again, you're not blaming her, or it's just, you're not shaming, but it's just, you know, it makes you say,
Can I add on to something that you said? And I'm not trolling. I mean, I am a troll, but I'm not trolling with regards to this.
Right.
If you are a believer, you know, in a higher power, do you think that God stepped in? Because, you know, he was talking that God talk a lot of years. I walk with God. I'm Brother Love. I mean, he was arrogant with it. He come up to the radio station, God, and just, you know, he had that look in his eyes and get the foaming at the mouth. And I used to let him talk. It was good to talk to him. But in his world, or maybe your world, did God step in and sit him down?
I think that, I think so. Some type of intervention, although
never mind star, baby. Do you believe in God? Never mind star.
Oh yes. Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Lift thy voice like a trumpet. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
God stepped in and sat that nigga down. Go ahead, land your plane. Go ahead. You have the last word. Land your plane. You have the last word. Go ahead.
Oh, well, the last word is that now that this trial is over, I think that we need to get our eyeballs back to what's going on in government. That's a whole nother set of affairs that I don't want to get into. But I think that we need to be focused because a lot of our rights and things are being taken away before our eyes. So I think we need to pay attention. And at the end of the day, we are human beings that we need to survive. We need to, be responsible in our own homes, paying our mortgages or our bills and things like that. And that's the order of the day in the real world, just surviving. And that's what I feel about that. But
I appreciate the call. Thank you so much.
Yes. Well, I thank you for listening. Thank you so much. I appreciate you too.
Okay.
Bye-bye now.
That's good conversation. All right, let's get back to this show here. And if you've just now joined me, we've been talking about the verdict that came down earlier and different things pertaining to the charges that have stuck and the transportation for prostitution that Diddy was found guilty of. Count 5, and count 3, both transportation for prostitution, all right? And here's a video with regards to Cassie's lawyer. Whoa, this came out an hour ago. Cassie's lawyer has released a statement. I read the lawyer for those of you, read the letter, pardon me. I read the statement with regards to Cassie's legal team not wanting Diddy to be released. She got $30 million. Damn. $30 million. Why can't you just let the man, go on with his life? Here we go.
She's pleased that again that the jury has found him liable, guilty of these 2 federal crimes.
What was her reaction?
And I've issued a statement as well on our Twitter as well. Her reaction is what I just said. Her reaction was that she was pleased that he's been found guilty and held responsible of 2 federal crimes, something that he's never been held responsible in his entire life. And she's happy that in November of 2023, she came forward and shined a light on this and brought other people forward who have various civil claims, and so we'll see what happens at the sentencing. Of course, we would have liked to have seen a conviction on the sex crimes in RICO, but we understand beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard, and we're just pleased that he still faces substantial jail time. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
How much time?
Doug Wigdor, Wigdor. Well, each is faces up to 10 years on each. I'm not sure what the sentencing guidelines are given the various different things, but I'll leave that up to the government and the defense to argue. But I feel confident in saying he still faces substantial incarceration.
How would you feel if he walks out on bail?
Well, that's up to the judge. I don't have a personal vested interest in this case. Whatever the appropriate thing to do under the law is what should be done. And at the end of the day, he needs to be sentenced pursuant to the guidelines and pursuant to what the law is. My understanding of that is that he faces significant incarceration. So thank you very much.
Okay. That was Doug Wigdor. His response to the verdict that came out earlier. Okay. And that's also the guy whose firm put out this letter for Miss Ventura. Again, MS. Is she married? I thought she was married. Sometimes you got to pay attention to small detail. Why is it not Mrs., whatever her husband's name is? Okay, I thought somebody was in the queue. I don't know what happened. Let me go back for a second to make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's see if anybody has come back from the break. Come back from court. See if anybody else is outside the courtroom dancing, taking off their wig, and having baby oil poured all over their bodies. Okay. If you missed it, I might play that video again. Oh my God. All right. Okay. Nothing yet. It's on the screen. That's what we are. No one has come out to address the crowd just yet. Let me bring in area code 862. Hey there. Good afternoon. Please watch the language. We're talking about the Diddy trial verdict. Are you there? Area code 862.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is SW, calling from East Orange, New Jersey. How you doing?
Hey there.
This afternoon, sir.
How are you doing? Where do you want to start?
I've been listening to it for a while, and I want to thank you for covering this because you don't know these people personally, but you have interacted with them. So some of the stories that you tell is actually pretty funny. But I want to begin with his downfall from the beginning is that you was with that girl for 10 years.
Yeah.
You didn't marry that girl. All this stuff that you was doing with her, you should have put a ring on that. She should have been signing documentation. Like, it's just like you with 10 years with this girl. He just went about it the wrong way and then started messing with the young Miss Miami chick, right? I don't know if you ever seen that video that was on YouTube where he took her shopping and they went into like Louis Vuitton, Prada, some sort of expensive store. He walked in with her and she walked out with like 15, 20 bags. And then he's like shaking his head because, she's all grinning because she's like, oh, I got 10, 15 bags out of him. So when somebody that you was with for 10 years, you going upside her head, she's doing all the stuff, right? And now she's looking like, okay, you running around with this chick. No, it's time to sit you down. And now you got to pay. Now you got to pay.
Can I jump in?
Because once you started running around with her,
can I jump in?
I know. Yeah, go ahead.
Jump in. Okay. Yeah, what you've said, we actually said maybe 3 months ago. And, whether it was love or infatuation, what the two of them went through, I felt that he should have, gave her a 10 million, back then or something. Maybe she didn't want it. Maybe he didn't offer. I don't know. But you're right. Too much transpired between those two, and what we clearly now see to be freak offs and all sorts of jazz. Yeah, I even said, why didn't he wife her? I mean, that's a very old school way of thinking. It's cheaper to keep her, but clearly now he's going to serve some prison time, and I can't take her side, but at the same time, she lined him up, in my opinion. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, of course she lined him up. I was actually just watching on your channel, Cassie's lawyer speaking about, he shouldn't be released and yada yada yada, and I'm all thinking to myself like, you got $30 million, right? You have children. You're supposedly be happily married. Right. You testified. You embarrassed yourself. You embarrassed him. This type of stuff is going to be around for years, so your children can be able to see this eventually when they grow up and see that you're no saint in this whole picture as it is. Yeah. And it's like, you got 30 mil. You're so afraid for your life, but you're walking around still breathing. Anybody can be touched. If she was supposed to be touched, she'd been touched a long time ago. You understand what I'm saying? He was in that type of position of power to do that. It's the fact that you walked away, you came back, you walked away. I think, to be honest with you, she should be up there with him. I hate to say it. She should be up there with him. She should have been serving some sort of time. She did line him up. He actually did get convicted for convicted for sex trafficking her and using her for prostitution. And I'm like saying to myself, like, he was with this girl for 10 years.
Well, hang on a second. He's been convicted on transportation for prostitution. I don't see anything about sex trafficking by force. That was count 4. Also count number 2. No sex trafficking.
No sex trafficking? Okay, maybe I heard wrong. But I know that he got sentenced for something with her, like as far as like prostitution.
Well, he hasn't been sentenced yet. He's been convicted. The sentencing comes at a later point in time, just to be precise. So yeah, I agree that he allowed her to get away. Maybe they didn't necessarily have that type of chemistry where they were going to get married. Maybe it was just freaking, nonstop freaking all the goddamn time, clearly. But I agree.
I don't think
he got a little sloppy, and he should have done something behind the scenes. I don't even think that she would have cared about a non-disclosure agreement. She just came out and whammo, and then the video, whoa. So here's where we are. Go ahead.
But Diddy has that type of aura about him. Like, he's like, yeah, you can go, but I'm not giving you a dime. Like, I don't think that he offered her anything.
Okay.
I think that if he would have offered her something, it probably wouldn't have been 30 million. If he had anybody smart around him, would have been like, yo, you've been doing X, Y, and Z with this girl. If you're going to let her go, you got to at least get her at least a good 10 million. And just let her go live her life, do whatever she got to do. I think that if he would have offered her some sort of money from the beginning and said, hey, whatever, I think that it probably would have went over completely different. I think that he got greedy. I think that he got sloppy. I think you got to understand also, too, she's married now. When you have a husband and you sit in the bed pillow talking with him and you start crying and you start telling him about all this nonsense.
Hang on, baby. Can I interrupt?
Yes. Yes.
According to the letter from Douglas Wigdor, the lawyer that we just saw, he refers to her in this letter twice as Miss Ventura, not Mrs. whatever her supposed husband's last name is. So I don't know if she's technically married. I don't know.
She might not even be married.
That's what I'm trying to say.
They said that she was married, but by law, she might not even be married. He might not even want to wife her. Who knows at this point?
Right. Right.
He might be like, that's damn goods right there. I'm going to just milk whatever I can out of her, and I'm going to keep it moving. You don't know. I'm telling you, when men get with these women, right, especially ones that has trauma, I wouldn't even be surprised that he's the one that would say, you need to get that paper. You've been through this. He out here taking this chick shopping, and you got beat upside your head. What you get out of this? Yeah. He probably told her, you get nothing. If you want to leave me, you get nothing. You don't get that luxury lifestyle. You don't get those Prada bags. You don't get none of that. If you leave, you get nothing. And if he would have did things the proper way and not be sloppy and act like he was the king of the goddamn world, he would have been able to put his ducks in a row, and this would have never had came out. He moved sloppy, and this is what he got.
Okay.
Point blank period.
Okay. I appreciate the call,
Point
darling.
blank period.
I appreciate the call.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You have a good night, sir.
You too. Okay. All right, folks, we've got the outside of the courthouse on the screen here. No one has come back yet. Okay. I'm just playing some videos. We're talking. I got another PayPal donation from Salam. Peace, Salam. Good to hear from you, sir. Okay. Send me an email. My email address is on the screen. I don't talk that type of business on the show. Just send me an email. I don't want to get into the details of it. They wed in August. Okay, Dee says they wed August 2019 in Malibu, California. Cassie and her husband, Alex Fine. It's not that serious, but do we have a certificate of marriage? Did Cassie make him sign some type of paperwork? There's no mammy like a light-skinned mammy. I have no proof, but I think Cassie is a beater. I've seen her type. Anybody want to chime in on that? I think Cassie's a beater. I think she cries and she knows how to use what's between her legs and, her manipulative mind to get what she wants from not just Diddy and others. If I can ramble a second, I think she punked Ryan Leslie once upon a time. And then told Diddy, don't worry about it. I got that nigga. I'll deal with him. And then punked him, threatened his life. And that's how she left Ryan Leslie to go with Diddy. I'm just rambling. Hey, did we speak earlier? 609, your number looks familiar. Area code 609.
You are the...
What's that weirdo all talking all stuff? Folks, please don't call me drowsy and dreary. Okay, what is this? Oh my goodness. The Philadelphia mayor, Sherelle Parker. A misspelling Eagles. Should I play it? Should I play it? Why not? Since we're killing time. Philly Mayor Sherelle Parker. What's the goddamn? I'm sorry, guys. Hold on a second.
G-L-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
One more time.
Listen, we've got to do this. Let me hear you all say, E-L-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds! Listen, we've got to do this. Let me hear you all say, E-L-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds! Listen, we've got to do this. Let me hear you all say, E-L-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
Who is saying she's not FBA?
Listen, we've got
Deeds
to do this. Let me hear
is the
you
mayor
all
FBA
say,
of Philly. Deeds is from Philly.
E-L-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
Tethers, where are you?
Listen, we've got to do this. Let me hear you all say, E-L-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds! Listen, we've got to do do this, let
Why
me
didn't
hear
somebody
you all
correct
say, E-L-G-L-E-S, Eagles!
Tony Touch, I see you.
Listen, we've got to do
He
this.
says
Let me hear you
FBAL.
all say, E-L-G-L-E-S, Eagles!
One more time. One more
Let's
time.
go, Birds! Listen, we've got to do this. Let me hear
Okay.
you all say.
All right. Thank you. I got another text message here from, is it Varnell? Hey, Varnell. Good to see you, young lady. A lot of females calling today, huh? A lot of females. I appreciate you. What is this? Whose side are you choosing? What is this here? Okay, I can't play that. No. Someone just sent me a video of somebody throwing some type of drinks on the children. Then the mother turned up. I can't. No, in Burger King, I can't do that. You know what I do want to play though? Hold on a second. I don't know if I can do this. I may have to like take the stream down right after we finish. Did anybody see? There's a new video circulating. Some little kids, maybe 10 years old, in a subway somewhere, getting ready to fight. One pulls out a knife, and then a cop pulls out a gun on the goddamn kid. Whoa. That was crazy. I'm looking for that video. In the meantime, let me play this from 10 hours ago. 10 hours ago with regards to the strike that's going on in Philadelphia. Trash overflowing. Overflowing. Here we go.
Roughly 9,000 Philadelphia city workers on strike for 22 hours now, and there appears to be no end in sight. Members of District Council 33 on the picket line and off the job, with no negotiations today after talks broke down last night.
But some employees are being ordered back to work temporarily with court orders, and that includes 911 dispatchers and workers with the water department. We have team coverage here on the strike with DC 33 with our Dawn Timoney at Philadelphia International Airport, one of the many places impacted.
But first, let's head on out to our Steve Keeley. And Steve, the trash is piling up and tensions are rising.
Look, you just said no end in sight. Well, how about this? No sights with an end. And that's what we're looking at tonight. So here is the sign on the utility pole here. And you'll notice it reads, nothing beats a clean street. No dumping, maximum fine $2,000. So here we are, 18th and Catherine Streets here in lovely Graduate Hospital in the neighborhood. And look at this street. So there's barely enough room. There's about 10 inches left of sidewalk here on this side. So the dumpster is overflowing. The fire hydrant is about to be covered. People are still dropping off trash every few minutes here. And look at this pile. Now, remember, yesterday we heard 15 times from city officials, no bulk dumping. But there are a lot of people that didn't listen to that. So you've got pallets here. People have left their trash cans after wheeling it here, not wanting to take it back home. More pallets. This looks like something that would be on under your feet in your car. You've got pizza boxes, paintings. Look at this. Dawn Timoney would love this. A painting of a dog. We have an upside down painting of a swan. So we've got cardboard, we've got recyclables, and again, not much sidewalk left. Here's another trash can left. Now, the water department's also among the strikers. They had a project, mid-project, so we've got a hole in the ground.
Okay, I don't want to see people's garbage. I want to hear what's going on with the strike. Uh-oh, here's the mayor again.
Of a car pulling over the top of the block, person jumping out, turning on the fire hydrant. I then learned that that was something that was occurring in different neighborhoods across the city, and that the strategy behind that, which is reckless, is to hope that the city of Philadelphia's water pressure, the amount of our water pressure is lowered.
What we cannot have are acts of sabotage, obstruction, or worse, destruction of our city facilities, acts against our residents, businesses, and visitors, and our other dedicated employees who are filling in these roles.
But what we cannot do is allow harm to others to vandalize and destroy.
Did we not just watch what happened on the West Coast, where access to water was a matter of life and death and saving property? That is the kind of reckless behavior that you heard Commissioner Bethel, Managing Director Teal reference that we won't tolerate.
We will respect you.
Uh-oh, the tethers and the foreigners are going in balls deep on the screen. Who is that? What comment is that? V says, imagine all them FBA baby diapers in there. Damn.
We do respect you, but we cannot respect when you get outside of the bounds and engage in activity that is destructive or harms to others.
And the city got some help from the courts, getting 3 separate injunctions. The first got essential water department workers ordered back on the job. The second, ordering 911 dispatchers off the picket lines at police headquarters and back manning the phone lines inside.
Third injunction was a mass picketing injunction. It seeks to compel all members of DC 33 to stop blocking access to city facilities.
City residents say no one needed to sabotage anything to show the strikers were missed and missed badly, almost immediately on day one.
Oh, this about to get messy. I ain't gonna lie.
Trash drop-off sites like this one at 60th and Columbia in West Philly instantly filled, then overflowed at the 63 different locations.
It's bad. It's gonna continue getting bad.
And so you live here in Graduate Hospital, beautiful homes, beautiful view of the skyline. And it's probably why the person that bought this beautiful 3-story corner row house here, red brick, put that beautiful rooftop deck on there and probably have big plans to have a big 4th of July party and barbecue. And now they have a second view everybody will want to see from above. And hopefully the smell from this dump won't permeate up 3.5 stories and ruin the 4th of July plans for these homeowners here. Jason, Sheba, day one.
That's one day.
Yeah, and that's just a look at just one of the bins, one of the more than 60 bins across the city. All right, and so the plan, Steve, is for them to pick that up at some point tomorrow and to make.
Okay, all right. Somebody had a pretty hard comment. I was looking for the comment. Something about don't nobody want to live amongst y'all FBAs. Are the tethers going crazy in the live chat? Folks, I'm half FBA, but, you spend the Skrilla. I post your comments. Where is that comment? Anyway, guys, here's a picture of Diddy in the courtroom. A sketch from earlier. Let me get this on the screen. This is the diddler on his knees. There he is, huh? Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus, Father in heaven. Jesus, I call your name. Jesus. No more freaking with pink cocaine. No more of these whores. Let me just be a father. Oh, my God. No more ratchet slobs like Carisha. Thank you, Jesus. Anyway. Hold on a second, guys. I'm being silly. Okay, let's go back to the courthouse. Nothing yet. Nothing that we need to discuss. Fox Local, in my opinion, has been giving the best coverage today, the absolute best. They're not talking right now, but they have really been doing a hell of a job. Let me check one other source. You know what I'm tempted to play? Nope. Everybody's on break. Law and Crime Network, they're on a break. Somebody was in the queue and I didn't get a chance to pick up fast enough. If you want to call back. What's next for Diddy? Okay, let me play this. This may be a good video for us to watch. What's next for Diddy? Okay, now they're on a break too. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Here we go. Where's my volume?
We have a lot of viewer questions coming in. So what I did want to do right now is share one of those here and have you answer in real time. So we do have this question. This is saying, is it possible for him to be released today on time served and just probation? Would love to hear your thoughts on that.
So yes, and not quite. He should absolutely be released today on bail. He deserves bail. He's not a risk of flight. He's not a danger to the community. He's beaten the most serious charges. I expect Judge Subramanian to do that. But he can't be sentenced today because U.S. probation needs to prepare a pre-sentence report, and that can take months. But he'll be a free man while that process plays out. I was doing some back-of-the-napkin calculations. I think he's probably looking at a range of somewhere maybe between 15 to 21 months. Certainly nowhere near the 10-year maximum that people have been talking about, especially prosecutors. So I expect Combs to get time served or something close to it. That's what he deserved and what will go down as the most expensive prostitution trial in American history.
I do want to go off of what you just said, because our next viewer question here, you did just briefly answer, but I think we just a little more clarity here, because here's what one of our viewers wrote in. What would be the longest prison sentence? Could each count be consecutive? And what's the difference? And again, we've been touching on that here throughout the show ever since we did learn the verdict. Can you just break this down a little bit further for our viewers?
The longest potential sentence is 20 years, 10 years on each count. The judge could run them consecutively, but everyone talks about the maximum sentence in federal cases. That doesn't matter. What matters is the advisory sentence. So there's the federal sentencing guidelines, and I'm not going to bore you with the math, but just know that back in the day, they used to be mandatory, which meant that judges would have to calculate the range of sentences and they had to stick within that guideline. Now, there was a Supreme Court case about 20 years ago where they said, you know what, the guidelines aren't mandatory, but they're advisory. But still, a lot of judges stick within those guidelines. That's why I've been talking about that 15 to 21 months. That's probably where Combs is going to end up in terms of his guidelines. So when people are talking about 10 years and 10 years and the prosecution said they're going to go for the full 20, you can just forget about it. The prosecutors in the prestigious Southern District of New York need to take this loss, move on. The jurors did not believe the victims. The jurors did not think that Combs was running a criminal enterprise. Prostitution is not a serious charge. And look, let's be real. Christy, if Combs is guilty of prostitution, so is Cassie Ventura and victim Jane. They were contacting the sex workers and paying them as well. I'm not suggesting that Cassie or Jane should be prosecuted, but let's apply some logic and reasoning. I'm as pro-prosecution as they come. I believed in this case, but the jury has spoken. Combs should be free and he should get time served or close to it.
Going off of that as well here, this other question we're getting in that I was also going to ask you, can Diddy appeal the 2 counts of these charges?
He can, but he doesn't have much of a legal leg to stand on. Let's talk about the defense's argument for prostitution. They said that Combs thought he was hiring porn stars and making homemade pornos. Well, if that was true, why are you paying them cash and asking the escorts if they're a cop? So not a good argument. I think Combs is ecstatic that he's guilty of prostitution. I think that was a gimme and something that was really thrown in by the government. I think had we known ex ante before this that Combs would just be found guilty of prostitution, no prosecutor in this country would have taken the case. And I don't think Combs is going to waste his time on an appeal when he's likely just going to get really little to no additional time.
We'll head back to some more viewer questions in a second, but I just wanted to talk to you more about the key legal distinctions that led to the convictions on the 2 counts of transportation for prostitution, but the acquittals of the sex trafficking charges. I want to get into the mind of the jury with all of this, because we know that they were having a difficult decision just the other day, and I feel like now this all came out pretty quickly here this morning.
No question. And look, I was on live now yesterday and I predicted it. So hopefully we have that tape and we can roll it. So it started, let's just get into the mind of the jurors. We started with day 1, juror 25, saying that he won't deliberate. Well, that led me to believe that he was a defense juror. You know, someone that says, I think he's guilty across the board isn't going to elicit that type of juror reaction on the first hour and the first day of deliberation. So we had at least one sign that we had one very pro-defense juror, right? Then when the jury returned a very quick verdict yesterday, now obviously we didn't get the verdict yesterday, but they sent a note saying that they were all in agreement on 4 of the 5 counts. I always thought prostitution was in the bag. I thought that there's no way any jury in the world would not find him guilty of prostitution. But I knew the sex charges were weak, and I knew a quick verdict is a defense verdict on those serious charges because there was so much evidence of consent, Christy. Cassie had emails and text messages saying that she loved to get freaky and couldn't wait to do another freak off. Mia never reported the sexual assault to law enforcement. Even during her first meetings with prosecutors, she didn't talk about it. There's social media posts where she says she loves Diddy. This is her brother. And Jane, even though she had some messages saying she didn't want to participate in the hotel nights, she had a transactional relationship. She was an OnlyFans model. She was asking Diddy for money. He's still paying her rent and her legal fees right now. She's getting bags. She's getting jewelry. I think jurors thought, look, here's someone who knew what she was getting herself into. So the victims were discredited and impeached by the defense's cross-examination. So the only possibility for a government win in this case, and I've been saying it all along, was racketeering. If they could somehow find some path through non-sexual activity, I'm talking about bribery, right? The $100,000 paid for the video, the extortion of Regina Ventura, Cassie's mom, the arson of Kid Cudi's car, something that wasn't sex-related. Potentially prosecutors could get to racketeering, but ultimately we know that there were some jurors that were on the fence. They came around this morning and it was not guilty, more or less across the board.
Nima, our next question, based off of what I was actually going to ask you next, let me pull it up. Another viewer question, what do you think ultimately influenced this verdict? We know that Diddy did not testify himself, and I was wondering if you thought maybe that would have changed the outcome of all of this. But I guess combining those two questions here, was there anything that you really think really influenced the verdict for the jury here?
The victims were just bad witnesses and they were impeached with their own words. There's a reason that the defense kept playing videos of the freak-offs. I believe that it showed the female victims seemingly enjoying themselves sexually, right? It didn't show the force or coercion. When you have the defense playing the tape and when you have the defense showing the text messages and social media posts and emails where the victims seem like they're willing participants in all this, that is a strong defense case. This is a case that was based entirely upon cross-examining, impeaching, and discrediting the victims. Now, I think the prosecution made a number of fatal errors in this case, and I'm going to tell you what they were. They didn't call Christina Joram Diddy's chief of staff, right-hand woman. They didn't call D-Rock his security. I'm a former federal prosecutor. I used to prosecute drug cartels. And I could tell you that I always leaned on lower members of the organization to flip on and to testify against the head of the organization. They failed to do so. The government named victims in the indictment, like victim 3 Gina, that didn't even show up at trial. She went MIA. She went sideways. So they didn't even have control over their victims. They filed to bring in these prior bad acts witnesses. They didn't call any of them. If I was the government, what I would have done is this. I would have brought on maybe a minor victim because, of course, minors can't consent to sexual activity. I would have brought victims that were one-offs, that didn't have a romantic or personal or long relationship with Diddy because they wouldn't have these emails and text messages. I'm not saying that would have changed the result, but potentially there would have been a chance to get some convictions here. Really poor presentation by the government in this case, which I've been critical throughout.
And we're going to bring in one more question here because I know we got to let you go. From the 2 counts he was found guilty of, which one have been a harsher sentence of the 2? But we do know those 2 counts here were essentially the same thing. Can you break that down for us? I think some people are a little bit confused on the 2 that he was found guilty for. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's essentially prostitution for Cassie and prostitution for Jane. Same thing with the sex trafficking was sex trafficking of Cassie, sex trafficking of Jane. So neither is harsher than the other. Again, there's the possibility the judge runs them consecutively or back to back. I think the right thing to do would be to merge them, run them concurrently at the same time. Again, it's just prostitution. I'm not saying that prostitution should be legal or shouldn't be a crime, but to make a federal case out of prostitution and to do it for the span of 2 months does not make sense. And I think Combs deservedly should get time served and should be a free man.
Nima, one of my last questions for you here is, what does the future of Sean Diddy Combs' career look like? We've seen in the past celebrity trials when we saw Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, we've seen these other celebrity trials unfold here. In terms of the future of his career, what is that looking like, and how has all of this compared to those other trials we have seen in the past?
I don't think it's good because people can't unsee that 2016 video of him beating Cassie. I mean, let's be real. And the defense admitted it. Combs is a violent, abusive person. And I think that is going to tarnish his reputation. Now, he's going to be a free man and he deserves to be free. And they did a good job walking a line between the physical violence and the sexual activity. And I think there's certain people that do believe that he is a sex trafficker and someone that should be spending significant time in federal prison.
Diddy will get 18 to 24 months. Who is this? Okay, Rory. Rory is saying Diddy will get 18 to 24-month sentence per guidelines for no prior convictions. Okay. I've never been to the penitentiary. I've only done skid bids, so I can't really, be of any assistance with regards to how much time he will or won't do. I know there's a lot of people who, right now they're saying, I told y'all, I predicted this. Okay, well, now's the time. Call in. Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal. How much time is Diddy going to get? How much time? Now's the time for you to tell us if you predicted this or you know all this. Area code 252. Good evening. Please watch the language. Are you there? 252.
Yeah, this is Tony from North Carolina.
Tony, how are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm older enough. Me and P. Diddy probably the same age, grew up in the 70s.
Okay.
And, this all come from, like, Playboy Mansion. You grew up in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Hugh Hefner was the first one that did all this. You went to the Playboy for the drugs.
No, sir. I grew up in the 70s. I was born in 64. Raised in the 70s.
Yeah. No, Playboy started it. Everybody wanted Weston Simmons. Weston Simmons was doing this stuff in the 80s. And he was P. Diddy before P. Diddy. So, no, if we want to get upset because the more variety of it all, maybe, but this is not nothing new. They're going to continue to happen. You think Snoop Dogg in a Dog Pound with what they were doing in L.A., all this is nothing new, and we're going to see it again. And yes, P. Diddy gets the number one celebrity who got off. That's it.
Okay. So the trial should not have taken place. This is just regular stuff, It ain't that big of a deal. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying trial should not take a place. I'm just saying, maybe the wrong one is on trial. Maybe you want to do a trial like that. Maybe they should have did this in the 70s with Playboy. Maybe Hugh Hefner should have been the one on trial way back then. That's what I'm saying. This stuff always been done. Playboy was a place you went to, or you were an actor, a rock and roll star for the drugs, sex, gay porn, all that. You want to do something, it should have happened way back when. That's what I'm saying.
I hear you, sir, but with all due respect, when are you going to stop comparing yourself to white people? Why can't you just take accountability for, hey, hang on, sir, I let you speak for what this man did, the freaking, come on, man. It's not like you didn't see him going around all this, partying, turn up and say, go. Why do you always have to say, well, they did it? The black man got caught, sir.
Well, I'm not really. Well, we all too pale. We all do the same. I'm talking Black Diddy. I'm not yet P. Diddy. I'm talking about now. I'm talking about Russell Simmons did it during the 80s. He black. I'm talking about Snoop Dogg and did it in L.A. They black. Okay. So they're not nothing new. Meaning every generation has this, including white and black. But this is not nothing new. It's not really compared to white people. Anybody who got money, power, and some prestige always have freaks all everywhere. And P. Diddy not the first. He sure ain't gonna be the last. And you talk about the first and last, you look at the history of that country, and you see plenty of people came down this road, and plenty of people are gonna go down this road off with P. Diddy.
I hear what you're saying, so I'm just not clear on whether you think that this trial should I don't know, never taken place, or somebody else should be on trial. I want to be clear, because he was put on trial. You know, he has been found guilty of 2 out of 5 counts. What now, sir? What now?
Well, what now is what should have happened. Maybe we're out here over on Voice Beside Yourself. Maybe they get the regular charge. Maybe 10-year probation and walk on out of there. That's what anybody else would do. Even Donald Trump went to trial and got out. So when that white person, our own president, found guilty of all the crime, and he's sitting on running their country. So if he could get and run their country, that man could at least get 10, 20-year probation. That would be the...
Well, sir, you just spoke about the white president and a black freak. It's a big difference, sir. No matter how hang on, sir. No matter how you slice it, a white president and a black...
Both of them is a freak.
Sir, I let you speak.
Okay.
A black freak. Come on, man. Accept accountability. Freaking pink cocaine into his 50s. Hanging out with ratchet animals like Young Miami. Come on, man. You grew up in the 70s.
Yeah, all of them. But I'm just saying, are we getting mad because of more things? It's not more.
We're not mad. We're discussing. We're discussing it. Should we not? Should we not discuss this? Everybody just cut off internet TV. Gone home. It ain't that deep. What are you saying? Good land you playing.
No, it's not really that deep. It's not really that deep. It's going to happen again. Somebody else going to be in this spot. Some football players, some basketball players, someone else going to be in this spot in 18 years. I guarantee you that.
All right. So I got to go. We're back on the screen. Got to go. Thank you. Okay. All right. I let him speak. I don't know. Something has to be done to slow down a nigga in his 50s doing pink cocaine, whether I like him or not. Stan said that was Dolomite on the line. Well, I let the man speak. Hold on a second, guys. I'm sorry. So much is going on right now. Been here all day. Hit the Cash App if you support the content. The PayPal information is on the screen, or the Zelle. What do we got? The diddler.
Guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. So that means he could still face prison time, but may be released while awaiting sentencing.
Also, right now, we are waiting for the judge's decision on that. So let's get right over to Lisa Evers, who's been outside the courthouse all morning long into this evening. Lisa, what are you hearing?
Well, Bianca, Natasha, just think about this. That verdict came out early this morning, and Sean Diddy Combs has been in a holding pen the entire day waiting for this whole issue to be resolved. Instead of resolving that bail question right after the verdict was read, the prosecutors asked for several more hours in order to try and put their position together, which their position being they want to keep Sean Diddy Combs behind bars, even though he was cleared of the 2 most serious charges in this case. But let's bring in right now for criminal defense attorney and former Manhattan prosecutor Jeremy Sallin to get some understanding about this whole bail process that's going on right now. Jeremy, thank you so much for being with us. A little unusual for them to delay the bail hearing like this so many hours after the verdict?
There's nothing usual about this case. Everything about it's unusual, especially when you think about the magnitude of the charges that were brought against Sean Combs and to be cut down, for lack of a better term, by the prosecution right at the knees, leaving him with a crime that does not mandate incarceration. Though he's already been in for 10 months, and now it's a very fair question to ask. Bail Reform Act aside about keeping him in, why should he not get out when he's not facing mandatory incarceration?
But what at this point would you say the prosecution's or the prosecutor's main concerns are about if they let him out on bail?
I think there's an integrity check here. Do I really believe, or do they really believe, that he's a danger to the community at large, he's a danger to any particular people, that he's not going to return to court? That's a hard stretch, considering the man came down prior to being in charge. The man surrendered his passport. There's been no allegations since the accusations began that he's made any threats. And the bottom line is all of those things he's accused him of in terms of violence, guess what? He was acquitted.
Can I jump in for a second and just throw something out there? If Diddy does get released this evening, I would be concerned for him pay attention. I would be concerned that he does not go get himself a little bag of coke. I'm as serious as colon cancer. This type of stress, this type of cold turkey, if you will, because Troll Babies, didn't he do coke before he went in? He was at a hotel in New York, and then when the feds went to get him, they had pink cocaine in the room. So he did a little coke before he turned himself in. He's gray now, so he's, been going through it. Eating good. I'm not trying to make fun of this situation, but for those of us who have been through this sort of thing, you binge eat, your body slows down, your metabolism, everything. Your equilibrium drastically becomes different. Your body temperature has to adjust. Now, I'm sure his body temperature has adjusted to, not taking the drug, whatever was mixed in there, horse tranquilizer, cocaine, fentanyl, whatever he was doing. Because pink cocaine is not natural cocaine. But I would be concerned for his health. Can I get an amen in the live chat? That's real talk. That's not, me trying to be funny. Anybody who has been through something and then you get past a stressful situation back in the days, the first thing you do is say, damn, I got to go uptown and get a hit. Sad to say, I got to go uptown, get a 2 grams. Area code 757. Good evening. Please watch the language. Are you there? 757.
What's going on, Star? I'm right here.
How are you?
I just want to say I enjoy the content, man. I've been working and lurking, as they say, all day long.
Thank you, man.
This case here should have never made the federal court. This is a state case all day. Diddy's in federal court for buying a little trim. That's all he did was buy a little cut. And I agree with some of the other callers. I think he's gonna look at 18 to 24 months. Time served. Probation for the rest of the time. He never should have been in front of them people. Now the question asks, who pushed the button on Diddy? Who spent all this money, to do a federal case to
I don't mean to cut you short, sir, but we've already done that show, that whole conspiracy thing. I more so want to focus on what we have right now. And do you think he's going to get bail?
You got a free man right now. You got a free man right now that's going to bounce back. I mean, all he did was prostitution. So what? I mean, the people will forget about it in a year. You hear me? It's not going to even last on the radar 6 months. He don't got RICO, so it's not a bye-bye thing. I mean, who's the real winners?
Are you a father, sir?
Going home.
Sir, are you a father?
Yeah, I'm a father. Yeah, I'm a father.
What do you think?
Father with no daughters.
Okay. What do you think, if anything, his sons will take away from this? Because we just saw them outside the courthouse doing push-ups and doing some type of little dancing. Do you think they will take something away from this? Will they become better young men? One of them just caught a rape charge. What do you think about the kids?
They learned no lesson. No lesson was learned. No lesson was learned. You hear me? The lesson was learned was don't get caught. You hear me? If you're gonna play ball, play ball. You said earlier today, don't fly them out. Yeah. We'll figure, don't fly them out. That's the lesson. Yeah. Don't fly them out. Leave your cell phone at home. But they ain't learned no lesson. That man about to go home. The dealer about to be back on the street. Everybody else was out here making content, thinking they were telling all the...
As we should. Now, hold on a second. Now, I've never met his, the guy's name? Is it Christian King Combs? He looks just like Diddy.
Yeah.
When Diddy first got locked up, he was down there in Atlanta, down there at Papados. He's flashing the watch at the goddamn... at the table. I said, damn, that's not the right time to be doing that type of monkey shit. But I hope that, it does mean something, because this has been, if you ask me, a hit job. And you're right, this should not have been a federal case.
It was a hit job.
It should have been a state case. But go ahead and land your plane, sir. Go ahead.
I'm gonna let my plane right now that Diddy is coming home. The dealer's coming home. Everybody that was making content, you need to go ahead and hide. Kid Cudi, get extra bodyguards, Gene Deal, close the blinds. We out.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. Rory, I'm not going to read your text. Is that cap? Are you joking around? What's going on, Rory? I responded to your text message. I've been here over 7 hours, folks. Make sure you show some respect. There's the Zelle information on the screen, the PayPal, the Cash App. Your donations are tax deductible, and I appreciate you. Okay. PayPal, questions, starboyradio@gmail.com. Colleen, the teacher, you've called back in. Hey, Colleen.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going.
I know we're waiting on pins and needles to see if Diddy is going to be released, but I wasn't sure. Since you're showing this video, did you see what happened in Central Park yesterday?
No, tell me. What happened?
Oh, the new pool was opened. Well, it's been there since the 60s. The swimming pool was renovated there, and all hell broke loose. You didn't hear anything about that? No. Oh, my God.
Was any shootings or fightings? What happened?
Oh, fightings, brawls. A 2-year-old was assaulted by one of the kids.
God.
That was fighting. A lifeguard was assaulted. Parks Rangers was assaulted. So I think they closed down the pool.
Okay.
And it just lends itself to messages that are being sent out to the young people about behaving irrationally instead of sitting and thinking stoically about how they want their lives to go. So I just wanted to bring that up now. I'm really pleased with the coverage that you're giving to this trial. And again, even though I don't agree with Diddy's lifestyle and his life choices,
hold on, Colleen, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. Diddy denied bail.
It says you're staying, you're not just getting released. He was convicted of a crime.
Colleen, I got to get back to this. I'll talk to you shortly.
So are disappointed and have questions from the public's perspective when you have such a horrific allegation that is not proven or substantiated beyond a reasonable doubt. And summarily, we're not talking about on the cusp. That's a pretty quick verdict that I think fooled many people thinking that there might have been a sex trafficking conviction. He's walking scot-free in terms of any allegation of coercion, force, fraud, violence. But he's still in custody.
Diddy denied bond.
Just ask Jeremy, was it a difficult
headed back to jail? This is
I think the judge is I think the judge is not finding any exception in following the law, and that's why he's staying there. The hope from the prosecution, though they didn't, the defense, though they didn't raise it specifically in their letter to the court, was that yes, there may be the Bail Reform Act, and that was what the prosecution relied on. Since statutorily you can't just let them walk, the prosecution was hoping, the defense was hoping that the judge would look past that and say he's returned. He just shows that he can follow a court order. He's not going to flee, and he's not a danger to anyone specifically or the community at large.
And then let me ask you this: in terms of the appealing this decision, what's the process now that the defense will have to go through in order to appeal the judge's decision of no bail?
I would expect that he's not going anywhere anytime soon, appeal or not. I think that they're going to follow the judge. I haven't heard what the judge said, so it's hard for me to just speak on an island here. But based on the law as we know it, I think the judge has ample ground to stand on and make this decision.
Let me answer that. Our Sharon Crowley has been watching this and telling us right now the judge says that the government was correct that the detention is mandatory for a Mann Act conviction, what you're indicating, and the judge said that the limited exception to mandatory detention was not met. Sean Combs pointed to his duties as a father and a son, which we talked about, but that does not rise to the level of an appropriate exception, according to the judge.
Right. And to my point moments ago, that's what the law is. But we like to think that from the outside looking in, when someone has been charged with such egregious and horrible acts and a jury of your peers says no so quickly, there should be a means to say you should be free, but there still is a conviction. The Mann Act qualifies. He's in custody. Whether that's a sign of the judge saying I'm going to harshly sentence him or not, we can't say, but let's not read into it. The judge is simply following the law, and this warrant does not warrant that 10 years that you're hearing about for each of the counts for Jane and
then Jeremy, remind us again about the Mann Act.
So the Mann Act does not involve coercion or force or anything like that. The Mann Act simply says that if you're bringing someone across state lines in substance, engaging in prostitution, that violates the law. I look at this case, not to really go too far off. This really, especially when you hear this verdict, should likely never have been in that courthouse. If anything, it should have been in that courthouse, meaning 100 Center Street or something similar, in a state courthouse for domestic violence, for abuse, for things that physical abuse and assaultive behavior, those types of things. But now we're here. It is what it is. But I think the prosecution really got humbled whether or not the judge is keeping Sean Combs in.
No, 100%. So now tonight he'll be spending the night in MDC.
It's hotter in there than it is out here, certainly for him. But there is now a horizon. That sun is rising for him. There is an out, and I'd like to think, based on the evidence and based on the finding of that jury, that out will be reasonable. And the defense said maybe 20 to 24 months. The prosecution is saying at least 50 to 60 months, even more. Where the judge falls, I don't know. But there's freedom for a guy who's looking at life in prison, which is unbelievable, whether he's in jail tonight or not.
And you told us that there's no minimum with the conviction, the prostitution conviction.
Correct, but there are guidelines, and the judges generally follow those guidelines. There's ability to move along them and go up or down. But I think we have to look at what the evidence is and remember that the prosecution can still bring out in sentencing, though you could not do that in a state court, all of his other allegations and the evidence there that was not supported by the jurors who said not guilty, because it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt in sentencing. It's not the same standard.
Right.
But do I think he's going to get 10 years? We've been wrong before. No, I do not. There is an out for him.
All right. And we'll continue watching this closely. And so that's it.
That's it for now. That's it for tonight.
Yeah, just to sum up, this has been a day of news on the Sean Diddy Combs case. First, the jury came back and rendered a not guilty verdict on the heavier charges of the indictment. And then there was this talk about whether or not he would be walking out of here. There were a lot of reasons why some people thought that might actually be the case. But at this point, we've just learned that the judge has denied the application for bail, which means instead of walking out a free man today, Sean Combs will have to wait. And the judge noted, we're told right now by Sharon Crowley, that one of the incidents of violence against a former girlfriend was in June of 2024, after Sean Combs knew that he perhaps was illegal. Right. So there are things in the bag, so to speak, that the judge is taking into consideration, that as people out on the street, maybe we were slower to get to, but the judge has made his decision. Sean Combs will not be seen on camera outside the courthouse today, at least not as a somewhat free man on bail. That's the latest from here at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. We go back to you guys.
I was going to say, Arthur, before you go, maybe one more last question. We do know that by law, the detention is mandatory under the counts he was convicted on. But maybe you could explain some other reasons, or the top reason why the judge refused bail.
Well, it was actually, as Jeremy Salanso kindly shared just now, that bail typically isn't decided after the jury's decision, the jury's verdict. A bail is decided before the trial goes into play, right? And then they decide whether or not to hold a defendant in that case. That had already happened in this case. The decision was made to hold Sean Combs behind bars during the length of these court proceedings, and they're not over yet, right? That we have to get through sentencing for this to actually truly be over. So what Jeremy was explaining was it would have required an exception to the decision that he already made, and he said based on multiple factors that it doesn't rise to the level of granting an exception at this time. I don't know if I put that in English.
Arthur, thank you very much. Lisa as well, and Jeremy. We've got more breaking news coverage after this break.
Lisa, you mentioned that the $50 million bail package, which is pretty extreme. Why was that not enough to convince the court to let him go on bond here, especially with all those other extra things you were talking about?
Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again?
The $50 million bond and bail package that you mentioned, including the other restrictions, those list of restrictions that you mentioned, you would think that would be enough for a judge to say, all right, I can agree to this, but it wasn't. So there was a reason behind that. And why was that?
Yes. Well, the reason behind that, and that's a great question. What the reason behind that particular denial was the fact that the feds, when you're in prison or you're in jail, they're monitoring all your calls, and they tell you straight up, we're monitoring all your calls. The prosecutor, the lead prosecutor, Maureen Comey, told the judge that he had been using other people's phone privileges, because when you're a detainee, you only have a certain number of phone calls at a certain time, using other people's phone privileges to make calls to intimidate witnesses, and that this would not be allowed. And then, as we've heard throughout the day here today with some of our legal experts, that witness intimidation is a crime or an allegation they take extremely seriously here. But the question is that even a factor now, because he was not convicted of the sex trafficking or the RICO? So I'm sure it was very disappointing for the defense. For the prosecution, it was like, well, at least we got something, and they got the transportation for prostitution. But I think it was a big come down for the federal prosecutors. That's what pretty much every legal commentator and legal expert is telling us today. That's the latest here from federal court. Natasha, Bianca, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, definitely a high to a low. All right, Lisa, thank you very much.
And keep watching Fox 5 News for continuing coverage of the Diddy verdict. We will also be posting any updates on our Fox local app. Make sure you download that. It is free.
Uh-oh. Any audio? What do we got? Are they having a concert? People speaking? Hold on, guys. So this has to do with the Mann Act. The fact that he cannot get bond. I just heard a little bit of that when I went into the kitchen. The Mann Act. We bring in, hey, I think that's White Denzel. Rory, you there? Rory?
Yo, Star, what's up?
How's it going, man? Did you hear? I was in the kitchen. It has to do with the Mann Act, some type of conviction. That's why he couldn't get bond. You up to speed?
Yeah, that's why. I don't know why people are bugging out. I mean, he's convicted on 2 counts, so it's not unusual. It would be unusual for you to be released on bail after being convicted on anything. You usually always have to stay in jail until your sentencing if you've been denied bond throughout the whole trial. So it's actually a win for Diddy in that sense, because he's got his cell, he's got his cell block, he's got his oodles and noodles and his honey buns. So for him to get bail and then have to come back in and finish whatever time they're going to give him, which they're saying like could be 2 years or 3 years, that's harder for somebody. While you're already in there, you're already acquainted to the place. You might as well just stay.
Well, now, hang on a second. I want to be specific. I heard, and again, I was running into the kitchen because of the Mann Act. That's the reason why they were able to get him to stay with no bond. If you don't know, just say, I don't know. I'm looking for that information. If anybody has it, and if you have time, please email it to me.
The Mann Act is good. They were really talking about witness intimidation. That's what the judge said. That was one of the reasons that they were denying him bond and bail is because of witness intimidation. They were worried about that. So yeah. Anyway, my boy's having an after party for Diddy.
Rory, I'm not interested in that. With all due respect, you sent me a text message. I ain't promoting that. I'm not promoting nothing that could lead back to me and some type of violence. But good to talk to you, man. Good to talk to you.
I'm doing a meeting.
Yep. That's my friend. I just got him out of here. Business is business. I'm not trying to promote nothing that somebody's doing. Could be some trouble for me or Poor Legacy. I got your donation. Thank you so much. Let me go back and listen to this audio because I heard something about the Mann Act, and that's the reason why they were able to deny him bail today.
Hip-hop mogul, what do you make of it?
Reaction report,
Arthur, can you hear me out there?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me, Sharon?
Yes, I can. What do you make of the judge's decision?
The judge, from our understanding of the law, follows the law. And this is a little bit to explain, but if everybody can stay with us here.
Come on.
When the trial begins, a bail application is made, right? And in this case, Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers made several attempts to try to get him to go through this process without having to be an MDC, which you and I both know as the Federal Detention Center. They wanted him to be able to do it from the comfort of home. They tried everything they could think of to get him out. It was denied. What the judge has done this afternoon, more importantly, not just our opinion, but that of legal experts, is say that still stands. Mr. Combs was not found innocent on all charges. His own legal defense in court said he has a propensity for violence. We have a video that shows him beating, just brutally beating Cassie Ventura in a LA hotel hall.
Okay, on the screen. Thank you. TEHU. That's what I heard roughly 10 minutes ago. Detention is mandatory for a Mann Act conviction. The limited exception to mandatory detention was not met. Thank you very much for your comment, sir. Thank you very much.
It's a little bit surprising for those who were completely absorbed in just the jury verdict itself, because Mr. Combs was found not guilty in 3 of the more severe counts, including one that found guilty on, could have landed him behind bars for the rest of his life. So everybody thought there was a turn here, but the judge stuck to the law, said make your case. They made their case, and the judge said it doesn't meet the level for an exception. So we are holding on to you for now, and then they'll proceed with this case. Sharon?
Great. So, Arthur, we know Linda Schmidt was actually in the courtroom when the judge denied bail, so we'll be hearing from her shortly. But I wanted to ask you, what a day this has been. Found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted of the more serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy.
Audio's kind of low on this guy talking.
Could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. And at that time, it appeared from all the accounts in the courtroom that Combs got quite emotional, got down on his knees praying, spoke to his family, and you can understand why his family, his relatives, his supporters might have thought that bail would be granted. But of course, the judge pointing out his violent history, one that even his own defense team pointed to during this trial. So we are hoping to hear later, I think, Arthur, this evening. I see all the bed of microphones out there from attorneys on both sides about this. And I also understand that Combs could be sentenced possibly in October. He's going to stay locked up at NBC, and he was first arrested back in September. So we're closing in.
Audio's real bad here.
Year of incarceration. So it remains to be seen what the sentencing will be. We know each count carries a maximum of 10 years, which could have put there 20 years, but they might run concurrently. And then, of course, he will be credited with time.
All right. Law and crime. Okay, are these guys talking? I don't know what this is. Some type of channel. I don't know this channel. I'm not going to take the chance. I'm going to try these guys one more time until I can make
saw and heard from 2 witnesses that were there that Cassie got smacked around in the middle of a freak off and was told to come out and finish strong, and her escort lost his erection. He was so upset about it. There's so much evidence that would have supported multiple.
Suspect in the King Road murders has admitted to killing 4 University of Idaho students in November of 2022. Koberger officially pleading guilty to all 4 counts of murder in a court hearing today, sparing him from the death penalty.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
Did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Damn.
Yes. As part of the plea deal, Koberger will be sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences for murder and 10 years for burglary in the killings of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, the 4 college students fatally stabbed inside of their off-campus house in the small town of Moscow, Idaho. The victims' loved ones were inside the courtroom today. One family telling ABC News that they support the plea agreements, but others expressing frustration over the deal. And switching gears here, severe storms on the move over parts of the country as tens of millions of Americans are getting ready to travel for the 4th of July.
Let me put this on. Well, actually, that's over now. Thanks for tuning in. That's true. Oh, Jesus Christ.
On that, they want sentencing as soon as even next week. They are pushing back, so we may get new information about that because, of course, they want this to be over as quickly as possible. Despite the setback today, I have to say, Arthur, this is still quite the victory for Sean Combs and his defense team today. He could have been looking at a much longer prison term. And so even
I'm going to try one more.
And so even though he has to
Same
remain
thing.
locked up
Same
right now, he is facing a much,
Hold on a second, guys.
much less punishment for the crimes the jury found him.
Kuala, is that you, sir? Calling back in. Kuala with the T, area code 272.
Yeah, what's going on, Star?
Hey, man.
Yeah, so he may have a chance to go home. They're gonna go to high court. They're gonna apply with high court because you gotta understand they denied him bail. And if you paid attention to why they denied him bail, they said after he said what he did to Cassie, he was a menace to society. He was a menace to society. But the problem with this is what he don't understand.
It's also due to the Mann Act. We just had it on the screen, Kuala. The Mann Act. It's mandatory. So that's it's not just Cassie. But go ahead.
Right. So So what they're going to do is they are going to go try to go to high court to try to get him a bail. Now, whether high court deny him or give him bail, that's between him and his lawyers, right? They're looking at his lawyer team had him set at 26 months. The governor the feds want him to do 51 months. Those are the guidelines right now. 26, 51 months.
Okay, but we got most of that. You're saying they're going to the high court when? It's almost 6 p.m.
So all right, so basically what they'll do the same thing they did with this court for him, but they'll apply the bill with high court, and they will have to show high court why he should come home. They have to show high court also why they think this judge rejects his bond.
Can you give us a time frame, Kuala? A time frame?
Because the courthouse is all closed on Thursday and a holiday, I want to say we'll hear something by Monday or Tuesday.
Okay. So he's going to be in the detention center for the 4th of July. Yes.
Now, what your last caller said, Rory said, it's true. Rory's 100% right. He wants to sit there because you go to sentence in October. You already got that. Basically, you got a year in. Now, I don't think he's going to get the max. I think he'll get time served. I say he sits no more than 15 months, tops, no more than 15 months. Because what people don't understand with the feds, they go by gravity scores, right? That's the biggest thing, is your gravity score. He never was convicted of anything until now.
Okay.
So that plays a lot of parts into when it comes to sentence. Did he have a domestic violence again? Yes. But that doesn't play a part because he never was convicted of any other crime. Gotcha. So his gravity score is not going to be high. A lot of people don't understand that.
Hey, Kuala, hold on a second. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Hold on. Stay right there.
Together is the explicit nature of the testimony.
The
and
audio is kind of low here on Fox 5. Okay, but he's not coming home today. Long story short, I want to get back to the audio.
Years-long relationship.
No, he's not coming home today.
Got to go, man. Thank you.
Consensual, that he was not coercing them into what was happening. Otherwise, he might have faced different charges. But it's really interesting, and I'm eager to hear how Sean Diddy Combs reacted when he heard that his bail was denied, because he was so emotional earlier today, whether he had a strong reaction as to what happened. And obviously his defense is hoping not to wait till October for the sentencing, but for it to happen in the next week, as early as in the next week. And apparently the government is not protesting that. So that may happen. We may have a quicker development in this case. We'll find out as soon as we get some more information from inside the courtroom. But what a week. You point out the July 4th holiday, and having covered so many court cases, usually on a Friday, even if it's not a holiday weekend, the jury is eager to get out. And it seemed like all they needed was one night of good night's sleep to render a verdict within under an hour today. When you were out there this morning, I'm sure it was pretty chaotic.
Yeah, a good night of sleep probably had something to do with it, but probably the judge's note to the jury yesterday as they were dismissing probably had a lot to do with it too, because they were essentially saying, we agree on 4 out of the 5 counts, right? But the last one, we're having trouble coming to an agreement because of different, quote, opinions, plural. That's when the judge said, get back in there tomorrow morning, today, and get at it. The term deadlock was used a lot, but yesterday was the first full day of deliberation for a jury that heard nearly 3 months, 2 months of evidence and from 3 dozen or more witnesses. So really it was a full day and some change, really enough to say that they were deadlocked. They just didn't agree yet. The judge was banking on that, sent them home, and maybe they were thinking about this weekend and said, you know what, I'm compelled to agree now. But I will say too, from our producer in the courtroom, we do have Sean Diddy Combs' reaction to bail being denied, and the description was the word stoic. He did not make an expression, a vastly different response, the emotional response at 10 a.m. this morning when the verdict was read, when he collapsed on the floor and started praying and waved to his family. They cheered as he walked out of the courtroom. There was none of that for this most recent development just now. We were told He was absolutely stoic.
Thank you so much for that update, Arthur. We appreciate your coverage, and we're going to let you get caught up and ready for the 6 o'clock news on Fox 5. And we're going to let our audience just look at some live pictures. And when those attorneys come out,
I'm going to go to a different source. They were doing great until the
violent behavior, that he had a quick temper. The judge couldn't point to any instances where any witnesses were called, but on behalf of Sean Combs. But as Danny and all the lawyers will tell you, the defense has no obligation to do that. The burden of proof of guilt here was on the prosecution. But what it left the judge with was only the defense saying, my client is violent. My client has committed domestic violence. And he was engaged in what some might consider a very violent quote unquote love affair, and he owns up to that. And that's what the judge referred to when he said, now you ask me to let him go, to say that he will be a model citizen. But there was nothing during the trial where you presented as argument that that would be true. So again, understanding and clearly that the burden of proof in this case was on the prosecution. The defense was not obligated to present any witnesses. And in 34 witnesses who were presented, the defense presented no witnesses at all, and Combs never took the stand.
That's
Hallie?
right. 30 minutes for that close. Rahim, I'm going to ask you to stand by. Danny, let me go to you on the counts themselves, the way that we saw this mixed verdict come in. Because when you and I spoke, I think literally 24 hours ago, when we learned that the jury had reached this mixed verdict, but they couldn't decide on that first count. If we had known then, Danny, that the jury in fact had determined that there would be a not guilty verdict on counts 2 and 4, those sex trafficking counts, would that have indicated to you that he was likely to also be found not guilty on racketeering? In other words, do those other counts kind of roll up into the RICO charge?
Yes and no. I mean, I have to tell you, 24 hours ago when we talked about it, and at that point, it was deadlocked on RICO conspiracy and a verdict, and we didn't know what it was, on the remaining counts 2 through 5. I thought everything in the world made sense because I knew that I felt the jury would struggle with RICO conspiracy because, frankly, lawyers struggle with it. And I felt that the evidence, at least as to counts 3 and 5, was really a no-brainer in that transportation for prostitution, the Mann Act, the only thing he was convicted of requires interstate transportation and prostitution. They had definitely put in enough evidence for a guilty verdict on that. So I assume that the next step, and I'm oversimplifying trafficking, but the trafficking is very similar to the Mann Act, to the transportation for prostitution. It really adds an additional element of force, fraud, or coercion. And I felt that the government had put in evidence of force, fraud, or coercion, enough at least to find him guilty. So it seemed to me the reasonable assumption was that those 4 verdicts would all be guilty. And yes, because of that, I thought that the last domino to fall, if there were 4 guilty verdicts, it might be an easier lift to convince any remaining jurors to find guilty on RICO conspiracy. But it turns out it was quite different than we expected. And here we are. What a difference a day makes. Now we find that the only thing Combs was convicted of was, make no mistake about it, the least serious of the crimes with which he was charged. So much so that we barely talked about the Mann Act over the last year. We talked about racketeering, we talked about sex trafficking, but barely talked about transportation in aid of prostitution. It was really almost a lesser included offense of the sex trafficking.
Rahima, next thing we're going to be watching for are presumably the defense attorneys who we anticipate seeing emerge from the courtroom and address the crowd that is gathered at any minute.
At any minute, we expect that those 8 defense attorneys who have been in this court for some 7-8 weeks will come out and speak to the cameras on what is a street that does not normally look like this in the 5 o'clock hour in Lower Manhattan in New York City. It is extremely calm. We don't see this. This is normally sirens and all kinds of activity going on here. But this is an indication of how seriously people are taking what has happened in that courtroom behind me and the implications of it and what their concern was and is about how people might react to what has happened in that courthouse. Hallie?
Carol, let me ask you here. Sean Combs also faces civil lawsuits related to some of the conduct that was brought up in this court. Can you help us understand any interplay, if such exists, between what we have seen unfold in criminal court versus these civil suits? Two very separate things.
Sure, and I'm going to give the answer that you don't want to hear, which is it's going to be pretty complicated. There is a doctrine of law called collateral estoppel, and it does say that when an issue has been decided with finality in one court, that issue is decided, and you can introduce that fact or maybe even preclude additional trials on that issue. But there has to be an absolute overlap of the issues. So it's a little bit more complicated here, where Combs was acquitted of the more violent aspects of these charges, but he was convicted of the interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution. So to the extent that that issue is alleged in a civil complaint, that may be resolved and the jury can so be instructed. But any allegation that goes beyond what he was actually convicted of, it is unlikely that a judge would say, well, that's been resolved, because it simply hasn't. A criminal acquittal doesn't mean that he couldn't be found civilly liable, because they are different burdens of proof for the plaintiff.
And it's that last piece, Carol, that I think is so critical. He could still be found civilly liable, even though he has been criminally acquitted of the RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy charge, and the sex trafficking, right?
That's correct, for a couple of reasons, both because they probably have different elements, but also because of the different burdens of proof.
Carol Lamb, our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos, and Rahima Ellis, our correspondent outside court. Thank you all very much for your reporting and for your expertise. We're going to have much more coming up as coverage continues right here on NBC News right now. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air with that breaking news. A judge denying Diddy bail in just about the last 40 minutes. Domestic violence that his defense team acknowledged in court. All of it coming just a few hours after that bombshell mixed verdict from the jury, acquitting him on the most serious charges that Diddy faced, sex trafficking and racketeering. not guilty. You are looking at the golden doors, essentially, of that courthouse in New York. Any minute, we expect to see Diddy's defense team walk out. They are expected to address the crowd of reporters and, frankly, the crowd of supporters, some of them who have gathered in front of court today. Earlier, of course, the jury found Combs not guilty on the count of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. They did find him guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Diddy, when this happened, when this verdict was read, falling to his knees, burying his head in a chair when the verdict was read. Look at that. You're seeing some of the sketches coming in from court. Obviously, we don't have cameras in court. It's federal court. You could hear his family clapping and cheering in the background, his defense team hugging each other. At one point, Combs' mom was seen blowing kisses at the crowd of supporters as she went back into the courthouse earlier this afternoon. The verdict celebrated by Diddy fans outside. You see supporters there clapping and cheering, some of them dancing, some of them even covering themselves with baby oil, obviously significant considering that was introduced in this trial as evidence of part of those so-called freak-offs. We've got team coverage tonight. Danny Savalos with our legal analysis. Rahema Ellis live for us outside court. So Rahema, bring us up to speed because the court proceedings have ended now for the evening. In fact, they've ended now until I believe next week when the judge is looking for a status update after denying Diddy bail.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he says that status update on sentencing will come on July 8th. It will happen remotely. And in the interim, what we're doing, you just pointed out, we are waiting for that 8-member defense team of Sean Diddy Combs to come out and address the microphones, address reporters and camera people. Those people also who are supporters of Sean Combs, as well as there's a large crowd of people here who were disappointed with Sean Combs, saying a man who had risen to the kind of heights that he had with his Bad Boy Records entertainment company, that he had, they expected better of him. Instead of the behavior that was admitted in court by his defense, that he engaged in violent behavior, and they even identified it as domestic violence. I want to give you some sense of what it looks like on the street.
Please.
This is a major street in Manhattan. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the afternoon on a Wednesday, it never looks as calm as this. They have closed off the streets. There are lines of police officers. They put barricades up, extra barricades up in anticipation of who knows what. The officers, the police department wanted to be ready for whatever might occur, depending on what the verdict was and how people might respond to it. And so that's what's happening here right now. They have, as I said, they closed off the streets. And this is probably going to remain this way until the family leaves and until the defense team of Sean Combs comes out and addresses this crowd, expressing, I would expect, that they are pleased with the not guilty verdicts that were found in his favor, but also maybe some disappointment that the judge has denied bail because they say that they were arguing that he has been an exemplary person in jail since he's been in jail since September 9th. They argue that he is not a flight risk. They argue that they're willing to put up $1 million in bond. They also say that his passport's been surrendered. They are also saying that he doesn't have access to his private plane that would have given him an opportunity to leave the court system, if you will. And so their argument was he should be released on bail, but the judge was not seeing it that way.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to hear exactly what the defense team says when they come out a short time from now, we hope. Callie?
We know that his lead defense attorney told the judge that the jury gave Diddy his life back, essentially. The prosecution obviously had a very different take, saying that they believe that Combs is exceptional only in his wealth, his brazenness, as they put it, his criminality, as they put it as well. Inside the courtroom, when this verdict came in, Rahema, and even as we've seen in just the last hour at this bail hearing, there's a lot of, if not emotion, at least perhaps emotion under the surface here, with the defense team appearing nearly jubilant when the verdict was read, and the prosecution almost despondent.
Absolutely. In fact, there were tears shed in this courtroom, even by the members of the defense team. Sean Diddy Combs got down on his knees. He put his head in the chair as if he were praying. There was a celebratory mood in this courtroom. In fact, you could hear it. They erupted in cheers and crying out, yay, for the verdict that had been given here to Sean Combs. His mother was in the courtroom. She remains in that courtroom. as are several of his children who have been here throughout this trial that lasted more than 7 weeks, standing in defense behind him. And
let me jump in right here. Salute to Mama Combs.
He looked at his family and
Salute to Mama Combs. Told me to lower my voice one time.
told them that he loved him, that he loved them.
We were up in Justin's. It was 1999. We had just signed on with MTV. Star and Buck Wild was sitting there eating. She came over to the table. She had the silver wig. Anybody from that era, Mama Combs, when she used to wear the silver wig? There's about 6 or 7 of us. Table full of white boys, and me and Buck were the only 2 black guys at the table. It was the production staff, the director. She comes over to me, puts her hand on my shoulder, and says, "I need you to lower your voice a little bit." Hold on a second. I'm going to take a few calls here. I went and fix myself a salad. Huh? Marathon broadcast. Have you hit the Cash App, PayPal out of respect? Please don't call me and you just broke. Area code 267. Peace, peace, peace. Is that world peace?
Peace, peace. Yes, it is.
Peace.
Thanks for having me back.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the silver wig, she definitely was takedownable during the 90s. Yes, she was.
1999.
Yes,
came over to the table, put her hand on my shoulder. She had a big ass diamond ring on and said, "I need you to lower your voice." She didn't say, "Can you, please?" She said, "I need you to lower your voice." Go ahead.
Yeah, no.
What's going
No, and rightfully so. You was doing too much probably.
Right.
So I'm confused, like you always speak of the king's language and how important it is, right? Why do they keep using language saying the most serious charges? No, use the proper language. The federal charges were, pled not guilty. Those were not guilty. That sounds like, the federal charges, those are done. Those are taken out. So why is a federal judge reprimanding him? His other charges are state charges.
I don't have the answer. I don't have the answer to that world peace. I have never been on that side, waiting for my future to be decided by someone. So I can't speak to that. It does appear that because of the fact that this Mann Act conviction, that's a mandatory bond denied. We just had that on the screen. You have to speed. I'll Google it again, but
yes,
that's
no.
That's the key here.
Yes, I'm up to speed. So with that, right? So that's why I don't even like them celebrating because no, he shouldn't be charged for anything, right? Because weren't the escorts, their services were rendered through agencies, if I'm not mistaken. So aren't there some type of employee guidelines or something? Okay, I'm supposed to go fix a car. My mechanic shop, they send me out. I go and do the job, but I do something extra. Is that on, who is that on? That can't be on the person who got the services.
I'm listening to you.
If you make
world peace, hang on a second. Hang on. I'm looking. Guys, if anybody, I'm sorry. I had it on the screen. I can't go back and now and retry the case. We have what we have in terms of the bail being denied, the convictions. Let's deal with that. I mean, we have some things. Some things here that maybe a lot of people just don't know the law. A lot of people have a gut feeling, or they have an assumption, or they want something to be true. But I'm looking here. Denied bail after mixed verdict clears him of top charges and sex crimes. Here's what you need to know. This is WBAL TV. I'm going to read this while you're talking. Go ahead.
Right. So you're right. So that's where I'm at. I'm more, man, pause. I'm in my feelings. How I'll land my plane, I'll say, he got to fight this now after this, man. He got to fight this. He got to go after them. He got to sue people, man, for real. It almost, to me, it sounds like a unjust incarceration. That's my opinion.
Conviction, mandatory. I accidentally removed that from the screen. Someone was kind enough to put it in there. Prostitution this morning.
So I appreciate you, man. It's wow, and you covering this. This is you doing. This is awesome right here,
Thank
man.
you, man.
Great stuff, man. Great.
Appreciate the call. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you to the person who put that in the screen in the live chat. Pardon me, earlier. It was something about the Mann Act. Why didn't I take a goddamn screenshot and then print it out? Jesus. That's what this has to do with. A mandatory denial of bail because of that Mann Act. Let me see if I can find it in the meantime. Area code 949. Are you there? Good evening. Please watch the language. 949.
Hey, bro. Hey, how's it going, Star? Yeah, this hurt. Yeah, dude. Basically, I'm with the last caller, but I predict that Diddy will be out sometime around, say, December 2025. They have every right. His defense team has every right to submit an appeal bond on his behalf.
Okay.
And they just did. That's under Title 18, 3142 and 3143.
Okay.
But the defense has the burden of proof to prove that to prove the eligibility that their defendant has the right to an appeal bond.
Okay.
That said, he does have a constitutional right to appeal for an appeal bond, until he's being sentenced, and after sentencing also. I'm thinking that he may be home sometime in 2025, December 2025. Because once Trump gets a hold of this and look at the BS, and see, in addition to that, you get.
Well, hang on a second, sir. Objectively speaking, is Sean Diddy Combs where he belongs? Never mind the music, the flashy, fly, jiggy lifestyle. Objectively speaking, is he where he belongs right now? No bail.
No, he's not.
Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not, sir? You have the floor. Why not?
Oh, okay. No, because he's a good dude. His good outweighs his bad. Out here on these streets in L.A., Mr. Combs has a good reputation with the streets. Okay, he has a good reputation.
Wait. Hold on, sir. Do you know him personally?
I met Mr. Combs 2 years ago at Mel's Diner.
Okay. Did you hang out, sir, or did you just share, shared head nods as you were biting into a pizza?
Okay, I know people that know him. I saw his arm.
No, sir. Hang on, sir. Do you know him? You said you were at some type of diner. Did you guys have coffee? Did you talk?
No. Okay. But I did. We did.
The nigga's a freak, sir. I'm. Come on, he's a freak. Nigga's a freak.
Okay, I'm just saying. Okay, I'm just saying. Based on the street, he's a good dude.
Well, sir, his ass was in a court of law today. To hell with the streets.
That's true. Well, okay, all right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and that's true. However, the thing is that he doesn't deserve where he needs to be at. He should be out. He should be with his family because the whole trial was bullshit.
Sir, you have to watch the language, please.
Okay.
Watch.
As I said, it's white, and I say so. It's racism. They're trying to basically lynch a black man.
Okay.
The Mann Act is a bunch of is bogus within itself. Okay. Plus, you get more time for the Mann Act than you do with just simple transportation and prosecution. You get more time for that because there's a say debauchery and say, trafficking element behind it. So he didn't, he wasn't convicted. We all know he wasn't convicted on that. And if they punish him for prostitution, they should punish the pimps and the madams in Vegas, and they should also punish all.
Sir, stop. Just accept accountability for this freak. Now you're going all over the place. And come on.
I'm just being direct. I mean, okay, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you're gonna punish somebody for prostitution, get the people that's doing it. Get the people that make money off of it. Mr. Combs does not make money off of prostitution, sir.
Okay, I appreciate the call, sir.
Simple as that. That's not how he made his money, sir.
Okay, thank you. I let you have the last word. Nigga's a freak. Freak-a-leak, huh? Old nigga with erectile dysfunction, popping pills, rubbing bussy semen on his nipples. Just let him out. One of his sons is accused now of being a freak. The apple don't fall too far from the tree. Come on, everybody can't be on the same page. Yo, they doing a black man dirty. Let me check my email. Someone sent me that reason for the Mann Act. I apologize. I should have took a screenshot. I'm doing a lot here today. I've been here all morning, all day. Wow. Evidence was weak, Diddy. Yes, we know the trial was weak. This we know, but they caught him lacking. Caught him lacking. What is this here? Nah, I don't want to watch Pierce Morgan Uncensored. No thanks. Kid went, okay, hang on a second. It doesn't seem to be on YouTube. Okay, I just played the video. Thank you so much, Shanta. Yeah, I'm not going to play it again of the little kid. Where did that happen? Anybody know? Two little babies getting ready to get it in. One pulls out a knife and the cop pulls out a gun on him. Lord Jesus. Where did that happen? Who said Diddy was the gay rapper all this time? Diddy been freaking too much, man. That's my guy, man. But come on, at some point you got to answer, right? Got to answer to the bullshit.
Any other type of conditions. The prosecution then got up and said, I want to give you a couple of quotes from the prosecution because they were very passionate about this. The prosecution got up and looked at the judge and said, Judge, the only thing about this man that is exceptional is, quote, his wealth, violence, and brazenness. He has shown no remorse, and there is no basis to release him on bail. And the judge agreed. So he is going to remain in prison behind bars until he is sentenced. Now, right now, as you were talking at the top there, Sharon, the sentencing, the judge originally scheduled that for October 3rd. However, his defense attorneys, they want to expedite that sentencing and they want to have it sooner. And they are going to have a hearing that's going to be held next Tuesday, July 8th.
Linda, thank you so much for that update. Let me just tell you, I have some new information to bring you. We are just getting some information about what Combs said to his family after bail was denied. And according to the Fox News channel, he turned to address his family. He said, quote, "We will make it through this. Love you all. I feel good. See you when I get out.
Good man.
See you when I get out." And he had his hands together as if he was praying. So we'll see, Linda, all the remarks that you were making had me wondering, this judge was pretty tough on bail, really listening carefully to those closing arguments and using, as you mentioned, the defense's own words against him. I wonder if this will have any impact on sentencing itself. As you know, Combs facing 2 10-year maximum sentences that could be served concurrently. So we'll see if this has any, we can read the tea leaves and see what this could mean for how many years behind bars Combs will be facing on these charges.
Well, the judge did talk about that too, and he said, quote, "The two sides here have a great divide on what it is they think his sentencing should be." First of all, let me go to my notes here. The defense says that...
Do we have any Donald Trump haters that are bold enough to call in and now say you would like for Trump, a.k.a. 47, to give Diddy a pardon. It's a federal case. Trump can step in. Phone lines are open. Hey, Maria Daily TV, I got your comment on the screen. What does it say? I don't have my contacts in. Diddy liked the escort's juices rubbed on his nipples, and he liked playing in it. Hold on a second. Runaway slave, 1619. I got your donation, sir. Being a freak is not illegal. All of them were with it. Free that man. Star doesn't stop at stop signs. I have a badge, sir. I don't have to stop stop signs. But thank you for your donation. Maurizio, good to hear from you, sir. Are you calling in? Are you calling in? Trep AI, I got you doing. Yeah, well, listen, I went to sleep last night early. I went to sleep early. I'm now a single man, so I'm not up on the phone, texting and talking. Patrick 2.0 gave me my welcome papers because I wasn't ripping it out the frame. No. I was not ripping it out the frame. I have no problem. I do not have what Diddy and these other guys have, erectile dysfunction. I'm just, I'm slow with it. I'm slow with the dick. Pardon me. I didn't mean to be vulgar, but yeah. So I went to sleep, and here I am. Anything else we should be discussing? Any other videos? Hold on a second, guys. There's a bunch of things I had earlier. I'm not going to play that video again with regards to the little baby pulling out the gun. Wasn't that horrible? Hey, Kat, good to hear from you. What's popping, girl? Kat, 718.
Hey, sir, how are you?
Kat, I'm alive. Niggas 10 years younger than me are having strokes, all sorts of mild, just dying. Here I am. What's going on, girl?
Yeah, So it made no sense to me that they thought he would get out on bail at this point anyway. He might as well just stay in there until sentencing. And we don't know how long he's going to get. And because he is a threat that people are scared of him, supposedly, Cassie and other people wrote letters expressing fear.
Okay.
I don't think he would do anything to anybody, but they have a leg to stand on because of his past record of how he treats people. But ultimately, it's a win for him, so he should definitely be happy.
Okay. I've been here all day, so I mean, I'm willing to let you guys speak.
I know. I went to sleep for I went to sleep for 3 hours and woke up and you were still there.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I'm doing God's work today, Kat. I'm doing God's work. I don't have to answer to a bitch. I don't have no kids running around talking about I need to go to practice. Can you take me roller skating? So here I am. What's crack, girl?
And then they were. I know you. They were attacking Tisa Tells outside.
Easy. Tisa Tells does great work. Boots to the ground.
I'm just saying they were attacking her because they said she lies or whatever. I don't know. With several other content creators like
that's okay. I don't attack other YouTube content creators. She's doing the damn thing. Are you a Tisa Tells hater? Keep it real, Kat. Keep it real.
I wouldn't say I'm a hater, but I'm noticing that I just didn't like how she was so partial. She wanted the key thrown away on Diddy, and it was just like, why? I didn't understand. I don't understand her reasoning for being that hateful.
I don't know to be precise, but maybe she's been through some things. Maybe she's, I'm just guessing.
Right.
Maybe she's encountered someone like the Diddler. Diddy was a different type of nigga back in the 90s and, in those eras. He was a different type of nigga. He and I clashed hard one time up in Kevin Lyle's office. We almost got it in.
Right. Well, well, we've all been through some things, but each individual person, you know, it doesn't mean you take it out on the next person. But
why not?
Either way, they were attacking her.
Hold on, okay. Why not?
Well, I mean,
you're in the detention center. I'm outside. I'm trying to get these numbers up. I'm trying to get to the coin. You know, I'm out here moving, shaking, and popping. You know, why not? Why not go in on that nigga?
Lovely T was on her live the other day, and also Armand also says Lovely T says she doesn't have Lovely T says she doesn't have a dog in the fight. Armand says he doesn't have a dog in the fight, but when Lovely T said she didn't have a dog in the fight on Tissa's live, she was like, "Well, I have a dog in the fight."
Well, there you go. There you go. I've been through some shit. This nigga's hold on a second. You got me going now. And I don't know if this is Tissa tells, you know, true feelings. I've been through some shit. This nigga's almost 60, still doing pink cocaine. I'm having flashbacks. You're food, nigga, and I'm coming for you if such is the case. Go ahead.
Right. Well, they said some of the people that were attacking her said that she was very.
Well, listen, Kat, I don't want to keep talking about Tissa tells she's doing the damn thing.
No, I know. But
what about Diddy? No, stop. We're moving on.
Okay.
I'll get you out of here.
Can I change it?
Get you out of here. Come on.
Okay, forget Tissa. I'm saying Armand was one of the ones they were doing the oil. They were pouring oil on each other outside the courtroom.
Salute to Armand. He's a great guy. He and I text from time to time. Listen, I try and give as much support for the younger generation. You never hear me hating on them, you know. Storm Monroe, Armand, all those guys. Dom is live. Lovely T and I talk from time to time. So yeah, so if Armand is out there getting his numbers up, that's a great thing. It's a great thing.
Yeah, it was funny. Mm-hmm. All right. Talk to you soon. Take care of yourself.
Bye, Kat. Thank you.
Okay.
Mark says Star can't work the middle. So that's a whole fact. That's a whole fact. You niggas out here hitting the bottom. What is that other shit you guys do? You be helping these hoes find the G spot. Oh my God. You niggas be popping Cialis and all this other shit to help a bitch get off. Once I get off, I roll over and that's it. Finish yourself off. I'm going to sleep. Hold on a second. Who is this here? Hey, Sister Bethy. I will never understand. Okay, what is this? I don't have my contacts in, babe. Let me just push the button. Hold on. You spelling scroller, so it goes on the screen. I don't give a goddamn what you're talking about. She says, I will never understand grown women being forced to prostitute. No weapons involved. This is BS. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
We'll send it back.
Okay, just real quickly. He was saying as part of his argument, he's a model prisoner. He's been spotless. He's a remarkable prisoner. He's lived up to his obligations and, quote, I think we should trust him. He is not going to flee. Well, the judge obviously did not.
Okay, well, they didn't agree. They didn't agree with that. And then let's just show Christian. Can we show a little bit here? Linda, step aside if you don't mind for a second here. Okay, so what you're looking at right here? Do you see the black? You see these black vehicles, the big Suburban, and then there's two black Mercedes Sprinters that are are right behind it that have been carrying the family members. You see all the media, and I want to tell you that the media has been here from all over the world, converging on this to try and to just try and report this amazing story. I mean, it's really a mind-blowing story. One of the most famous men in the world, having the more sordid details of his personal life. Here's one of the Diddy's supporters here coming in. One of the people that has been there with the mother. She's getting into the SUV here, and obviously not having the result that they want. And of course, the crowd is here. And they're getting them in. There was NYPD, as you can see. Christian, can we pan over here to this side? You guys see the flashing? You can see the flashing gates there with those roll down metal gates. That's where the judges and certain VIPs and I think certain detainees too go in and out. That's a very secure area. You see the NYPD is here in full force. Now, since the beginning of this trial, there have been people, this individual over here yelling and screaming. There have been people screaming and yelling pretty much all day, every hour since we've been out here. Different people, not just that's the first time I've seen this gentleman. But you see the NYPD is here. They set up the barricades. They came out here this afternoon and they basically were getting people they were getting people organized, putting up the barricades. They're keeping people back so that there's no type of nobody gets hurt by a traffic accident. They're also trying to give the Combs family some sort of dignity as they leave here. And also people are shouting things at them and also, shouting things at them. And then also, trying to get a soundbite or trying to get a glimpse of them making a U-turn here. You see the police are trying to keep everything organized here. NYPD is set up. They actually set up this entire media row that we're in right now. You see them starting to leave here. Here's another one of the sprinters. And they've been really trying to keep this organized so that people are not getting knocked around. Because you can see, Christian, you can zoom in there a little bit, okay? So you can see how close it is. Like you see the microphones on the extension wands there that people are using. Those cameras are all there in case any of the lawyers come out. Very unlikely that any of the prosecutors will. But there's also, a chance that maybe one of the defense attorneys may come out and give us a soundbite. That's what all the media, including our Fox 5 crews, are out there for too. And then the sprinters, the police are helping them to make this U-turn so that they can get off this block. And part of the street at the other end on the Chatham Square side has been shut down so that there's no traffic coming through now until they get this. Basically, this is like a mini dignitary motorcade here. Here's the sprinter number 2 here. And those of you in the hip hop community, the sprinter is the preferred way of transporting music, artists when they're going to the different events and public events and concerts and things of that nature. And police are trying to facilitate this here. The crowd pretty quiet right now, and they're making their way out, and they are leaving without.
Let me jump in here for a second, just in case you don't know. I have so much appreciation and love for Lisa Evers. Again, we worked together for a little over 3 years at Hot 97 in New York City. Born in 1953. If you're from the New York area, then you know her from Street Soldiers, of course. Lisa Evers has a black belt in karate. And in 1987, she was the first woman to be inducted into the Black Belt Hall of Fame as Woman of the Year. Guardian Angel back in the days, married to Curtis Sliwa. Okay. She worked as a model. She considered becoming a professional wrestler at one time. So I just want to give you a little context about who's talking on that microphone. She's been in those New York streets for decades on the train and everything else. And she's had brawls, fist fights up in the Bronx, Brooklyn, all sorts of places. The woman on the screen right now, Lisa Evers, just so that you know, okay? Just want to say that.
All right, Lisa, thank you. You and both Linda, excellent reporting on all of this, giving us a lot of color on what's happening there. For continuing coverage on the Sean Diddy Combs verdict, keep it right here on Fox 5. You can download the Fox local app on your phone to watch our live newscast and more wherever you are. We are expecting a press conference at any moment, and we're going to bring it to you live. We'll be right back.
Creel, I got your donation on the screen. Thank you, sir. Creel, he's from down there in the Florida area. Wait a minute, we got FBA now claiming Lisa Evers. Sir, she's not foundational Black American, but let me put that on the screen. No. Okay, hang on a second. Somebody's saying, where is it? She's Lisa Evers is an FBA journalist legend. Let me go to area code 601. Good evening. Please watch the language. We're talking about the verdict that came down today. Diddy denied bail and a few other topics. Are you there?
Yes, sir. How you doing, sir? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I do think Diddy. I think Diddy's where he's supposed to be at because he still got convicted of 2 charges.
Come on.
So I don't think that he was going to get out today. But the thing about it is the major charge, which is the RICO charge, he was not guilty on that. So, that's a kind of a win-win. I just really do think that with the federal, the feds, they always have 99% conviction rate or something like that for the fed charges or whatnot.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and they couldn't get it. So I think they'll hold him because they really just hating on him because he beat the main charge.
Could be.
Yeah. So
hang on a second. With regards to the Mann Act, it's mandatory that you don't get bail because of that Mann Act. So it's not just Cassie and other people thinking that he may do something to him. It's a little deeper.
Well, I think with that act though, he didn't get bail when he first started off, so he wasn't gonna get bail now. They tried to get bail so many times for him that he wasn't gonna get it. So he definitely.
But he's been convicted now, sir. He's convicted. It's different. Come on.
Right. Come on. But also too though, Star. I think Diddy is still a dangerous person. If he was out,
okay.
I still think he's dangerous. He can be dangerous behind bars too, but I think he's dangerous. He's dangerous to those witnesses that testified against him. Like I said, in my opinion, I think the feds are trying to get some of those maybe witnesses in protective custody or, federal witness protection or something like that because he still is a danger. Like, he's not going to forget. So, I just, he's where he's supposed to be at, though, because he did get convicted of 2 charges. So he's where he's supposed to be at. Now, how long he'll be there, I'm not for sure. But, again, the main charge, which is a racketeering charge, you don't have to worry about that. But I had one more question before you start, and I'm going to get off the line. Pimps did the same thing as Diddy was doing. Pimps did the same thing.
Did you say pimps? P-I-M-P-S, pimps?
Yeah. Yes. They used to traffic women, beat on their women and stuff like that. So Diddy's a freaky pimp, but he's still a pimp. And I've never seen a pimp get, this much, coverage before.
Okay. I don't know if I necessarily need to, give you any, disagreeing with what you're saying. I mean, Diddy's more so known for rapping and producing and putting other artists out. So whether he's a quote unquote pimp or not, I don't know that to be true. I mean, he has been spending money in excess to get other people to whore themselves out and things of that nature. But did he put women out on the track other than Cassie? That I don't know.
But I do think also too, Cassie gets the blame as well. I've always thought that because she was a part of it as well.
Yeah. I don't want to go back into the whole Cassie thing. We've been over that so much, but I thank you for the call, sir.
Hey, I thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Yes, sir. Guys, should we play Remy Ma one more time? If you're just now joining us, early this morning, somewhere around 9:30, I played the video with Remy Ma talking hella crazy. I liked her sundress, and she had on a sundress and some sneakers talking to a girl. And Remy said, come on, let's fight. She goes down the stairs, and I don't think the girl went down the stairs. But Remy Ma wound up in handcuffs. Salute to the police who handcuffed her. She's a convicted felon, a shooter. She also punched who was that she punched in the face on Love and Hip Hop? Was that the chicken noodle soup girl? Chicken noodle soup with a soda on the side. Is that the one? Punched in her shit. Pow. What do we got going on? Who's getting ready to come to the microphone? Wait a minute. Did I miss something? Hold on. What is that Remy Ma video? Everybody, hold on a second. I'm sorry. Wednesday. Okay, here we go. Oh, and I also played a video with regards to homes for sale in Puerto Rico. Okay, I want to make sure I don't miss anything with regards to the press conference. But here we got Remy, damn near 50, wanting to square up with young girls.
Turn around. Like your mother's ugly? Like your mother's ugly? Oh, okay. Same thing. Oh, okay. Just watch. Yeah, okay. We can test her right now. Right now, ugly. Everything. Oh, you thought you was gonna see something ugly, bitch. You wasn't. But you wasn't. Same here. You see what's up? Same here. You see what's up? Oh, okay.
So yeah, this raggedy ass fucking bitch for me, like, girl, like you would have thought I did something to you. Realistically, I can never speak to my father again. I can never hug him. I can never kiss him. I can never say nothing else to him. You can see your son. You can speak to him. You can hug on him. You can say whatever. The fact of the matter is that I see this fucking lady, and she's looking at me with a whole attitude. When I tell y'all ice grilling, as if her son was the victim. Like, miss, where's your remorse? Like, where's your sorriness? Where's your sadness? Like, at the end of the day, I don't care what I go through with nobody. I would never want to see nobody die. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Like, bitch, nobody did nothing to you, you fucking gremlin. And you really acting like you mad about something. Ice grilling somebody. Ugly ass. Then you acting tough in front of a courthouse. Like, bitch, we're gonna go to jail. You've been to jail before. I'm sure you don't want to go back, bitch. Like, what are we doing here? Come around the corner. You're really not fucking tough. Like, bitch is mad pussy. Like,
okay. All right. Area code 973. Good evening. We're discussing the Diddy verdict, of course, and he has been denied bail. Are you there? Area code 973. 12.
Hey, Star.
Hey. Who's this?
This is Sunshine.
Hey, Sunshine. Nice to hear from you. Where do you want to start, darling?
I think I just want to say this, only in respects to the judge's ruling for the denied bail. My thoughts are when the verdict came out for just the two guilty, it's being reported that the entire courtroom exploded in clapping and, the cheers and, all of that. Which typically does not take place in a federal courtroom.
You're right.
Right?
You're right.
Because there's a standard held in federal court. Okay. And the question in my mind was, why didn't the judge shut it down? And then the more I thought about it, it's to me, it's clear that judge did not care for Diddy from the beginning. Okay. Right?
Okay.
And in my mind, I'm saying that judge let that eruption take place. Mm-hmm. But in the back of his mind, he's saying, laugh now,
cry later,
cheer now, but you're going to be crying in a couple of hours, right? You feel where I'm going? You know what I'm saying? It was more, it was, you put the cart you put the horse before the cart, right, or vice versa, however that saying goes. Mm-hmm. And that's why I think the judge let them get that off like that. But he's exactly where he needs to be. Exactly.
Yeah. Objectively speaking, whether I like him or not, and he's a good guy in my opinion. He got sloppy, and you can, over the years, you can build up a track record of people who they have this hatred for you, and it'll never come out. Mm-hmm. Unless you fall from grace, and clearly he fell from grace. Pardon me. So with regards to what happens now, I don't know, but In your opinion, do you think he will, I don't know what, see 10 years, 5 years? Any thoughts to that and any experience? I have no experience with taking a deal, going to trial. I've never been that far within legal stuff.
What I do think is, while many people think that the jury failed in terms of giving him what they thought he deserved, I think the judge, in the end, where the jury failed, I think the judge is going to prevail with the justice part. Yeah, I think he's going to get the full gamut. Yes, I do.
10 years, 20?
I think
20 years?
Between 10 and 20. Yeah. I think the judge is going to throw the book. Absolutely. And yes, I have experience in sex crimes. I was an investigator for over 10 years.
Okay.
And yeah. I'm retired now.
Well, listen, don't let me rush you. I think they're getting ready to speak. Do you want to hang on, stay with us? You don't have to rush off the line, but let me just get this on the screen. Maybe you can help me with an understanding of what they're getting ready to say. Stay there. Stay right there.
Yep.
Am I speaking loud enough? You all can hear me okay? All right. Today's a great victory. It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. And we had a wonderful jury. They listened to every word, and they got the situation right, or certainly right enough. They acquitted him of the sex trafficking, which he was absolutely innocent of. They acquitted him of the racketeering conspiracy that he was absolutely innocent of, and all of the components to it. The kidnapping, he was innocent of that. The arson, he was innocent of that. The obstructing justice, he was innocent of that. And that is no longer just me saying that. That is the verdict of our jury. So today's a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs and our legal team. And I want to say one thing. There are very few people around whom a legal team could coalesce and become one. And Sean Combs is that person, and we are all blessed to be part of it. And I am now done speaking to you, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Garagos.
All right. I first want to thank my client, Sean Combs, for trusting us, myself and everybody here, this incredible dream team that he put together. Without him, we would not have been able to do this. He is incredible, and I want to thank him. I want to thank the jury for putting such great care into this case. They came early every single day, and I want to thank them, as I said in my opening, standing between all of us and the drastic consequences of the criminal convictions of sex trafficking, and RICO is a jury of our peers. And I thank them. I want to thank the judge, and I want to thank, despite the terrible conditions at the MDC, I want to thank the good people who worked there, who ensured that we had sufficient amount of time to prepare for trial. It is extremely difficult to prepare for a federal case in the conditions at the MDC, and they did everything they could to make that happen. I want to thank them. I also have been saying this since the beginning of this case. Sean Combs has not sexually assaulted anybody. I've been saying this for months. We've said it with each lawsuit that came out, and today that was proven true. The media got it wrong about Sean Combs every single day for nearly 2 years. I ask that for every time you guys see a civil lawsuit, criminal complaints or criminal indictments, you actually take a look and analyze these and see whether or not these are actually going to stand up in a court of law, because today they did not. He has not sexually assaulted anybody, certainly hasn't sex trafficked anybody, and the jury found that today. Thank you.
Okay.
I am now going to pass this over
Area
to
code
Mr.
973. What do I call you? I don't want to say your name in the queue. What do I call you?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I want to
Sunshine, okay, let me
thank
write that down.
the ladies and gentlemen to my right and my left. There is not a better group of honest and ethical, hardworking, and zealous lawyers, and I especially
I'll be right back,
wish
Sunshine. I want to make
thank
sure everybody can hear. Okay,
Mark
be right
and
back.
Tenny for allowing me and everyone else to come together. On behalf of my family, myself, I wish to thank you all for being here and writing truthfully about a man wrongly charged with most of the crimes, and that we all must remember that allegations are nothing. And I'd like to thank Sean for letting me be here. Thank you all. God bless you.
What does your client want to say when Reese
Thankfully, in our country, we have a right to a jury trial. And thankfully, Mr. Combs took that right. He actually battled for his freedom, for his innocence. He did it. And a lot of times, people are too afraid to do it. And he did it, and we're so happy that he did. We're proud of him. We are completely honored that he put his faith and his trust in us to fight for him. Today is a major win to show what the system can do. We appreciate and we're so thankful to the jury. Thank you to the court. Thank you, New York. It's been a pleasure being here and fighting in your district. Thank you so much. And listen, we appreciate the media. We do. There was a lot of reporting on the accusations. There was a lot of reporting on the indictment. Please report just as vigorously on the acquittal of these counts, please, because that's also the right thing to do. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sure. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So, first of all, I want to thank this wonderful team behind me. I am so happy that they allowed me to join it. I would like to say that I've done a lot of trials, but this is probably the most special one to me. And most important, I want everyone to know the job is not done yet. We're not finished. The job is not done yet. And so I want to, again, thank Mark, Tenny, and the rest of these wonderful lawyers behind us. They did a
Anybody
fantastic
get this
job.
man's
And
name?
like
We have to get him
those
some
before me have
veneers.
said, our
This
system,
man,
the jury system is
holy
important.
mother of God, what is his
We
name?
need good people to serve on juries. We need good people to come and say a person is not guilty. Take that courage to do that. It's okay. We want you to serve on
Man.
juries.
Okay, his name
This
is
particular
Jaws.
jury was a special jury. It was fantastic. It listened. It paid attention. It put the nonsense to the
His name is
side, put the
Jaws.
distraction to the side, and came to a lawfully good, just conclusion. Juries are important.
Whoa.
Juries are important.
Whoa.
But more important than that, I think, is people wanting to be on juries. So for all of you all listening, for all you out there in the public, please accept the call, become a juror, and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jaws.
You sure?
Yeah.
Holy
It is such a privilege to be a part of this legal team, this amazing legal team, and to represent Sean Combs. And this is a reminder.
Sunshine, I'm coming back to you for a second because they're just doing a whole lot of thanking.
Yeah, no problem.
You said you are retired. You have experience with, how did you phrase it? Sexual assault? I don't want to put words
Yep.
in. Okay.
I worked in special victims. Yes, sir.
Special victims. Okay. With regards to the Mann Act conviction, mandatory no bail, is that what more so weighed in as opposed to the him being considered a threat by the judge, or did it all come in together? The Mann Act, I don't know the statute, but the conviction, mandatory no bail. Yes, no?
Yes. Absolutely. I think everything in totality was taken in account. I firmly believe that the video weighed heavily. The defense's opening statements concurring that he was violent, etc., that definitely played in. No question about it.
The Mann Act, it's not something I pay attention to unless there's some type of trial or something going on here. How I guess I'm trying to say is with regards to the conviction rate, is that like when people get convicted of the Mann Act, what are they looking at? Is it a mandatory 10, 15, 20 years?
Well, for him, it's going to be the minimal of 5.
Okay.
So technically, he can be out in 1 to 2, depending on, behavior, time served, etc.
Okay.
And that's for each count.
Okay.
That's for each count. Remember, there's 2. So if it runs concurrent, if it runs consecutive, could he do less than 10 years? Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't remember how much time Chuck Berry, the godfather of rock and roll, did, but he was convicted of the Mann Act in I think early 60s, bringing a 14-year-old across the state line. Jeez.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Here's not to come off point of where you're going. What I will say is that this is a prime example of how wealth and having the means to have the quote dream team that this man had.
Right.
But let's be real here. Had it been the average, okay?
Oh, forget about it.
You would be under the jail. You would be under the jail.
Yeah.
And wealth has its privileges. And I just, aside from what I did for a living, it's just really, really sad that, with race, how people put that in, and I get it, I understand that, but at the end of the day, it's accountability. It's truly, truly accountability, right? Wrong is wrong and right is right, right? And you can look at Cassia and these women as being a part of, wanting to be in the business, etc. Yes, we can look at all of that. But at the end of the day, the wealth, the power, the prestige that this man had, he fouled it. You understand? And because of that, because he bears the melanin skin, it makes us all look bad.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? Even how the people were cheering and that type of thing outside the courtroom, there's nothing to cheer at. There's nothing to cheer at. It's ignorance.
Can I jump in?
It's ignorance.
Can I jump in?
I'm sorry, sir.
Can I jump in? I can respect your knowledge and the work that you've done. I respect your pedigree. But for people who don't know the law, people of color, people who have been dealt with in a dirty fashion by the legal system, police, if you will,
right?
They're cheering because it's a one-up, or it's okay. Well, he may have done some things, but you didn't get him like you wanted to get him. So I can understand some of the cheering. I really can. I was there once upon a time when O.J. Simpson. I'll say it again. I was in Banco Popular on Eastern Parkway, Brooklyn, New York. I didn't give a goddamn if he killed Nicole Brown and the what is that white boy's name? Ron Goldman. I didn't give a goddamn. Ron Goldman, right? Not guilty.
I remember
not guilty.
When what? Took place too, I remember where I
ran out on Eastern Parkway. Damn, they're doing cartwheels.
Right. I feel you on that. I do. I feel you on that. But again, we're talking about again just pulling it back into just accountability for oneself, right? And I've seen people be arrested, convicted, or tried and convicted for far less than what this man did, domestic, sexually, and otherwise.
Let me ask you a question, Sunshine, because I'm gonna get. Let me ask a question. I gotta get to some other callers here. In your professional experience and your understanding of law and things of that nature, should R. Kelly try to get some type of pardon, or can he get a pardon for some of his convictions? R. Kelly.
Well, you know what? in terms of R. Kelly, in the comparison to Sean Combs, there is no comparison because he's behind bars for, I believe it's under 18 for a minor. So do I think that he should get a pardon for that? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I do.
No. Sean, on the other hand, there was no charges of him for minors, so no comparison at all. Sorry, no comparison.
I appreciate the call, Sunshine, and thank you for chiming in with your knowledge. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
Bye
Have
now.
a good night.
Thank you. Okay.